on WEEI.
Sponsored by Pre-Flight Airport Parking.
The next time you fly out of Boston Logan Airport, park with Pre-Flight Off-Airport Parking. Download the Pre-Flight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable and convenient parking less than 2 miles from Boston.
Most, providing you with affordable auto coverage you can rely on. So, switch to Allstate today, and you could save an average of $713 on auto insurance. You're in good hands with Allstate. Based on the national average annual savings for new customers surveyed in 2024, savings vary, subject to terms and availability.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of...
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom.
Because I am sure hungry for one
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from 20 Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom.
Starring Greg Hill.
It's not getting out the mud or
No,
whatever,
but that's
whatever
it.
it is. Like it's not. It's
No, but that what is that mindset? You do a lot for your
my
kids.
my mindset's not stupid. $20,000 to design their dorm room, make it look like the Four Seasons.
But
That's cap.
If you could
You're
afford-
cap.
With Wiggy.
And you know that little thing in the back?
Yeah.
In your throat? Sometimes it feels like it feels funny and it swells up.
It dries out.
Dries out. That's what it's feeling like right now.
You have to water your uvula. I believe
Is that what that is?
Yes,
Yeah, I do believe that's what it's called.
Let's do that at home.
Sounds like a dirty word.
And Courtney.
Another day, another horny teacher, Greg. This next story, very losery. And I do worry because this is something that could really down spiral a person.
And Curtis.
Uvula sounds like a woman thing, like something that they would have to
It sounds like a word that begins with a B.
That's been brought up. It was brought up by Courtney earlier.
And Shime.
I'd be like, yeah, F you. I got lawyers on retainer ready to go. Ready to go.
On retainer.
Ready. I'm talking about shock lawyers.
Now.
Let's get down to business.
It's time to party.
It's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning. Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
Hi, Greg. How are you, bud?
I'm great. The Red Sox are not, and Wiggy is off scheduled vacation day today. Not an issue with the uvula.
Well,
But take my temperature on the Red Sox, Curtis. You could do it the normal way, please, not the rectal way.
Well, just all cards on the table. Whatever Wiggy had came to James. James was sick all day. I felt like ass yesterday.
I did an emergency last night. I was not feeling well.
So I don't know what it is, but I figure if he was in here all week, it's already been here. I might as well come in. So, my temperature on the Red Sox is threat level midnight.
Okay.
I am terrified of the 5-game losing streak, of the way in which they're losing these games. Baseball Prospectus updated odds. They have an 88% chance of making the playoffs. So Wiggy would say they're going to get there, and he's probably right.
Yeah.
But you had obviously none of that was going to continue forever. But if we're going to get into the weeds, having the home field in that wild card was a major difference in the Yankees beating you last year. And having a 3-game series all at Fenway Park versus being on the road would be a major difference and would be an impediment in you getting to the next round. So for all of those reasons, I am really concerned.
Sox lose 6-4 last night. That's 5 in a row. I certainly did not expect that they would win out. I did expect that there would not be a lengthy losing streak, and maybe I'm naive. So I thought you historically you end up having the best streak that this team has ever had, and you got to fall back to earth a little bit, but I didn't realize that the fall back to earth was going to be 5 straight losses. So it's now listen, all day yesterday, people were like, Greg, I'm a real fan. You're not a real fan. You've given up on him already. I haven't given up. But it's very, very disappointing. That's all.
And it's a bit worrisome, especially when you hear what Wilson Contreras said yesterday. And I brought it up yesterday. It's the timing of when this is happening. And for him to go out there and say every game that we are playing as we get closer to September and October gets more and more important. And now you're in this losing stretch. That's what worries me, because this is what we've seen kind of season after season with this Red Sox team, right?
Yeah, I agree. And my question, honestly, right? Do you think they're going to win these games? Because I watch these games now, even when they're up in the 5th, 6th inning, and I say, how are they going to lose it? Whereas before, even on Saturday, less than a week ago,
I know
it's 7-3. You're up in Lake Winnipesaukee. Everybody thinks they're going to hit a grand slam and tie it up with 2 outs in the 9th. Now I watch, and I think, how are they going to lose it?
I know. It's a complete turnaround mentally. You're exactly right. You're watching not so long ago, a week and a half ago, and you're like, wow, they're going to find a way to win this game. I know they are. And now it's like they're going to find a way to lose the game.
Exactly.
So,
has Sam bumped out of the appearance?
No.
Okay, good.
No,
Still Sam.
I am sure that Sam Kennedy, who will join us at 9, would prefer that he were joining us on a 5-game win streak and not on a 5-game lose streak. But Sam Kennedy will be on at 9 this morning, and there's a lot to talk to Sam Kennedy about. I'm interested in how those who own professional franchises feel about the purchase price that is going to be paid for the Los Angeles Lakers. That is $12.5 billion that deal was announced at yesterday.
I think back at it. This is a me problem, but when the initial sale of the Lakers was announced at $10 billion, I heard all these people be like, Curtis, that's what they're speculating. There's no way it'll be $10 billion. Now it's $12 billion. And this is the sole reason that these owners have no leg to stand on. Greg had a brilliant lead yesterday about the salary cap in Major League Baseball. The only thing profitable outside of Paradise and the Greg Hill Show that's on screen is live sports. And so knowing the obsession with gambling in America, the need to have an actual tune-in factor where people are not able to fast forward. We talked about the theme songs that nobody can remember anymore because nobody sits and watches the beginning to the end. These franchises are growing in value exponentially because it is the last bastion of live television entertainment. That's it. You combine that with gambling and, obviously get an elite franchise like the Lakers, but by and large, whether it's the Seahawks, the Celtics, the Lakers, the Mets, all of these teams sell for record money.
But what's amazing to me is that there are really two elite tradition-carrying franchises in the NBA, and one of them, which is here, sold for $6 billion not that long ago, and the Lakers sold for double that.
Right, one team has a building, the other team doesn't.
Yeah, I guess that's probably
and
part of it.
It's also location too.
That's unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It was more unbelievable to me that it was Bob Iger and Kushner, like those two going
So
together
weird.
for it. It was a random pairing.
I kept Googling, is that the Iger? Is
Yes.
that the Kushner?
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's so strange. It is bizarre. But if you've ever wondered about what our guest on Tuesday of next week's Radio Telethon, sponsored by Arbella Insurance, raising money for the Jimmy Fund, Bill Chisholm, what their number one goal will be outside of championships, it is to find a building that they own and operate and play in, because that is the big difference between the Lakers and the Celtics in their valuation. And that's the only reason a venture capitalist would enter into an agreement to purchase a team is that's like John Henry buying the Red Sox, knowing that Fenway Park was a toilet bowl, and he reinvigorated it by putting the seats on the monster, opened the whole thing up.
Well, there's plenty of land up by Scheim in Lowell. If the Celtics want to play in Lowell, I'm sure we can find them a spot up there, Scheim.
A lot to like about Lowell, Greg.
Okay, Scheim, we got a football game tonight, finally. Thank
We
goodness.
sure do.
We do, absolutely. And there are some that are bothered by the fact, I've seen it on social media, that Drake May is not going to play tonight, and that that they spent whatever they spent on tickets. How do you?
It's preseason, dude. You have to expect that starters aren't playing.
Correct.
What are we doing? Stop complaining.
Okay, so
Drake May shouldn't be playing in preseason week 1. He shouldn't.
Well, there's an argument that it's about the field and the turf and the replaced turf, and that's why they're not letting Drake May play. Why would you let Drake May play in a preseason game?
Whether it is or it isn't, it doesn't matter. Like, this is it made sense for him last year because it was his first full season as a starter, his first season in the McDaniels offense. He still needed to prove some things and work on a lot of things. This year, he's coming off second in the MVP, a Super Bowl run that took him longer than all but one other team in the entire NFL season lengthwise. And then, he's getting a second year now in the same McDaniel system. He understands the system better. He doesn't need to be out there to run these plays. He doesn't need to build chemistry with a bunch of guys he already has chemistry with. Maybe the only one you could argue is like Romeo Dobbs, but I doubt Dobbs even plays much, if at all, in this game anyways. So there's no point in him being out there.
Yeah.
So from a wide receiver perspective, no Dobbs, you believe. No A.J. Brown tonight?
No way. If Drake May's not playing, there's no shot A.J. Brown plays, is my guess.
All right.
We should do a thing where fans get a chance to play.
Because Joe Mazzulla game.
Right. Honestly, they're going to – I guarantee you when Brooks is 6, there will be no preseason games in the NFL.
Yeah. Do the joint practices and then move on.
Right. I saw people trying to see if they could get the joint practices televised and people could bet on them, because the big reason why they still do this perfunctory preseason nonsense outside of the season ticket holder cost is that people bet live on these games.
Yeah.
And the sports books the casinos like it. But for me, if Drake May played in this game and whoever's belly aching about it, if he got injured, all the people that said he should play would disappear and the entire city would revolt against the organization, saying, how in God's name could you ruin the season in a meaningless preseason game? Plus, how many games did they play last year? 21?
Yeah.
17 and then 4 in the playoffs.
Correct.
So, and Drake May's, that's what, 3 times as many as he played, or 4 times as many as he played in his rookie season? It's like Garrett Crochet. You got an innings limit. You don't want a guy that's played in 21 actual real-life football games almost into March to then get right back on the field where he can get hit.
Can we shoot Garrett Crochet up immediately and ship him from wherever he is?
I'm really glad you finished that sentence.
Right back to this Red Sox organization. as soon as possible.
Well, how about Roman Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, he's coming.
Yeah.
It's not Russia.
He'll be back at some point.
Could you imagine that morning in Hilton Head? You'd think we would be on the eve of the radio telethon, and we'd still be wondering when he's coming back. Unbelievable.
Well, I know Wiggy was on this show yesterday saying shut him down for the rest of the season. And then I noticed Bradfo immediately wrote a long piece at WEEI.com about why you need Roman Anthony back on this baseball team almost immediately. As soon as possible, you need Roman Anthony back.
Right.
So, all right. Well, we have got a lot to talk about with you today, and that includes our leads in the next few minutes, and then they said it at 7:15 this morning, and we will hear what Alex Cora said yesterday about the issues when it comes to managing here in this big market city and other things at 7:15. By the way, Curtis mentioned it earlier, but the annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon starts Monday. We will be at Fenway for 2 days and raising money for the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber. Alex Cora made good on a promise that he made to us when we talked to him at spring training and wrote a check for $20,000 to the Jimmy Fund and to the radio telethon.
Awesome.
So good on Alex Cora. But news with Courtney coming up at 8 this morning. Sam Kennedy and the Red Sox front office report at 9, and then Hill Notes at 9:30. And you can leave a voice note for us right now or anytime this morning on any topic. 2 minutes. Short break. And we are back with leads on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. Hedges Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. WEEI is flexing today and flexing tomorrow. We will be at Gillette Stadium tomorrow, and Mike Vrabel will join us on this show bright and early at 6:30 for the first time this season. So looking forward to that. And then, as I was mentioning earlier, Monday and Tuesday, we are at Fenway Park and the annual Nesson WEEI Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, hoping to beat last year, $5.7 million given by you. And you are incredibly generous people. So we are hoping that we can somehow top that number during those 2 days next week. But in the meantime, we're here. And if we could, Chime, can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis? It was drizzling on my way in this morning, Curtis. Not a great day today. Is that the deal?
No, it'll be better. Yesterday you said no rain on the forecast, and I said some spot showers tomorrow.
Yes.
Right now it's cloudy skies, but we're gonna have a couple showers around midday. Nothing serious, and then beautiful day to tailgate at Gillette Stadium as the Patriots play nobody on the field against the Colts, but enjoy your tailgate and the tickets you were forced to buy. So going to be about 78 degrees at kickoff at Gillette Stadium. 80 degrees is the afternoon high. The weekend looks beautiful. Sunny 81 tomorrow. Saturday, sunny in the upper 70s.
Okay. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. In fact, Lynn's reached out to them on behalf of a seller of a house that she has that needed new windows, and they were there in less than 24 hours.
Awesome.
Window World of Boston.
Good job, Window World. Good job, Lynn's.
So there are 4 local showrooms that you can visit. Find the one closest to you when you go to windowworldofboston.com. They said it coming up at 7:15, and that includes what Efton Chisholm said about the wide receiver room on this Patriots team and other things. Chime, let's get going with leads, please.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
There is nothing that is wrong in wanting you to stay here with me. I know you've got somewhere to go, but won't you make yourself at home and stay with me? And don't you ever leave. Lay down, Sally, and rest here in my arms.
Chime, that is arguably one of the greatest guitarists of all time, Eric Clapton. I believe that Len Laird continued to argue with me on the show for years when he was the executive producer that Eric Clapton was not a top 5 guitarist of all time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Which was ludicrous. However, that is Lay Down Sally, and leads today are brought to you by Subaru. And with so much to love, you don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. You can find your local authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Good morning, Chime.
Morning, Greg. So I don't know if you guys saw this, and I'm curious your thoughts on it. Jaden Daniels has sent a notice to the Louisiana State University that they can no longer use his name, image, and likeness after they handed out the number 5 jersey to one of their new players.
Yeah, he's threatening a lawsuit.
Correct. And the quote is, the Daniels family is deeply disappointed and feels profoundly disrespected by LSU's decision to give Jaden's number to another player. I just feel like this is like an entitlement at a whole new level.
It is.
It's ridiculous. He didn't win a national championship. Like, I think one of the other, I saw something online that like he was also disappointed because he feels like he's being treated differently than Joe Burrow, where, I don't know, Joe Burrow led one of the greatest college football teams of all time to a national title and also won the Heisman. He didn't just win the Heisman. He did both in unbelievable fashion. And like, I don't understand why why he's so mad that LSU's giving the number 5 jersey to somebody else. Where they're going to retire every jersey of everybody that ever wins a Heisman. Eventually, they may run out of quarterback numbers. Who knows? Like it's insane to me that this is how you react to this.
Yeah, this was going to be my lead too, and I just have the exact same sentiment. I don't understand. This is such a bad look too. Like the makeup of Jaden Daniels. Like if this is what you're interested in, you're on the precipice of an NFL season. You're about to, you got Steph Diggs.
You need to bounce back after what happened last year.
You had a really rough sophomore season. Like
right. You got important things to do, like trying to find a way to keep Steph Diggs away from your mom,
right, and others.
And so I just there are a lot of talented quarterbacks one that you love, Curtis, who played at Michigan. Like there's no, as Shime said, there's not enough numbers to retire everybody's number or prohibit anybody who's playing on the football team from using your number ever again. Like what a egotistical douche move that is.
It also, he's putting LSU in a terrible situation because they promised Pickett that number when they recruited him. So that brings it to a whole nother level where it's like, dude, move on. Like they're able to use your name, image, and likeness because you played there, not because of what number you wore and the fact that another kid who's earned the right to wear that number got promised it during the recruiting process. It just puts yourself in the conversation that you don't need to be in.
Yeah, at Michigan, Tom Brady's number isn't even retired.
Right.
Like it's crazy. I want to see who's. Is there a list of you? I should look at this.
Of
US
LSU
football retired numbers.
Yep, I have it right here. Halfback Billy Cannon, number 20. Defensive back Tommy Casanova, number 37. Halfback Jerry Stovall, number 21. And running back Charles Alexander, number 4, with plans to retire former quarterback Burt Jones, number 7, on November 14th.
Belichick famously said he was his favorite. I believe almost all of those guys were in a different era, correct?
It sounds like it. Just from the names, I would
Jamar
assume.
Chase is not on there.
So Joe Burrow's number isn't retired, but nobody's worn the number 9 since Joe Burrow left LSU.
It also doesn't matter if LSU retires the number because LSU back in 2007 made a rule that even if they retire a number, other players can wear it. So,
they did?
Yes.
Then what's the point of having
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What?
Anything after 2007.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so dumb.
That makes no sense.
Yeah. All right.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
Shime, great lead.
Thank you.
More leads coming. Quick break, and we will be right back on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
This afternoon.
Red Sox have lost 5 in a row. They will try to avoid the sweep this afternoon at 3:07, and we will talk about that with you all morning, and you can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. You can leave a hill note on it at any time on the Odyssey app, and we'll play the best ones back at 9:30, and we'll talk to Sam Kennedy, the president of the Boston Red Sox, at 9 during the front office report this morning. But we have leads left. Wiggy's out, scheduled vacation day, not dealing with the summer cold or whatever he had yesterday. You want
give it to us?
You want to give Tom a lead? Or?
Yeah.
All right. Real life Tom. Good morning. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good, Mr. Hill. Good morning.
Update on the dating life?
Still single. Still out there.
Okay.
One can dream.
I understand. I mean, are we?
What's so funny?
No, I love you. That was like the best.
Are we talking to anybody or like what?
There might be a little talking going on,
Okay.
but nothing I would like to report on yet.
Little DM sliding here and there?
Here and there, yeah.
Okay.
Always putting shots up.
All right. Your lead?
So Robert Kraft spoke yesterday at the announcement of the new whatever fitness center. It looks beautiful, but he said something that really bothered me yesterday, and I want to hear from Robert Kraft if we could, Shime.
We want Coach Vrabel, our players, and our entire football staff to have everything they need to compete at the highest level and pursue championships.
Now, far be it from me to tell Robert Kraft what to do, but in my mind, to compete, you would want superstar players. And that's just my thought process. And to give Vrabel and the boys the best chance at competing for a Super Bowl, I would assume you would want to pay Christian Gonzalez to get him on the field. The facility costs $95 million. Gonzo's only asking for a third of that per year. I don't see what the holdup is. To me, this is going to end exactly the same way the Chris Jones holdout ended in 2023 with the Chiefs. Week 1, Gonzo will not be playing. JSN will go for 850 yards on the secondary, and they will sign him the day after when they realize how bad they need Christian Gonzalez.
I mean, it's a beautiful facility. The locker room is awesome. It looks,
Wiggy would love those tubs.
It's worth every penny of the $95 million that they spent on it.
Yeah.
It really
the little
is.
hidden compartments in the lockers.
Oh,
That's
it's
the
great. Great.
We're gonna see him tomorrow, and I love Stacey James. I love the Patriots. Can they do anything without congratulating themselves? Is it possible?
Everybody does that,
Oh my
Curtis.
God! It's like
You have a
look
whole-
and this is a dryer.
Well,
for
it's
the
as much for
cleats.
them as it is for their, their sponsor,
Right.
New Balance, because
Yeah,
New Balance probably put in a lot of money towards that.
Yeah, but think about all the college.
So then they didn't spend $95 million. How much money did New Balance spend?
I don't know the specifics, but that's just my assumption.
Come on, that's
It's
a
a
hater
little-
take. That's
it's
a
not
hater
a hater
take. It
take. I'm
is.
standing
Are you
there and it's
surprised? It's Curtis.
No, I'm not. But I thought he turned a corner. I
And
thought he
look
turned a corner.
Over here we have Hershey's Kisses for everyone when they enter.
That's what every
They're
college
proud.
does.
They built a beautiful new
It's
facility.
gorgeous.
Like,
Everybody
what-
will go see it. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. It's state of the art. It's the number one biggest, most beautiful football only facility in the NFL.
Not going to get a bad grade for that on the report cards next year. That's for sure.
Right.
Exactly.
It is an
Right.
overcorrection to bad PR from the NFLPA grade.
Oh my gosh.
Do you think that's built if that doesn't come out?
What?
Do you think that is built?
Yes. I don't think they just spent $95 million
For kicks.
because
When
they
did-
got
when did
they got
this-
a D- when it comes to players ranking the facility. I mean, I don't know.
I
But
find it so weird that
but
I'm the only
even
one with this brain.
No,
But
it is.
But even if it is that, I'm glad that they responded.
I
There are
think it's
some
great.
teams that wouldn't respond.
I think it's awesome. Self-praise is no praise.
But Chime's also right. You have to remember, like, they tag New Balance in it. Like, that's part of the deal. Like, okay, we're going to sponsor this. You need to put out a social. Like, the fact that you would ever look at this and have a negative thing to say about Robert Kraft and the Patriots because they decided to brag about it.
Right.
Like, of course. Why wouldn't you? We would all do that.
Yeah, you want potential players, kids in college, other potential free agents to see the new facility and be like, ooh, that looks like a cool place to be. I like that.
How do you think word spreads to other players? Do you think they're sitting around being like, ooh, let's watch this press conference of Robert Kraft? Or do you think it's Drake May calling a buddy on another team saying, hey,
It's not the
this is
press
awesome?
conference. It's the social media clips. That's what the
Right,
players
the
see.
players, I'm sure, will be
They're on
sharing
TikTok
it.
and Twitter and Instagram almost like exclusively.
Right. I'm saying the players, I'm sure, will be sharing it just like at LSU and all these other schools. They'll be sharing it on Instagram organically, saying, wow, rainy out there. I'm going to put my cleats in the dryer. Boop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Christian Gonzalez is vague booking emo songs on social media all the time, so they're on there.
I heard Mego hated that song. I thought that song was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was the Gunna song. I thought it wasn't bad.
It was kind of just, I don't think that that's like, his most played on Spotify. I think that he
No.
chose it for a reason.
Yeah, of course, but I didn't think it was a bad song.
This is Mr. Realistic from Springfield. Good morning, Mr. Realistic.
Yes, I wanted to comment about retiring numbers. If they retired everyone who won the Heisman Trophy over the next 100 years, that'd be 100 numbers that were eliminated from the 900 colleges. And there's only a certain amount of numbers available in the world. And also the Patriots. We know how cheap they are. I mean, but I did hear that they're putting new VCRs in their airplanes. Thank you.
I just
all
am
that
so
for the joke.
flabbergasted. The notion that you guys say with a straight face that the negative PR, whether it was the bologna sandwich stories from Pete Carroll, or it was and then they're showing the state-of-the-art commercial-grade kitchen, or the NFLPA grades. Like, it's okay. It's great. They reacted appropriately and built a gorgeous facility.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I agree with you on
We
that.
give them bologna sandwiches and chips and stuff like that.
I just don't think they're congratulating themselves. I mean, I think they're just showing they're proud of the facility they built, and they have a deal, as Scheim aptly pointed out, they have a deal with New Balance. So they're trying to get the message out there for New Balance. I don't know. I mean, it's very nice.
It's gorgeous.
Stunning.
I think unlike here, everything works in their new facility. Is anybody else listening having an issue with Sonos? I was at my barber yesterday, Sims in Southie, and Nate and the crew listen every morning in the barbershop on Sonos. There's a problem where the audio level is way higher on commercials, but it's because the program audio is low, so they have to crank it up. Like, have you heard anything about this?
No.
If anybody listening has the same issue, this is what I'm trying to get to. Tell me if you were able to fix it, or I'm going to get it fixed for those who listen to the show and use Sonos. Now, you can.
Those Sonos are like the speakers, right? That's the speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Like in your home, you can have a Sonos system and have your own playlist and all. It's actually a really cool system.
Some in Twitch were saying this morning, actually.
What on is same with Twitch, or
they
just,
did not specify Sonos, but now Game Dog is saying that it's been like this for weeks
on Twitch?
I don't know. He's not specifying if it's on Twitch or on Sonos,
Yeah,
but they said it before you did.
It wouldn't just be Sonos. It would be Sonos is just amplifying whatever we're doing.
Correct, but Sonos is they have you can find a way to go to the app and use it and listen to it on Sonos. But Sonos also has a radio station category, so the level is somehow. Listen, if it's the same thing on Twitch, then we got to fix that too.
Yep, it's on Twitch.
Can you put a ticket in on that, Sean?
Do we have a ticket system?
Can we just grab Ken's
I normally just
flagpole
text
and we'll let
Eric
it
and
up.
hope he sees it.
I mean, I don't mind. Like it's very inconvenient for people if they have to crank it down and then crank it up, as we used to say at WAAF.
I'm still waiting for a small little extra production spot. So, I guess we're still waiting on things.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
What do you want? A specific studio for the Big Dog Show?
Nope, I just want that, the little board next to where you sit all the time. I just want that hooked up to a computer so that I can use it. That's all.
The hair looks great, though, Greg.
Oh, thank you. All right. Anyway, thank you, Tom. Question on the jersey that you're wearing from those who are watching the show on Twitch or YouTube?
Oakland Warriors Steph Curry jersey.
Oh, okay.
If I'm going to dream about a girlfriend, I'm going to dream about Steph Curry too.
Can I get more
One does
trouble?
not equate the other, let me tell you.
Yeah, Steph Curry would be pretty cool, Coco.
No, I'm saying like the girlfriend thing. Girlfriends with jerseys.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about?
Wait.
I'm not a jersey girl. I've said it before.
Is it an ick?
It is an ick for me.
Oh.
Coco's like a big sister to me, so I'll let it slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, does that impede the ability to meet people if you're wearing an Oakland Warriors jersey?
I just always, and I have, DeSanto will wear a jersey every so often, so, I married one, but...
and the yellow jacket when it snows.
The worst. But for me, if you are not on the court, the ice, the field, take the jersey off.
There's a reason I'm in sports radio.
I've always felt that way.
Huh.
Yeah.
Is there
Girls can wear jerseys.
What about, is there an age cutoff?
Oh, yes, of
Okay,
cour's.
so
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you're
I think if you
under
are
18 or like what's the...
I would say under 16, and that's pushing it.
Okay. All right.
But like a grown man in like a Brady jersey.
Right.
No way.
It just does nothing
Doesn't
for
do
me.
it for you? All right. Wow. We are going to take a break, and we will be back with more leads next.
QC Kinetics.
WEEI is flexing today and flexing tomorrow. Rest of us are here. We are going to get to They Said It in about a half an hour. And that includes what Chad Tracy said after the 5th loss in a row for this Red Sox team, who not so long ago was doing things that had never been done before in this city and in Major League Baseball. Not that long ago. We will always have that.
31-5. There'll be a documentary on it.
No one can ever take that away from us.
No.
But it is a little bit disturbing. Curtis, good morning.
Hey, Greg. Good morning. Boston Globe story late yesterday on the mutating legacies of the cringeworthy Belichick-Brady separation in second, third act of their lives, and how that there will one day be a documentary about just who Brady and Belichick used to be.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Both of them are attacked by this Boston Globe
Mark
piece.
Shanahan of the Boston Globe notes Brady with the Saudi-backed flag football venture.
I'd now like to turn it over to His Excellency Turkey al-Sheikh.
Turkey al-Sheikh. I mean, who could forget the great investment advice with the what was it, SBF, Bakeman-Fried?
Yeah.
And now you also have the Belichick arm in arm with the pageant contestant who was called out by Adam Vinatieri for the cheerleader that he has been with for, 6-7 years now. And I recognize that everything is bigger and more in your face in the moment. However, it has been almost as shocking as the duration and durability of the double dynasty as the way in which their divorce has just unmasked many things about them and where they are and who they are. Obviously, I love Tom. I will always love the man. But it just has been so rudderless. And it's not like one is just okay. Like, Brady is on every podcast. He's pitching things he said were poison. That is not an overstatement. He is selling things he told us on this radio show, on this radio station, were poison. He is selling Pizza Hut.
Well, yeah, I mean, pizza's good for you. I mean, you got the vegetable in there with the tomato sauce.
A little bit of dairy for the calcium.
You got some dairy.
You got the food pyramid.
Sometimes you could do like a Bonza crust to make it not as.
Okay, you lost me at Bonza crust. But the Pizza Hut pizza, we love them, but like it's like French fries in a box. And then you have Belichick, who I watched this sit down with Pablo Torre and Bruce Feldman on the UNC situation, basically saying that it is the worst hire in the history of college football, considering where they were with Mac Brown, where they are now with the investigations, that this was supposed to be these years where you would capitalize on it, and how dumb it was that Belichick didn't go to the Hall of Fame just to be like, recruits, look at me. Yeah. I'm a guy that led this guy to Canton. I'm standing here with Ty Law and Richard Seymour. If you want to be a Hall of Famer, go to North. Even just to be self-serving, he should have been there. That to use the school as an excuse was so stupid because the school would benefit from being associated with a head coach who was someone that got people to the holy grail of football.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I hate to say the Globe is right, but the Globe is right. They are both, and I don't know how either shifts. Like, I'm sure Brady will be doing games on Sunday, and it'll be fine, and maybe the UNC Tar Heels win a couple games, and eventually this will just be a bump in the road of a Hall of Fame careers. But it is beyond just coincidental and strange. It has become shocking and embarrassing how they both have devolved into these caricatures of themselves.
Well, isn't this often the case, though, where you only know your idols in the way you see them on, in this case, on the football field, in other cases, on the movie screen or on the stage at a venue or whatever, and oftentimes they're not what you expected them to be?
Yeah, but look at football. Like, look at Jimmy Johnson. Look at John Madden. Look at Troy Aikman. Look at all maybe not Tony Romo, but look at all these guys that were great. Dan Marino, Boomer Esiason, all these players that left the NFL, went into the media, and either continued to be as beloved, or Wayne Gretzky, or Michael Jordan, or Jack Nicklaus.
Sorry, Courtney, you think Tom Brady is not as beloved as he was because of the off-field stuff?
Beloved. I just think his legacy. You can't stand for healthy living your entire career. That'd be like me doing a spot about alcohol recovery and then selling Michelob Ultra in the next one. Like. Right. You can't really do that.
But don't you think that might have been just who they've always been, but because they were here, we accepted like the ego of them. And before, he was making a ton of money off TB12 and all of what he was selling, the healthy lifestyle. So it was more about money for him than it was the actual health.
But
for me, I think of Tom Brady as somebody who's just a hustler and continues to make money where he can get it. Not that he needs it. But the fact that Pizza Hut's probably coming to him with millions and millions of dollars, he's going to take that. He doesn't care that he talked about avocado ice cream back in 2020 because this is going to make him money. And the same thing with Bill Belichick. I think that when Bill was dating Linda, it was an age-appropriate relationship, but he was doing things. We would talk about, Instagram posts and stuff, but it was in a better light because it was with an age-appropriate woman. Now because he's dating somebody else, his priorities change. Like, he fits the mold for whoever he's dating. Tom fits the mold for whoever's paying him.
I guess I would say equally hypocritical on both sides. Brady with the healthy living and then turning into this pitch man for Pizza Hut. And Belichick with ignore the noise, don't say anything or do anything that will bring attention, that will cause distraction for your teammates, and then doing that every second of every day as you're in your second act. And if Brady in the Twitch chat, Skater Girl says that maybe this was a Giselle thing. Okay, say that. You roasted her like crazy.
A Giselle thing that he has to pay her?
No, that he was eating healthily. Like, that was her. The avocado ice cream was.
Yeah.
I don't know, because he just did that interview that I saw about Peyton Manning and, like, the breakfasts that they had.
That was an old clip.
Oh, I just saw it.
Yeah.
It just popped up
No,
all
it
over
was,
social
yeah, it
media.
made the rounds. He said that when he trained with him in 2015, he was shocked he was eating biscuits and gravy and all this stuff. Like, I don't know. To me, it's just, I guess just be self-aware. You had an entire candy company that was Unwrapped or something like that, where you sold candy that was not the Hershey's brand that had all these ingredients that he claimed would be killing you.
Yeah. Speaking of you pitching Mick Ultras.
Yeah.
What do you think of Brad Pitt doing an interview and announcing publicly, I'm off the wagon?
I was
sober for 7 years, and now I'm back to drinking.
I was going to do this.
And it's like he thought we all forgot about the private jet gate. Yeah. Like, you got accused. There were reports out there that you got physical with your family, and whatever happened on that PJ where you were smashed, your kids want nothing to do with you. Like, they're estranged from their father. They don't want his last name. They don't want anything. And now you're like, I'm back off the wagon.
Yeah, I'm back
LOL.
I'm back on the sauce.
Right.
But he limits himself to 3 glasses of wine. That's it.
Yeah, this really, when I read that Jelly Roll had like a bar in Nashville, it really caused me to be dysregulated, because I'm like, I meet so many people that little old me plays a role in either how they process the death of someone in recovery or how they are handling their own sobriety. And I can't imagine the amount of people that have Brad Pitt as someone that they look up to times millions. And it's just not about you. You can do whatever you want. And believe me, it is hard. Sobriety, recovery is incredibly difficult. It's not easy.
Is it harder to stay sober when Wiggy is here talking all the time?
It actually is.
It
Today,
is.
I feel like woo, easy peasy. But with Brad Pitt, like I think a lot of these people don't recognize the manner in which they are viewed, and that just say like, "Oh, I'm fine." Like I appreciate the honesty, but you also, whether you like it or not, you have a lot of people that look up to you, and that your recovery assists them in their own.
Yeah.
And to just willy-nilly say it like that was
And
a concern.
to even bring it up in an interview, like he gave a glass of wine to the interviewer and he said, is this just for guests? And he said, no, well, like I'm drinking now too. There was no reason. He's not promoting anything. There was no reason to do it.
It's quite a flex. Hey, I was sober for 7 years, but I'm back on the juice.
Give me the Merlot.
All right. We'll get to my lead. 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Tired of living like a blind man. I'm sick aside without a sense of feeling. And this is how you remind me. This is how you remind me of what I really am. This
Curtis, correction from several texting on the Subaru of New England text line this morning when we were discussing the pending sale of the Los Angeles Lakers for $12.5 billion. You were saying they owned the arena, and that was the difference when it came to the price that was paid for the Celtics. The texters are suggesting they do not own the Staples Center or whatever it is called, the Crypto World Center, whatever it's called out there, Curtis. So I don't know if that's accurate or not.
I stand corrected. AEG owns it.
Okay.
And it's Crypto Arena.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Not Staples anymore. They got.
So the Lakers, without owning a building,
this is crazy,
are purely because they are the Lakers, are worth double what Bill Chisholm paid for the Boston Celtics a year ago or a year and a half ago, whenever that was.
I think Courtney mentioned this earlier, but a large part of this has to be location, right? Like just being in LA, it drastically increases the price.
But if you own a team without a building, are you really anywhere?
No, but I'm saying like just the West Coast, like the cost of living in LA compared to the cost in Boston. To me, I just think that
I think the cost of living in LA and Boston is basically the same.
I don't even think it's the cost of living. I think it's more so just Los Angeles, like being in LA.
Yeah, I don't know. What if cost of living wouldn't have anything to do
no,
with
I'm just saying like everything's more expensive in LA.
Yeah.
And I do think that it's more expensive in LA than Boston still.
They're not buying a dozen eggs. They're buying like
I understand that. I'm just saying like it doesn't really surprise me that much that it costs more to buy the Lakers than it does the Celtics.
Yeah. All right. Well, we can ask Sam Kennedy about this when he joins us at 9 this morning during the front office report, because the Fenway Sports Group was rumored to be in on the expansion franchise in the NBA. So I wonder what that makes. What would that make the Boston Red Sox worth?
$100 billion.
I mean, if the Lakers are worth $12.5 billion, what are the Boston Red Sox worth?
Especially considering the real estate around Fenway Park. I mean, they
Right.
literally own Kenmore Square.
Yeah.
It is crazy. I have no idea.
All right. They said it coming up in about 10 minutes. And that includes what Alex Cora said about managing here yesterday, speaking, I think, for the first time since he was let go by the Red Sox. What Chad Tracy said about the Red Sox 5th loss in a row. That is coming up during They Said It as well. But we have a couple leads left, including this one from Courtney. Hello.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, and I don't mean to be wiggy and recycling leads, but if you were on social media last night after the Red Sox lost, you saw Jaron Duran take to his Instagram account and post a DM he received after the game, after the loss. And the DM simply read, "Should have pulled that trigger." And we have reached a point in society where people are getting too comfortable behind the screen, behind a keyboard warriors. This person, Jason, would never have gone up to Jaron Duran in person and say something like that. We've lost the plot. We've lost any type of class when it comes to dealing with anybody who is in a front-facing profession. I don't care that Jaron Duran is an athlete who makes millions and millions of dollars, and he has signed up to be criticized by the public. For anyone who thinks it's okay for someone, some lowlife, to send a DM like that to somebody else, you need to get your head checked. You need to take a long look in the mirror and say, what is wrong with me? Nobody, I don't care what job you have, should have to face this type of disgusting trash in any of their social media. And before you tell me, don't look at it, get thicker skin, shut up. Shut up. Because anybody, no, I'm so sorry. We've reached a point of no return. And then I saw some people saying, I can't believe he posted it with the person's photo and name. Give me a break. This guy's name should be plastered everywhere, especially knowing what Jaron Duran has gone through in the past. You are going to end up being the final straw that somebody does something that they can't take back. I'm so effing sick of it. I'm sick of the way people talk to each other on the internet. And I don't care. I do not care how much somebody makes or what they signed up to do as a profession. This is disgusting. Disgusting. And these people should be put on blast. They should. And in your job should be notified if you send something like this to somebody else. You should. Your wife, if some woman would ever marry somebody like this, your kids should know that you do stuff like this. It is repulsive, and we are in a point of like no return. Before it was like, don't say anything. If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all.
Yeah.
The fact that people feel okay to write stuff like this, it's insane.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree 100%. I also think that Jaron Duran has gone out of his way to be a-holes to people that don't deserve to be treated like garbage. He's used his bully pulpit to bully people who have come to just ask him a question or even just say, I'm sorry. He's sworn at fans. He's lectured girls about who they're dating next to the dugout.
This is way worse. This is on another level.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it's awful. Jason is an a-hole. I agree he should be blasted everywhere. Jaron Duran is someone that has not been anywhere near someone who has been compassionate or kind to strangers. And so when people are vitriolic to him in return, it's not that surprising to me.
Yeah. I mean, people feel entitled to say the worst possible things on social media because they're never held accountable for it.
Right.
And it's kind of, you just kind of have to take it.
But no, people shouldn't have to take it anymore. There needs to be some type of change. This should not be just the norm that we live in. And I am on such a different level than Jaron Duran, but like stuff that I receive all the time, and I go back and forth, like, don't feed the beast. But then sometimes when you call somebody out, you do get somebody that says, you know what, I effed up. I'm embarrassed.
Well,
I shouldn't do it.
That's what happens most of the time is if you respond to somebody, then they immediately turtle and go, oh, I was just kidding. You don't really suck, Greg.
And people, every time you meet someone that has said something like, hey, I'm sorry. The other thing, though, is like the idiots, JP in the Twitch chat, so abolish the First Amendment. I don't know how people are so stupid. The First Amendment means the government cannot control your speech. It doesn't mean that your employer can't fire you for something you say.
Yeah.
The First Amendment doesn't protect you from going into a baseball player's DMs wishing someone who was suicidal had killed themselves. You absolute moron.
And like Monty Mac, come on, stay the F off social media if it bothers you. What are you, like, that is just the world we live in. And I should be able to go on and enjoy an app without somebody, mozzarella sticks included, without somebody coming at me and saying this type of stuff. Like, Jaron Duran should be able to have a social media account without people telling him he should have pulled the trigger. I'm sorry. The one does not equate the other. It's disgusting.
Well, what about the individual who said I had a foot fetish?
Right.
I mean, that was
repulsive.
That's why we put him on
Unless it's
blast.
true, and I don't kink shame.
that was so out of bounds.
Right.
I mean, that's, fourth or fifth on the list for me when it comes to what I look at.
At least he apologized, right?
He did apologize. Yeah, he did.
Somebody said he looked like Peter Griffin the other day, and I said,
They
what
did?
an a-hole.
That's
Yeah.
not nice.
I said Peter Griffin dreamed he looked like you.
It's not nice. All right, Courtney, thank you.
You're welcome.
We talk a lot on this show about wagering and about what can and can't be bet on in this country. And there are 9 Democratic senators that are pressing a federal regulator to ban wagering on wildfires.
What?
Through Polymarket and
We've reached the point of no return.
And other platforms which allow you to apparently to bet on which forest is going to go up in smoke next week or the week after. Their concern is that there will be those who make a wager and then go out and start a fire. And I think that's a very
valid,
concern. A valid concern.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can wager on anything in this country. Scheim knows this. But do you think that there ought to be some restrictions on what can and can't be bet on at this point?
I think it is okay to suggest that there should be some restrictions on things you can and cannot bet on. Yes.
Okay.
I think that is totally fair, especially in this instance in particular.
Yeah.
If someone can initiate a forest fire and then capitalize on it monetarily, I think we should probably try to prevent that.
Can I play devil's advocate because I agree this is insane? But like you can bet oil futures, and people in the government know what Trump's going to say. We have the teleprompter guy.
Yeah.
Like there's a thing that you can purchase on Truth Social to get a 60-second head start on the Trump tweet. Then you can go to the market. I swear to God.
So you know before everybody else
what you can invest, either short oil or buy into it. Like our world is effed.
Yeah, but the wildfires thing, I mean, that's going to end up happening. And that's going to ruin communities. That's going to kill people.
What do you mean?
If somebody goes in wagers for a wildfire and then they go set it.
Well, there were people that made a lot of money betting on the Los Angeles fire, apparently, on the poly market. So it's already been happening. They would like to stop it from happening going forward.
I have to say, and I if they sponsor them, I love all of them, but I have stopped. I used to think it was a good harbinger of what may be coming, and it's all nonsense. Like looking at the primaries and all this, like the political stuff about it, like it just is the latest and greatest investment, and then you think that something's more likely to happen when it's incredibly easily to be manipulated.
Yeah. What would you have Canada at odds-wise, Shime? It's got to be, I mean.
To have the next wildfire?
I mean, it's like.
They have to be the odds-on favorite.
Yeah. That's you got to make.
I think we've had a Canadian wildfire, 2 years in a row?
Yeah.
During the summertime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's where you should put your money, I would guess.
Well, but see that, Greg, that's how they get you. Instead, somebody would wager on a major underdog and then go light that one up, which is the problem. We can't have that.
All right.
Wild.
What about the trees?
Those are the leads this morning, and they said it coming up next, including what Alex Cora said about managing here in Boston in a big market, and we'll get to that in 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show. Not so long ago on this show, we were concerned about Rod Stewart because he required oxygen mid-show. Am I correct about that, Sean?
Yeah, I remember they had to wheel the oxygen tank out, and he had to
Yes.
bend over, and they had to stop the show briefly.
Well, he's doing a final farewell tour, probably the second or third to last one that he will do, because they always come back and do another final farewell tour after the final farewell tour. Had to postpone some shows because he went and got a stent put in his heart. So, but I think he'll be
That's
fine.
not great.
That's like, people say you need to treat your body like a temple.
You do.
You really don't, because you can just get a stint put in here.
I would not rely on that, Greg.
No.
Please. God, you have kids.
You don't think I should rely on that?
By the way, if I were president, I would get rid of Poly Market, and I would also, and not allow people to invest and get a head start on gaming the market. I would also force any band that says it's their last concert to have it actually be their last concert.
I agree.
People are putting the money up,
Yep.
thinking that they're overspending to see the last Rod Stewart show, and they're not.
If you're Brett Favre or Tom Brady and you say it's your final year, it's your final year.
It's like people who paid big money tonight expecting to see Drake May and A.J. Brown. They're not going to see Drake May and A.J. Brown.
Triple damages.
Right, exactly. Speaking of Poly Market, Texter just put $250 on the Red Sox to become a dumpster fire.
You can cash it.
Is that possible? I don't know. Well, I said stent, or did I say stint?
You said stint.
Okay, it's a stent, not a stint.
Well, I'm glad you don't know, because I hope you don't need one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We should get to, they said it if we could, Chime.
They said it. It's time for
They said it.
They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you every day by Catches Law, and they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you have been hurt at work, physically hurt, not hurt by a comment that somebody made on your social media, then you can reach out to Catches, and they will be there to help. Just go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. Shime, what's up first today?
Well, Greg, let's hear from former Boston Red Sox manager Alex Cora on how much of a challenge it was here in the city of Boston for him. Here was Alex Cora.
That city, the one I managed, Boston, challenged me every single freaking day, every day, from day one in that press conference in November, I want to say 7th of 2017, all the way till April 25th in Baltimore this year. Just the expectations and you feel that you have to win 162 games in Boston, and they push you to be great. And when you have bad days, you remember that you are in Fenway Park and you're playing in Boston, and you cannot, mope around. You have to show up and do it over and over again the right way as a manager. As a manager, I don't know what the future holds. I'm in a good place right now, but from that day when I signed that contract all the way till the decision was made, that fan base challenged me, man. It is nonstop. It's actually very intense, and honestly, I can feel now, kind of like, oh, okay, this is kind of like
look
life,
at you.
Look.
Okay.
Well,
Jesus, Mary.
You were making $7 million a year, so I hope that helped.
Can I just stop this nonsense? So you sign in 2017. You win the World Series the next year, greatest season in Red Sox history. We all agree. You then are embroiled in a massive cheating scandal. You sit out a year. We have a dead guy manage the team, and Ron Renicky. You come back. You have one playoff berth, and then consecutive last place finishes. You are then rewarded as the second highest paid manager in baseball and loved and adored by the fan base. Tell me again how this is such an impossible place to do your job. Alex Cora was beloved here even after finishing in last place. It's so strange. Compare that to Francona and like what he endured, or even Jimmy Williams or Grady Little or Kerrigan or any one of those guys.
Well, didn't David Ortiz also say that Boston was a hard place to play before? And he was beloved. Like, David Ortiz has said that. We've talked about it on the show. So I get what he's saying, but to Curtis's point, like, talk about a place who turned a complete blind eye to a cheating scandal, welcomed him back with open arms.
Totally.
And it didn't matter if they, and myself included, didn't matter if they were winning or losing. Like, Alex Cora was not the issue in a lot of people's minds, even when he was let go this past season.
Totally.
Like, people were on his side over the teams, and the team made the right decision. But for Alex Cora saying Boston's a hard place to play, that's not new news.
Yeah, I mean, Jenny Ty in the Twitch chat basically says that Alex Cora can f right off on these comments. Like, it's a great place to manage. You had an unbelievable job. Didn't go the way that you wanted it to go, and we can argue. Listen,
Chad Tracy's done a better job with a lesser team this season.
Yeah, I mean, currently things are evening out a little bit.
They'd have to even out a lot. He was 7-20 when he got fired, I believe, in April.
Oh, I don't know. I'll double check.
So they were, or whatever, 12-20, whatever it was. They were 7-8 games under 500 when he was fired.
They were 10-17.
Okay, so now they're what? 10 games over 500?
Something like that.
Okay, so they are 17 games better without him.
8 games over 500.
Text from my adopted home continent of Maine, where I will be next week on vacation. I don't think Alex Cora was saying anything bad. He's just speaking the truth. Boston fans demand a lot.
So consecutive last place finishes, and he was beloved. Tell me where the demanding a lot comes in.
Well, also, like, we've talked about this so many times. Yeah, fans demand a lot, but at the same time, when you give the fans good baseball, they reward you with exceptional fandom. Like what you saw on that Red Sox win streak, those fans were electric. They weren't leaving a ballpark at 11 o'clock at night and 13 innings into a game because you're giving them a good product.
When are we going to get that good baseball again?
That's a great question. That I don't know. I can't answer that.
Is it this weekend? Or
I'd like that.
Is it this afternoon? I mean,
maybe 3:07 first pitch.
3:07 first pitch. Are we working hard to avoid the sweep today? Is that on anybody's mind up there? I mean,
the wildfires coming.
I'm hoping. I'm very hopeful.
But do you understand?
I've been very hopeful over the last 3 nights.
I respect the optimism.
Yes.
But Greg, like, do you in any way think he had it hard?
I don't. I wonder if he's not. I wonder if we're hearing it like he's complaining about it, but he's just talking about it like it was.
If you wanted to bitch, you wanted to bitch about the front office and ownership not giving him the resources to do his job, and then he was the whatever.
But
like
you
I
think
would.
he was bitching. Like to me, he's like, yeah, I was tested every single day. I think he was explaining to people that don't live or play or coach in Boston what it's like to be here.
Yeah, I just don't. I think he was, of all the managers in my lifetime, nobody was given a bigger free pass than Alex Cora.
Well, and also I mentioned it earlier, but I got to give it to the guy. He was on with us in Fort Myers and said he wanted to donate $20,000 to the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and he wrote the check. So
awesome.
Good job.
Man of his word, Alex Cora. All right. We are going to take a quick break. More of They Said It coming up, including what Chad Tracy said after another loss last night.
Hey, college.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios at 20 Guest Street Kid, no fee unless you win. We are in the middle of They Said It tomorrow on this show. Mike Vrabel, for the first time this season. Can't wait to talk to him. And that'll be after tonight's game. So a lot to talk about when we are at Gillette tomorrow morning. Yes.
Shots?
I would assume so.
Hope so.
I would hope he brings the energy shots. It's kind of a tradition.
I tried one at a local place. Wasn't nearly as good.
Well, it's the company. It's always the company. And then Monday and Tuesday, we are at Fenway for the annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, which is brought to you by Arbella Insurance. And every gift makes a difference for the patients that are being treated at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Last year, you donated over $5 million, $5.7 million. We'll see if together we can beat that this year. And this year's WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon is brought to you by Catches Law Group, Catches Injury Attorneys, no fee unless they win, and Cape Cod Lumber, a name that you can build on. Shime, what's next?
Well, Greg, we heard from former manager of the Boston Red Sox. Let's hear from interim manager of your Boston Red Sox, Chad Tracy, talking about the Sox 5-game skid and seeing if they can get out of it.
Well, I mean, we're pretty battle tested at this point, you know. I mean, it's, you know, I don't think it surprised anybody. You're probably at the point where we're at with 50-some games, you're probably going to go through a rough patch. We're going through it now. We got to fight our way out of it.
Is there anything you take from that last inning offensively?
I hope so. Yeah, I mean, it's a collection of really good at-bats. Once again, get the tying run to the plate. So, yeah, you hope you can take something like that and carry it into tomorrow for sure.
That has been the case in virtually every one of these losses, Chad, is that you have the tying run at the plate. You have those that are on base that are left sitting out there. So I don't. Those who wanted the interim tag removed, do they still want that this morning? Is this just baseball, Curtis? It's a long season, or is there some alarm? You said threat level 4 or whatever
Midnight,
this morning.
yeah.
Midnight. Yeah.
I would say I always find that to be an interesting excuse for a manager. So when you win, it's just baseball too. So like, what would you say you do here? Yeah. So like, it isn't just baseball. It's there has been situational issues when it pertains to the baseball team and the decisions they've made and understanding what's going on. And I am not saying that it was all a mirage, but a little bit of urgency wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. They're now 10 games out of first place in the division. We once thought that was in play. That's gone. So to just sit back and wiggy it up and say, you know, they're going to make the playoffs, they'll be fine, is fine for Wiggy and others. I don't want people in the organization to feel that way. Like, I do want some, I don't know how that manifests itself, whether they get, you know, Roman Anthony out of the Homewood and back up to Worcester and see if he can get ready sooner rather than later, just to inject some, you know, some energy into this team.
I mean, you are going to get Roman Anthony back.
Really?
It seems like you're going to get Trevor Story back.
I don't want Trevor Story back.
You don't?
Yeah, it's just whatever. He's a, yeah.
Why not?
He's just, I mean, Trevor Story was not great. He's kind of a dink. He was the one throwing a fit when Cora got fired because he didn't want anybody holding him accountable. Like, I don't know. Not my cup of tea.
I just think that you have to take into account, Greg's brought it up a bunch this week, but they've been dealing with illness throughout the clubhouse. You're tired after going on that run that unbelievable run. But then you also have guys that are coming back. Like, I sometimes take a Wiggy approach to this where I'm not pressing the panic button quite yet. Like, if they're going to make the postseason, they should be a better team come the postseason, a healthy team, hopefully, knock on wood. So why are we going to get so bent out of shape about it?
Yeah, I also feel like you have, you know, I don't know what the easy answer is to get this all back on track, but it just feels very, it feels like I can see the organization looking at Curtis Meade and being like, well, we tried. You know, we had a guy we thought was going to come in, and then he fractures his wrist, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, Roman Anthony, you know, he took his sweet-ass time. Crochet. Like
Garrett Crochet.
Right.
Yeah,
I can already see the projected excuse-making down the line.
All right. Well, we will talk with Sam Kennedy about all of these things at 9 this morning during the front office report and the rest of They Said It, including what Efton Chisholm said about the wide receiver room coming up next.
If you were
News with Courtney coming up in about 15 minutes. By the way, text for you. Follow up on your lead this morning about Jarren Duran reacting last night to a social media message that he got from, I was going to say a fan, but clearly not a fan. It's a text from Connecticut. Courtney defending a bully is kind of off-putting. Jarren Duran has fat-shamed people, called fans names. Maybe he should stop being an a-hole, is what this person says.
Okay.
Your response.
This
You have 1 minute.
I have one.
Or longer. You can have longer.
Thank you. This was a bigger conversation than just Jarren Duran, and I think that's getting lost because of people's hate for Jarren. I understand Jarren has done things on and off the field that people do not like. I do not agree with a lot of things that Jarren Duran has done. This is a bigger conversation about how people have lost any type of humility when it comes to dealing with one another. And
common decency.
Yes. Class, anything.
Yeah.
The fact that anybody could defend just because Jarren Duran has done whatever he's done, somebody telling someone he should have pulled the trigger after Jarren Duran has been very outspoken about his suicidal thoughts and his almost attempt to taking his own life is beyond, like, I will never agree with somebody that takes that side ever.
Yeah.
And I don't care. Like, that's when I have to take myself back and say, me and this person in Connecticut would never be friends. So we will never see eye to eye, because none of my friends would ever look at this and think it's okay, ever. Anybody that I would ever associate myself with.
But in the Twitch chat, and by the way, you can watch this show every day on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you to those who do, and good morning and hello. How do I look this morning?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Nice haircut.
Thank you. And we are brought to you on Twitch every day by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. If you would like a beautiful timepiece or a diamond, go see them at Springer's. But excellent comment in the chat about both can be true. Jarren Duran can be a jerk.
Yeah.
And it can be over the line to send him a DM and say you should have, what was the exact?
Pulled the trigger.
You should have pulled the trigger. Both of those things can be true, right? And you don't have to respond that way.
Yeah. And I would just love for Jarren Duran, to the people he swore the F word to or other things to just say, okay, let's bring the person that I swore to and give them a platform to rip me.
Yeah.
That would be fair, I feel like. Yeah. You know, the people you're swearing at outside the dugout that are spending $500 a seat, or the person that you yelled that word to, or the middle finger you flipped the guy to in Minnesota. I mean, we should bring those people in and have them have a platform that has 400,000 Instagram followers to mock you.
Yeah. All right. What's next, Shime?
Well, Greg, let's head over to Patriots practice, where Efton Chisholm spoke to the media the other day and talked about his growth, second year in the McDaniels offense, and the relationships in that wide receiver room. We can hear from Efton Chisholm.
Yeah, I mean, it's been awesome. I feel so much more comfortable, I just feel like, I'm being myself out there. I'm not trying to, be picture perfect. Sometimes I can, they're giving us some freedom to switch things up, and, I feel like it's allowing me to just kind of play more free.
How would you describe the relationships and your caring about one another, where you're also kind of competing for spots in one way?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the cool thing we got about our room is that, everyone cares about each other. Obviously, we all know it's a competition at the end of the day, but we all want to see each other succeed. So when we see each other making plays out there, you see everyone celebrating. I think that's the cool thing about this room.
A lot of guys in that room. Are there enough seats in the new facility when it comes to the positional wide receiver room, the brand new room? Do they have enough seats for everybody, Sean?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. I don't believe.
Who will be odd man or men out?
I believe Kayshon Boutte will be traded before the season begins.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that's the only way out of this. Like, I don't think they want to cut Kyle Williams yet. Mike Vrabel basically penned a love letter to him the other day.
He can't stop talking glowingly about him.
And I don't think they want to cut Efton Chisholm because he did the same thing with Efton, talking about him and Matt Collins' relationship. So in order to keep 6 receivers, you have to get rid of one of them. Kayshon Boutte has made it pretty clear he would like an opportunity elsewhere. I think it only makes sense that they do exactly what they did with Caden Wallace, right? You're going to cut him. A team would like to sign him, so instead you swap 7th and 6th round picks so that they just get first dibs at him.
Yeah, I feel like, did you see the New Balance facility? Beautiful, by the way.
Gorgeous, stunning.
they had the wide receivers, and Booty wasn't next to Drake May. Did you see the
A.J. Brown was next to Drake May.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the whole way they've talked about it. I feel like he's going to be gone. I don't agree with it. I feel like
same.
You need wide receiver depth. He's a guy that clearly, I mean, we've overstated his value last year because he had such important catches that we make it seem like he had 1,000 yards and 10 touchdowns.
Well,
However,
I don't like a big part of his value was the connection that he and Drake had. Like, I mean, it was clear.
right, but it wasn't that big of a connection considering if you look at the numbers, it wasn't like this year where he had this massive season.
Well, it's because everybody overrates it because you had a room full of poop and he was just some of the best poop you had.
Right.
That's all it was.
Right, he was the nicest fertilizer.
Exactly. Like the receiver room last year outside of Stephon Diggs was not all that exciting.
Right. I would also say the way in which you approach this with A.J. Brown, he looks awesome. But it's also a guy that most of the league thought had some knee issue. I don't think that's going to be a big deal, but if he goes down week 6 and Kayshon Bouttie's on the, whatever, the Chiefs, making play after play, you're going to say, why did we give up on something that we had no need to give up on? And I also found it interesting, I don't know if we have it, but Nick Wright on First Things First did a sit-down, a shockingly negative Patriots take. But he talked about how A.J. Brown's got the ring. Now he wants the gold jacket. And so he came here because Drake May's a great quarterback, and he and Vrabel have a great relationship. But he may not be as keen on sharing the wealth as he would be in other situations because he wants to build up his stats. I'm not sure if that's going to be an issue. I don't think it'll be an issue early on, but something to monitor.
Okay, what's next, Shime?
Well, Greg, Travis Kelce spoke to the media yesterday, talked about how much he loved his wedding. It was the greatest day of his life.
Did he talk about how he didn't love the prenup?
Nope, I don't think he did that. He talked about he did talk about Eric Bieniemy and how he MFs him all the time and he loves it. But then he also went and did his impression of Patrick Mahomes.
He's got a pretty good Mahomes impression.
It's not bad.
It's pretty good.
I hate to give Travis Kelce credit for anything, but it's not bad. Let's hear from Travis Kelce.
One of the most surprising things you'll ever find out about playing with Pat Mahomes is the guy's got a good cadence. There's something with the frequency of his voice, and when he says it really gets you to. So everybody just gotta mentally, when you're tired, you really gotta lock in because that frequency it get you to jump no matter what. It's a good cadence. Everybody knows I love that guy. That's a brother to me. I'm so proud of the way he handled adversity from last year to right now. Obviously, we still got about a month, less than a month till the first game. But if you see him out here, man, you see him enjoying the game, competing at a high level, not thinking about the knee, and he's playing his tail off right now and leading us is the biggest thing.
It was shocking to me the other day when Wiggy was going through the AFC and who he is focused most on, that the Chiefs were not even in the conversation.
He said,
It's not really for me either.
They're not?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just this Chiefs team this year. And, people will say don't bet against Patrick Mahomes. I'm betting against him. I just don't think they have it anymore.
I'm looking at the AFC, Greg, and I don't know where you're going to find a spot in the playoffs because, you look at last year's teams, we all expect the Bills and the Patriots to be back in the playoffs this year.
Yes.
You expect probably...
You and Wiggy love Lamar Jackson. So
yeah, you expect Baltimore to bounce back, and Pittsburgh's probably out, but they just swap spots.
You give no credit at all to Joe Burrow, which is...
No. The Bengals, though, do have a top 5 easiest schedule in football this year.
Correct.
So they're a team that's at least in play to make the playoffs.
Tom said that during the break, you said that Tommy Cutlets was better than Burrow?
No, I never said that. How dare you?
That's not his nickname anymore.
Two Chainz.
Yes.
But then
Two Chains.
Mike Vrabel gave him that nickname. We'll ask Mike Vrabel about that tomorrow
What
morning.
nickname will he have for you? We'll find out.
Well,
He's definitely not from Atlanta. But then you have teams like the Jaguars and Texans who both are really good football teams that you would expect to make the playoffs. And if that's the case, then one of the teams between the Broncos, Chiefs, and Chargers isn't making the playoffs.
Yeah, I just don't know how you can count Patrick Mahomes out.
I don't think you can. It's hard to do the math of, with not expecting injuries, who's going to miss out on the playoffs in the AFC this year.
Wrongly or rightly, people compare him to Tom Brady all the time. Tom Brady was able to do it with a bunch of plumbers.
He got to play from the Super Bowl with Jabbar Gaffney.
Time after time after time. So I don't know. I don't know how you count them out.
Who looks fatter, Andy Reid or Kelsey?
Kelsey does not look fat. That was a bad angle one time.
Oh, God.
And also,
Same with me on Twitch.
Right.
Bad angle.
It's lighting.
Bad angle.
And the pleats.
Yep. Also, like New Heights, I would want that prenup just as much. They both should keep their own money.
Okay.
Are you honest?
Did you see 35 million that Forbes had them at for this past year?
Do you
he and
think
Jason.
New Heights reaches these heights absent Taylor Swift?
But that's not the question.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. It's
if
about the
she
prenup.
leaves, the people go away.
It's about the prenup.
I'm saying in 3 years from now, New Heights, if they're no longer together, is going to be as
They're gonna be
irrelevant
together.
as.
It's gonna be fine. I thought it was pretty impressive. 35 mil.
30.
You do have to split it twice.
Do you believe it though?
Yes.
You do.
I think they had to.
You believe all those numbers?
No.
Like
Forbes.
some influencer goes, "I make $400,000 a year," and you go, "Oh, I love it."
No, for the Forbes thing, they needed to send in like a tax return.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. So they.
I don't know. I just think that she jumped the shark with the Madison Square Garden wedding. That was the worst thing I've ever seen.
It is very. Is it popular with football fans or is it just popular with Swifties?
I don't think they discriminate. I don't think it's just a Swifties or football thing. I think somebody who isn't, a diehard football fan or a diehard Swiftie finds enjoyment. Like they had Leonardo DiCaprio on the show. They have all different walks of life.
Leo, how you doing today? It's so boring. God,
Greg, just because we're talking about football, I have a quick question. Curtis, was it yesterday or 2 days ago, suggested that you cannot be a good father if you have a good handicap.
Correct. Sub 10.
Does that also apply to football players while also having a high or a good handicap? Because Caleb Lomu, according to this ESPN article, with his new rookie contract, the first thing he bought was a new set of golf clubs.
Ooh.
I'm big into golf. I love playing some golf. Had to get some longer clubs. I kind of outgrew my old set.
Yeah, not good. Yeah. Caleb Lomu looks like he's been hitting the range, not hitting the defensive end.
A lot of people were infuriated yesterday by your comments.
Yep. A lot of people defended me. I got inundated with people saying, "Yeah, I can't believe people. If you have a young child and you're a 9 handicap, it's mutual, and you have a full-time job. It's impossible.
It's very judgmental of you.
If somebody's a pilot and they're gone all week, do you think you can be present for your kid? Like you're.
So you're saying pilots are bad parents too?
Yeah,
he's saying pilots are bad.
No, I'm saying if you're doing something that
they're
takes you away,
providing for their family.
Of course, if you're providing for your family and you're golfing 5 hours a day, you're not a good parent. Like I don't know how else to describe it to you.
Gosh.
How can you be a good parent if you're gone all
I think
week?
that you're a good parent if you're able to take time for yourself as well. You come back recharged and.
So you come back hungover at 1 o'clock, losing $200 at a scramble.
My dad doesn't drink on the course.
I didn't say your dad. You're taking this very personally.
I am.
All right, that's They Said It. The news with Courtney coming up in 2 minutes, no longer on the Greg Hill Show.
About energy in a way that everyone understands. With Munchkins. See this glazed Munchkin? That's wind. This sprinkled Munchkin? That's solar. This chocolate Munchkin? That's storage.
The news
Demand is high. Everyone wants a Munchkin, or 2 or 3. But we've only got 25.
with your host, Courtney Cox.
I think that you're in very good shape. I don't think that you're a fat kid, but this is the fattest kid take of all time.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
Wiki is on vacation today and tomorrow. Courtney is here with the news. Curtis is currently reaching out to DSS to have some children removed from the home of a merchant marine because he's out on the ship.
Yep.
But
Thank you.
In the
Great, Dad. Have you seen you golf? Holy cow!
My game is pretty good, sneaky good. I mean, I had a couple bad holes in the match too. But
what do you mean by sneaky good?
But he also golfs with his son.
Right. Great.
So
yes.
Father, son,
Right.
great time to go out.
Or daughter, father, or daughter, mother.
Right.
All
All
good.
right. Let's get to the news, Courtney.
A man was stabbed to death on an escalator in South Station yesterday. Transit police responded to a report of a fight in the Red Line station at about 5:30 p.m. And when they responded, they found a man suffering from a stab wound. He was transported to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Here's Boston Police Superintendent Paul McLaughlin on BZ.
You want people to feel safe, and that I have confidence in the transit police and the Boston police that they're remaining vigilant here, not just in the investigation, but to step up their patrols and resources to ensure that transit areas, particularly here at South Station, is safe.
Are we still the safest city in the U.S.?
Nope.
Asking for
No.
a friend who's a mayor. Are we remain the safest city? I feel like there's horrible things going on left and right, but maybe that's everywhere, Curtis. Maybe I don't know.
And tell me how you can say, like, oh, no issue to the public safety. You know, this was a controlled situation and this was a fight that broke out. Okay, well, if I'm on an escalator and I look at somebody the wrong way and a fight breaks out and I get stabbed, then that's an issue. Like, this isn't just this isn't like a domestic situation between two people who know each other. It's scary.
Yeah. And where's the mayor? I feel like things have been going downhill. I haven't heard from her in a minute.
Bill Simmons, the Zone, in the Twitch chat says the seaport is fairly safe. No, just had somebody killed in the seaport last week.
Yeah. Great point, though. Great. I mean, wow, what an addition to the conversation.
Yes. So
Gotta be careful on your walks.
Yeah. Don't you know it? I might have to ban all my walks.
Doc talks?
Glock talks.
Yeah. All right. What else?
17-year-old Arvind was an Acton child, and he was located and arrested for killing his mom and his brother. So his dad called police for a wellness check at his house because there was a tutor that came and couldn't get inside. When police responded, they found a woman and a teenage boy inside. They then sent out an alert for people to be on the lookout for Arvin. They located him in his mom's car, and he was taken into custody. We can hear from the DA about what Arvin allegedly used before the murders.
The investigation has so far shown that Arjun had recently been demonstrating some concerning behavior, including using the internet and ChatGPT to make searches for theoretical ideas or fantasy stories regarding the killing of his family.
Terrible.
Isn't ChatGPT great, Shime?
I mean, Greg, he would have done this with just Google. Like she even said, he typed it into Google.
Okay.
This is not a ChatGPT issue. This is a he had serious issues issue.
Okay. Well, I mean,
ChatGPT didn't tell him to kill his family. He searched out how to do it on ChatGPT, according to this woman.
I see.
It's very much like the Google searches of very famous cases that we have seen.
It's the exact same thing.
House long.
Yes. All right. Well, that's awful.
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 There was one Powerball jackpot winner last night.
Oh, just one?
Just one.
Wiggy?
No. Congrats to the sole winner in Quincy, Illinois, who matched all 6 numbers for the $1.06 billion jackpot. There was also one $2 million winner, 4 $1 million winners, with one of those being from Massachusetts.
Ooh, do we know where?
No. Not yet. I was saying to Greg during the break, after finding out that there was a sole winner, the place that sells the ticket gets a cut, right?
Yes.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
If you're the owner of that store.
So is this person going to come forward right away, or?
My guess is, hire an attorney.
Yeah.
Or 2.
I would not come forward.
After all the taxes and the lump sum amount, he's only getting what, a couple $100,000, right? No, I'm just asking.
I'm talking about the billionaire.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about the billion winner. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. In
the
Massachusetts,
first thing
the
you do,
million
you hire
becomes
a
$20.
lawyer.
Yeah. Change your name, because every relative that you have is going to be asking for money.
Right.
Let's say $423 million. Was that the buyout amount?
It ended up being like $450,
Okay.
and that's before taxes. There's a guy who I love on X who constantly tweets at me after a news story about it, saying, "You say $450, but that's before taxes." Yes, it's before taxes, but $450 is the cash out.
Wait, $450 and then that's tax?
And then there's that's
so you're only coming away with like the $225, basically.
Oh yeah,
I'd still take it.
$225, no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. $225 million. What am I doing with that?
How do you get by on $225 million?
I don't know. That's a great question.
In 6 months.
Yeah, Captain Tax everyone over here.
You know that that social media trend where it's like, I wouldn't tell anybody I hit the lottery, but there'd be signs. Like, what would your sign be? I think for Greg, it would be like,
You'd go out to steakhouses every night.
Right. Oh wait. Like I just.
That was a business dinner last night.
It was great. Looked awesome. Thank you for keeping the place afloat.
Like, what would your sign be? Like, would you get a yacht? Would you get a jet?
I'd probably say stay the exact same.
Yeah, right.
I'd have a house in Hawaii.
Exact same regular Joe that I am.
I would either move to Italy or Hawaii.
I would get a Nantucket house. I think that's how you'd know.
God, that sounds awful.
And a jet.
And a jet.
Yeah.
You'd want to deal with people on Nantucket?
I love Nantucket.
All right. What else?
We brought up the police chase that was happening during yesterday's show, and we now know the extent of what happened. Mass State Police captured 31-year-old Dominic Hampton Boyd of Dorchester after he led police on a car chase on I-93 during morning rush hour. The videos out of this are nuts. Police started the chase because he was holding a pregnant woman hostage in an Infiniti SUV. During the pursuit, the suspect crashed into 8 cars on I-93 before the driver attempted to flee on foot by exit 11. Luckily, the pregnant woman was given medical attention but was okay. Awful. Boston got a view of a partial solar eclipse yesterday. Dozens of people gathered at MIT to watch as the MIT astrogazers set up special solar filtered telescopes to take a closer look.
Yeah. Dozens? Like, what do you mean? 2 dozen? Like 24 people were there
probably.
to watch the partial
Right.
solar
It is an
eclipse?
interesting metric, like
Yeah.
dozens. So
Dozens.
like 20 isn't enough, so it's like 35.
Right, yeah. We can hear from one of the stargazer, or the astrogazer.
Okay.
Joe Diaz.
That's what Greg was last night at dinner.
Speaking with WHGH.
We don't get totality here, unfortunately, but being able to see these like celestial events in a way that's like so approachable, makes it so that everybody in the community can enjoy it, especially when we have like the right gear, is it's a really special opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not going out unless there's totality. I mean, I'm a big eclipse watcher, but without totality, no thanks.
Totality!
Totality.
Yeah, we need to get a rejoin of Michael Scott singing Total Eclipse of the Fart, if we could.
Yeah, I need full totality. Remember that guy who was losing? Oh, that was a little bit of that you play, not the whole thing, though, Sean.
I would love the whole
we need
totality.
the whole entire totality thing.
Do better.
If you could, please.
Whoa! I don't know where it is.
Well, that's a poor
I
Carpenter.
type in totality and I just find that drop.
Poor Carpenter who blames his tools.
Wow.
I bet Drop God could find it.
I haven't played it since we played it like in a news story. I don't know what it's titled.
Search Eclipse.
If Nick were in here and I said, Nick, I want totality, he'd have it in a millisecond.
I played it. I played him saying
No, you play
totality.
I wanted the full audio clip.
Oh my
If
god!
you want to be like the Drop God, just play 7.
That's true.
Greg, when you call him Drop God, it personally offends me.
Why?
Because Ken Laird is Drop God. He's Drop Christ.
Yeah.
There has never been anyone nearly as good as Ken Laird.
Very
there will
good.
never be anybody in the history of this.
Nick is very, very good.
Ken is better than Fred Norris on the board.
I don't know about that.
Yes, I will rip Ken till the cows come home. He is awkward, and he's got a lot of flaws.
Spaz was pretty good.
Nobody's ever been better than Ken. Nobody.
Miss Spaz.
The most harsh critics in the history of the world loved Ken on the board. Okay? He's good at it.
All right, Sean, we got to take a quick break. More news in 2 minutes on today's show. Coming up at 9, Sam Kennedy, the president of the Boston Red Sox, and Red Sox on a bit of a skid. I am hanging in there.
Oof.
I am optimistic, maybe a tad bit pessimistic, but these kinds of things happen. Is the worst losing streak in Red Sox history in play yet, or no?
No, come on.
Okay, all right.
They're going to win today. Who's on the bump?
I think it's
Peyton Tolley, I believe.
No,
it is?
Rangers Suarez was last night.
Yes, Peyton Tolley, who, by the way,
the stopper.
He should. The man is an unbelievable personality, in addition to being a great pitcher. So, loved having him on. We had him on right after he had shaved USA into his chest.
He sure did. And 14 strikeouts in his last start. I think he's going to keep dominating today in Toronto.
Okay, all right. News-wise, what is next, Courtney?
Bill Gates' 23-year-old daughter, Phoebe Gates, and her AI shopping startup, Fia, are in boiling hot water.
Uh-oh.
So Fia is a digital personal shopping assistant. It helps search the web and say Greg is searching for a T-shirt
Or
or
chicken
a
fingers.
shirt. And they will pull up said shirt that he wants from every website that offers it and gives you the best price. It's a good website.
Okay.
Good assistant. But what they were doing, or allegedly doing, is they were cookie stuffing, which means dropping cookies into users' computers or tablets or phones. So then they are able to make commission on anything they buy on their device, and they were making commission off of it. That's illegal.
Well, I hate when people put things online and get a profit.
I love it.
Wiggy would be very upset that Bill Gates' daughter has to work. That would really, I think, bother him.
Not even just like
Out
great
the
that
mud.
she's working, but you're Bill Gates' daughter. Why are you trying to make more money than like what you've earned?
Because it's the family way.
Okay, but get this. So they said, "Oh, it was a mistake. We fixed it." They went from the daily revenue of $80,000 to between $10,000 to $28,000 once they fix this. She, if they follow through with a lawsuit on this, faces 20 years in prison.
Really?
Yes.
It's like Martha Stewart prison, though, right? Where it's like white collar, like.
Doesn't matter.
If we don't get the Epstein files and Bill Gates, we're not going to get this chick in prison. I'll tell you that. There's no way that.
Oh my God.
Bill Gates is an oddball.
I'm so glad that he dictated how we dealt with COVID. He had such great background on it.
Doesn't he not leave any money to his children? Like, didn't he say he wasn't going to? Wasn't that Bill Gates?
Well, I think he had to.
He has a giving pledge, which is a thing where all billionaires can sign up to give up half of their wealth.
I think he had to give up most of his to his wife.
Yeah, she owns
once she found
Hawaiian
out
Island.
that he was cheating on her. So, I guess when it's a very wealthy person, you don't say oddball, you say eccentric.
Right.
He's very.
I would say
That's the word.
Yes, he is very eccentric. This is Carlos. Carlos, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I love the show. You guys are great. Every morning, you guys are awesome.
Thank you.
I just want to say about Courtney's lead. You don't have to post yourself online. When it comes to a baseball player, they're rich. They don't have to go online. Or you don't have to seek validation online. If you don't want to be called fat online, don't post on Insta Snapface,
So you're saying that Jaron Duran doesn't need to be on a social media platform if he can't take the heat, is what you're saying.
If something is horribly annoying, don't keep going on it. It's simply that.
So you think it's his
And also
fault that
Curtis-
somebody hold on, you think it's his fault that somebody told him to off himself because he chooses to be on the app? Like that's the problem with society right now. We're just accepting that this is okay, that people can
It's
spew
really
hate.
bad. It's horrible. But it's always been like that. And we shouldn't expect something when it's never been like that ever.
It hasn't
Like-
always been like that. I have been on social media since the dawn of its existence. I had Honesty Box in middle school where people could anonymously send something mean. It was never what it is now, ever. It was 2020. All of a sudden, people thought that they were bigger than their britches, and they were able to say whatever they wanted. Like something snapped in people in 2020. And I don't know how to get the toothpaste back in the tube, but this is not okay what we live in. And we should never be accepting that this is just what social media is. Career, then he's going to be too big for his bridges.
Hey,
I nailed it this time, please.
I know. I was giving you credit.
I was kidding.
508 text. I thought he got rid of all of his social media platforms anyway.
Oh my God. See, this is the problem though. So what? If I used a different person than Jaron Duran,
Yes, it would be much better.
But that's not the case. Like, you can't just say that this is okay because of the person.
What
It's
if he
not.
yelled to someone to go F themselves off at a game?
I would have the same thing.
And then somebody said that to him.
I would have. They're both in the wrong.
Of course, so that would not be
Two
the
wrongs do not make a right. We were always told that, right?
Exactly. That's
so then
my point.
why are we saying like, oh, Jaron Duran's a D-bag? It's okay that people are telling him that he should
He's
have pulled
just not
the
the
trigger.
proper person to be advocating for this, in my view.
Oh my God. I don't care about who's advocating for it. All the bullies should be called out.
I just think a bully calling out another bully doesn't have the same resonance.
It doesn't bother me. Two wrongs don't make a right, in my opinion.
You know what Gandhi said? An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
See, Curtis mentioned me having a salad last night. I got a text message saying, Greg, get on the Wegovy. I mean, that's not nice.
No, I think you look great, and the hair looks phenomenal.
Am I supposed to sit here and take that?
No.
No.
What would I do? Well, I would get up
This is
and
why
leave.
people have eating disorders.
Right.
This is correct. Right. I eat because I'm.
Well, this fat bastard once said, "I eat because I'm unhappy, and I'm unhappy because I eat."
I'm happy because I eat.
Thank you.
Vicious cycle.
It really is.
All right. What else, Courtney?
We're going to end with a story for Shime and Wiggy. Hopefully, Wiggy's up listening to us this morning.
He's not.
The designer and programmer of NBA Jam.
Oh, great.
Classic video game.
You're on fire.
Well, hold your horses. He said he altered the video to give his favorite team more of an edge. So he's altered the game.
Oh,
to
that's
give,
not right.
Right, not right at all. So if you've ever sat there and been playing your video games and thought, wait a minute, this feels unfair, you might be right. We can hear from lead designer and programmer Mark Termel.
I'm a big Detroit Pistons fan. During the height of the Michael Jordan era, there was a big rivalry, Pistons and the Bulls. But the one way that I could get back at the Bulls once they got over the hump was to affect their skills against the Pistons in NBA Jam. And so I put in special code that if the Bulls were taking last-second shots against the Pistons, they would miss those shots. And so if you're ever playing the game, make sure you pick the Pistons over the Bulls.
So wait, now you can't trust video games, Shime?
I hate it. This is awful. No, I don't. It's fine. That's why I play PvP games, Greg. I just go up against other players. Sometimes they hack, but then they get banned.
Right. Last night you destroyed an 8-year-old.
It was yesterday afternoon, Greg.
It was. Okay.
What happened?
No, I was just playing Apex Legends. He's just making things
He
up.
plays against kids, and then he celebrates when he
No,
beats them.
they're not always children, Greg.
They're
There's
not
plenty
always.
of there's plenty of adults without jobs that play all the time. Come on, you know that.
You were telling me that you got into some kind of an expletive-filled argument with a 7-year-old on a video game recently.
You're making this up.
It's time to reevaluate
This is
your life.
falsified.
Let's say, I mean,
Greg,
like,
obviously there's adults on computers because everybody's working from home, so they just play video games all day.
is that what they
So
do?
now
Yeah,
you
of
agree with
course.
Greg and I about remote work. Thank
I'm
you.
just making a joke. Yes.
How often do you play video games? Like, what's your breakdown of the day? Because you also are a golfer. So if you and Lauren were to have children,
Horrible
Curtis,
parent.
would
He
really
would
have
be
an
a
issue.
horrible parent.
A terrible parent.
Is
Even though
John-
my
Curtis, is
handicap
John-
is awful, so it's fine.
Is John Daly a good father?
Horrible father.
Okay. Go ahead. Courtney wants to know how many hours a day you waste on video games.
Well, you think
Oh, a
Tiger's a
day?
good dad?
Yeah.
I don't play every day.
week.
A week probably, because a lot of times the majority of my gaming will come either late Friday night or late Saturday night, if we're just hanging out. So I would say on average, I don't know, 5-6 hours a week.
Not bad.
No, it's not like I'm playing every single day.
Yeah.
Do you have a
Pick and
gaming
choose.
chair?
Oh yeah, obviously.
Oh my God, that is.
Those
I
are the
have a
ugliest things.
My
of all.
wife bought it for me.
Oh,
Lauren is a better woman than I am.
So now you
always
have,
has been.
you have an issue with men in gaming chairs and men with jerseys on.
Yes.
Gaming chairs are remarkably comfortable. They
Gaming
really help my
chairs?
What
tuchus.
is a gaming chair?
It's like to make it more comfortable for your gaming
Does it have like a
experience.
joystick on it?
Curtis, you know, those big racing chairs with the nice soft cushions. It's like that.
At King's.
Yeah, like a big chair with cushions on it. That's all. It's very
I
comfortable.
need to see one. How much are they?
Did someone
I don't know, they range.
move my gaming chair?
It'd be hard to get it out of the house. It's pretty big.
You clean the cushion?
Ugh.
Wipe it down, yeah.
You wipe it down?
Well, you clean chairs, don't you?
Why do you need to wipe it down?
It's like a leather. Obviously, I'm going to clean
doesn't
it.
matter.
Is that
Because when you're
Polynesian
sitting there,
sauce?
because if you have one game sesh where you're sitting there for 5-6 hours,
He wipes it down because he's sweating.
Ew.
That is.
let's get hot in that room. The PC going. AC doesn't really get there.
Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, we're out of time. Nice job on the news this morning, Courtney.
Thank
you. And we will be right back.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff.
I think finding a way to win again. We did it in July. I think we can do it right now in August. There's a lot of games still to be played, but every day the games feel like more important, I will say. As you get closer to the September, it's going to be tough. So, we have to find a way to play better baseball for sure.
Wilson Contreras is not wrong. They do need to find ways to win baseball games. That is 5 in the wrong direction in a row.
Yikes.
For the Boston Red Sox after last night, and a 3:07 first pitch. And we will see this afternoon if they can avoid the sweep. By the way, this portion of today's show brought to you by my friends at Butler GMC. Don't be shy and go see our guy, Brian the Lion, at Butler GMC. They're on Route 20 in Charlton, or you can go to butlergmc.com.
Roar.
Yes, Brian the Lion is always roaring out there, and he's ready to do a deal with you. So.
Charlton, very convenient, right off the pike. I used to drive past him, and I would work at ESPN in Bristol, right by 84 there. Lovely area, great area.
Good people out there, so you can see my guy Ray as well. This is Steve in the truck. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Courtney, congratulations on your new addition, and also welcome back to the show.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, I just got to say, the Patriots, I'm 73. I don't own a shirt. I don't have any sports now. But 68% of the revenue generated from the sales of apparel down there is adult. So, it's not all women and kids. If guys didn't buy shirts, they lose a lot of revenue. I understand your opinion.
Yeah.
Because I seen a guy walk into a pizza place one night. I was there with my family with a Jeter shirt on. I wanted to rip it off him. But, people have the right to do it.
It's just different strokes for different folks. Like, hey, more power to you if you
No,
want to
I-
wear a
I agree.
jersey. My husband does it, and it's just not for me.
What if it was a guy in his favorite team's jersey and he was in a gaming chair?
No.
I think I alone hold like 90% of Coco's icks.
100%.
Like-
and I probably hold 100% of your icks. Like, that's why you and I would never be married.
Yep. But opposites attract.
Well, that's true.
Siblings.
Yeah,
How
siblings.
much does the gaming chair cost?
I don't know. It was a gift. I didn't ask for it. Lauren
gift
bought it for
card.
me.
Those things are an ick. Like, if I walked into an apartment while dating somebody and I saw one of those in front of a computer screen, or multiple screens, even worse,
Right, quad box.
I would not be sleeping with the person.
Really?
Yeah.
I think if the person was attractive and had money.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
like a professional athlete, one of the rookies bought a gaming PC and monitor and gaming chair, nice little gaming setup for himself.
Yeah.
Professional athlete had that.
You know what? I need to look up when Jaylen Brown does his stream, is he in a gaming
He totally is in a gaming chair.
I don't think he is. He's probably in like one of those fancy schmancy chairs.
It's giving gaming chair. It's
is
not
it?
giving colorful gaming chair.
Mine's black.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Well, what's with the
Sick brag.
What's with the lumbar
Black with a nice
booty-
silver lining. It's great.
Do you see the second lumbar booty pillow on this?
I
thing?
only saw the one that Mitch put up on Twitch. And
Oh, my
YouTube
God,
earlier.
look at these
Oh, yeah,
things.
hell yeah.
The green one.
There's a red one up there right now,
Oh.
or red and black.
Do you guys compare and contrast in a Reddit forum, who has
No.
the best?
No, you just get one. They're super comfortable. If you're gonna be there, like if you have a weekend without the wife and kids or something, you're gonna be just full gaming sets with the guys. You're gonna be on for 8-9 hours in a row. You got to have lumbar support, Curtis.
Great point in the Twitch chat by Legacy Killer. We need these in the office. We're now in the new building. We can get these sponsored. We all need our own game, our own monochromed gaming chair.
I gotta say though, the chair upgrades from last studio to this studio, very nice.
Yeah.
These chairs are so nice.
Well, the other chairs didn't have legs on them.
That's
The
true.
chairs fell.
860 texter says, "Why are you gaming at your age, Shine?"
Because I enjoy video games. I've been playing them all my life.
Learn how to do a complete brake job on your car is the suggestion from the 860 text.
I don't want to do a complete brake job on my car. That's not fun for me. Right. You want to know what I'd like to do? I like to read books, fantasy books. I like to play video games. I like to hang out with my wife. I like to play golf. So get over it.
Speaking of text messages, I am being called a bandwagoner because I am bothered by the 5 straight losses from the Boston Red Sox. Maybe it's true. I don't know.
Well, who's a Red Sox fan that doesn't wake up concerned today?
Well, they're acting like it's this is it's the game of baseball, Curtis.
Well, yep, we know that.
You go on. Wiggy was in here saying it the other day. He's not worried at all because Dodgers went on a 7-game losing streak, so he's not worried.
Wiggy has been here for 7 years. He has not said a single negative thing about the Red Sox.
It's just alarming because you had to get yourselves back into it with an historic, never before or once before 15-game win streak. So the farther you get out of it, you're going to have to, the expectation is going to be that this team is going to do that again and get themselves back into it. I don't.
The swing game was Sunday. You had the lead. Was it the 8th inning against the A's at Fenway? And if you win that game, you win the series. Everything's still totally on track. You lose that, and then you head to Toronto, and it's been bumpy. This is a big one. This goes to 6 today. You get a 4-game sweep. That is rough. I think this is a sneaky big one to get back on track, to get back to 10 games over 500, and then where are they heading this week in Pittsburgh?
Correct, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so, you win today, you win 2 out of 3. That's 3 out of 4 heading back home against the D-backs. That's a much better place to be.
But the start of August is what concerns me. Again, Wilson Contreras said it himself. It's the timing. These games get more and more important as you go. And when you look at World Series, I just looked it up to see if I remembered it correctly. World Series years of past, 2004 for the August record, they won 17-11, 2007, 16-13, 2013, 16-12, and 2018, 18-9. So,
but in 04, just to go back, they were from like mid-August until the end of the year, they played like 700 baseball. They went something like 40-15 the final 55 games of that season. They really clicked right around the deadline. It took a couple weeks after they did the Cabrera and Minkiewicz trade with Nomar leaving. I think this team had that run that went, which was shocking because it survived the All-Star break, survived the trade deadline. 31-5 was unbelievable. They just need to turn this around before the next couple weeks because it's going to get more and more stressful.
I'm just laughing at a text. There's a woman listening who says, huge ick is Shime saying gaming sesh.
Oh, chill down my spine.
What?
Why would you shorten session?
Yeah.
Because it's fun. Lighten up, people. God. So now you can't just use I don't know.
Chill down
a
my
gaming
spine.
sesh.
Yeah, gaming sesh with the boys.
Do you have snacks during the sesh? Like, how long does how long does it have to be for a sesh to count, if you will?
Couple hours.
Couple hours. So
Yeah.
not an hour, not enough.
Got to get some pigs in a blanket.
When do you take bathroom breaks for something like this?
In between
He
games?
goes right in the gaming chair.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
He's actually
the bathroom.
he wears an adult diaper. He wears the pants, so he doesn't have to get up in,
No, I
in the
don't.
middle of a sesh.
The bathroom is right next to the office where I play video games.
Can I tell you, and hopefully none of you ever have to experience it, but adult diapers actually very comfortable.
Really?
Very comfortable.
There's a lot of padding in that.
A lot.
Yeah.
And they come in boy short form or,
Yep.
or tighty whitey, if you will. Very comfortable. More comfortable than normal underwear.
I'm assuming that you experienced that
Post birth. Yeah. It wasn't. I wasn't peeing my pants. It was
Yeah,
just
when you needed that butt pillow that's over there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, shots fired.
No, I was just asking clarification for time frame.
Do you do a butt pillow sesh?
Yeah.
Good.
We're
I bet that's what Wiggy calls his time in the hot tub. Nice hot tub sesh.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I don't think Wiggy has ever used the word sesh.
I bet he has.
Yeah, but at least in the hot tub sesh, there's a chance, however small, that there's a female involved. Not in a gaming sesh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not. Oh, what? Oh,
My wife we like to coexist in the same room, so I will play video games on the TV in the living room while she is crocheting or reading or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Crochet.
Wow.
Crocheting.
Erotic.
Oh, yeah,
not-
she
so not
crochets a
playing for
ton.
The Red Sox?
Really?
Very,
Oh,
very
yes.
erotic.
She made Brooks that beautiful stuffed animal.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Crocheting.
All right.
I never heard of that.
Sam Kennedy coming up at 9. Red Sox front office report. And 9:30 Hill Notes. So leave one of those now on the Odyssey app on any topic, and we'll pick the best ones and play them back later. Tomorrow, we are at Gillette Stadium with Mike Vrabel for the first time this season after tonight's game. And on Monday and Tuesday, we are at Fenway Park for the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, which is presented by Arbella Insurance. Every gift makes a difference for the patients that are being treated at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. 2 best days of the year on this radio station, for in my humble opinion. So cannot wait to hear the stories of those
what's amazing?
Who are pushing through. Yes, what?
That I have experienced in my family the actual tangible benefits of the money raised at the radio telethon. That treatments that people in my family are using to train their body to fight cancer without needing any other treatment, with plasma and just this unbelievable, it's called CAR T cell therapy, that was created by doctors at the Dana-Farber through money from people that give to events like this. It is absolutely astounding. And I always think, like, if you're blessed to not have anybody directly targeted by the horrific disease of cancer, then what a great thing to pay forward.
Yeah.
So that when inevitably, sadly, somebody in your life will have been stricken by this, there will be that much more, because everybody you meet when you're fighting cancer, or someone in your family is fighting cancer, is that you see someone who says, I lost my mom 6 years ago, I lost my brother 7 years ago, and this treatment, had it been available, would have extended their life. And you're able to see the actual benefits of that.
Somebody in the Twitch chat wants to know if you're peeing right now.
No.
Oh,
I'm not wearing a diaper right now. I'm out of my diapers.
Okay,
Yeah,
you are.
that was just a few months.
Okay, all right.
Diaper sesh?
Diaper rash.
Oh,
Diaper
God, Courtney.
All right. Monday, Tuesday, the radio telethon on WEEI is brought to you by BJ's Wholesale Club and by Applebee's. Doing good in the neighborhood. Red Sox lost their 5th in a row last night. You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI, including with Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. And we will talk about it with Sam Kennedy, Red Sox front office report in 10 minutes. And, I mean, listen, I will watch that game today, 3:07. Many of you will listen to that game on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network. And then I am on to Bridgewater Little League. 7 p.m. tonight in Bristol, and 1 win away from the Little League World Series.
Let's go Bridgewater.
Who are they facing? Did New York end up winning or Connecticut?
You trying to flex on the Little League World Series?
No,
right
I just saw that they were playing yesterday when I on the TV, and that's why I just assumed that's who they were playing.
Were you in your gaming chair?
No, I wasn't. I was in my living room.
Oh, I didn't know.
Maine?
Oh, they're facing Maine? Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Were you mid-gaming sesh?
No, I was not.
When you realized?
Nope.
No?
This may be an issue for you.
No.
Okay.
Maine is my adopted home continent, but I was born and raised here. I've lived here 59 years. My loyalty lies with Bridgewater and with Massachusetts, always.
Are you a fan of the great Charlie Horse in
Yes,
Bridgewater?
excellent spot. Is it still open?
I don't know.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Great steak tips back in the day.
Excellent spot.
Love it.
And then, of course, Patriots preseason game this evening. Are you anything that you can glean from tonight, Chime? I mean, you're not going to see Drake May.
No, you're not going to see any of the starters. I mean, you'll be able to see Caleb Lomu, I bet, tonight. So at least be able to see what he does against backups. And if it's really bad, you can panic about that. But outside of that, I don't think you can glean too much from tonight.
No. This is a night. If I had tickets and I was drinking, I would go to Gillette Stadium, grill, have a nice time, go in, maybe pick up a adult jersey to bring home to one of my kids, and enjoy the stadium on a beautiful night. But it is going to be dead as a doornail.
Right.
Nothing there.
You would cover your eyes when you were anywhere near the New Balance facility because it really bothered you that they were.
I think it's a great
that they were
facility.
giving
I just
everybody
think
a
telling
tour.
everybody how tall you are defeats the purpose.
It doesn't.
Wouldn't it be nice for somebody to say, "Wow, I love the facility," instead of saying, "Look at the facility"?
But why?
I mean,
Like,
I
why
think they're-
wouldn't they?
What do you mean?
Why wouldn't they? They should be proud of what they
I
did.
think it's great.
They saw an issue. They heard from many players about an issue, and then they fixed it.
Well,
If
they
I was
tried
right,
to
I also think Robert Kraft has been told the last couple of years that he's cheap. That's been a big storyline around Robert Kraft. He wants everyone to know. That's why he made the Gonzo comment. That's why he's doing all of this. He wants people to be reminded. No, I'm Robert Kraft. I'm a billionaire, and I'm going to show you how I can spend money.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
why.
I think it's
he
great.
should.
I love it. I just the first thing that the owners in the NFL did when the NFLPA grades came out was seek to prevent them from coming out. That was if you remember that, Shime, there was a big push by the owners to say we don't want those grades to be made public. And then they were, and year after year, and then we had the aircraft one with the. By the way, being stuck on the tarmac, I'm sure it happened, and I'm sure Robert Kraft wanted to go see Adam Vinatieri. But if you have your own jet, like you have Aircraft One, like you don't really get the stuck on the tarmac excuse.
Well, he just spent $95 million on the new facility, so probably does not have enough for the airplane maintenance, I would imagine.
We're happy to have the Hillman down at Patriot Place. You've been with us since the beginning.
Thank you, Robert.
It does look amazing. I hope we can get a tour ourselves.
Yeah.
I think fans, given the choice, would prefer that the $95 million went to Christian Gonzalez.
Well,
that was the point of Real Life Tom's lead this morning.
I would also say, given the value of these franchises, the Patriots, according to Sportico, Shime sent us the list yesterday, are valued at over $10 billion. I think you could do both. So I think you can buy a beautiful state-of-the-art football-only facility, thanks to our friends at New Balance, while also paying Christian Gonzalez $105 million in guarantees.
Yeah. The NFL franchises, because of the family situation, are not being traded much. So the $12.5 billion for the Lakers, which we discussed many times this morning, is I don't know. I don't know where, like, does that, when it comes to the expansion franchise, the Vegas franchise, what's that going to be? What are they going to be looking for now, NBA?
15?
It's wild.
I mean, you're going to have your own facility, unlike what I thought and what I said earlier, and I was wrong. I thought they owned the facility, which was a big difference. They don't. This is unbelievable. I mean, it must just be the Los Angeles' second biggest media market. The Lakers are
I do stand by what I said, that I'm not surprised that a California team sold for more than a Boston team. But now, knowing the stadium situation, it is crazy to me that it was over double.
Yes.
Like
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Like this morning, it's shocking.
Over double's nuts.
The Lakers are worth $12.5 billion. The Celtics are only worth $6 billion.
Can I ask a question, Greg?
Yes.
He will not answer this, but if you're a venture capitalist who is not Bill Chisholm, who's part of the group that invested, and you're saying it's going to be a decade-plus process to get our own facility with the way in which things are zoned and the way permits are allocated in Boston, why not get out now? I mean, what is the value of the Celtics given this sale? Wait for the Vegas Aces or the Vegas NBA team.
Yeah.
And then sell. Why wouldn't you do that? Isn't that what these venture capitalists do?
Yeah.
Isn't that what the last Lakers guy did? Wasn't the guy who owned it in between the buses and made $2.5 billion?
This guy has a slight issue because he owns the Dodgers also, the guy who's selling the Lakers. But he's also under FBI investigation for some fraud when it comes to the money that he used. So
this is like him laundering the cash?
He's cutting back. So he's not going to be able to afford the
decluttering the portfolio.
He can't get the interior designer for his daughter's dorm room as WEEI expects him to do. So,
damn.
But yeah,
The probe is examining whether billions of dollars in related party loans and investment were properly disclosed. Billions?
Yes, billions.
They're looking at roughly $16 billion in loans.
But why wouldn't you, if you're Chisholm, sell the team right now?
Well, because he's been a lifelong Celtics fan.
I'll wait till Wednesday to give my opinion.
Tuesday.
No, I meant
after he's on. You always go hardballs.
No, I mean, like, if you're a lifelong Celtics fan, why would you be dismantling this thing?
Yeah. All right. Bill Chisholm will join us for the first time on the show on Tuesday during the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. I, for one, can't wait. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we will be joined by Sam Kennedy, the president of the Boston Red Sox, for the front office report this week next. The Red Sox front office report this week brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network, by findmassmoney.gov, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. And it is the president of the Boston Red Sox, Sam Kennedy, who joins us this morning. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Craig. Good morning.
Sam, I've been on a roller coaster of emotions.
Join the club.
The last 6 weeks, I need some kind of an emotional support parrot or something. I'm up. I've never been higher. Wiggy's been higher, but I've never been higher. And then I get low a little bit. I'm sure you're feeling the same way here.
It's understandable. I was wondering if there was some type of conspiracy against me. Somehow Brez gets to come on all June and July. We're 32-5 or whatever, and he gets to do those WEEI interviews, and I get to come on after a 5-game losing streak. I guess that's what I'm here for, as everybody knows.
Sam, what do you make of the addition and sort of the delayed gratification of the Tracy hire? We haven't talked to you, or at least I haven't had the privilege of talking to you since that run. What has been the difference maker in what you've seen from Chad Tracy and how he has managed this ball club?
Well, he's been extraordinary, just his steadiness and the calm demeanor that he brings, and his communication skills are extraordinary. But really what stands out to me is, we ownership, front office, put him in one of the most difficult situations I think someone could ever be put into, really, in terms of leading a clubhouse. It was a brutal set of circumstances. And that first morning in Baltimore through last night, he's just been the same guy. And he's really done an extraordinary job, and we're grateful to him and the coaches, because it was really hard on everybody, and he's been just the definition of leadership.
Sam, during the stretch of wins, did you guys ever consider dropping the interim tag for him, and what would it take to do that before the end of the season?
Yeah, I think that'll be discussed between him and Brez at the appropriate time. But it's just obvious to everybody what a great job he's done. So I know him and Brez will talk about that at the right time. And truly, he and the front office are focused on the task at hand. So that'll get addressed. And we'll go from there. But it's obviously on everybody's mind. And let's be honest, it's really important that we have that settled at some point here. So that conversation will happen between those two guys at some point here soon, I think.
Sam, one of the big components that struck me during that run was the Fenway just home field advantage. It really felt back in the glory days, like it was the fans at times almost willing the team to come back wins, and it was really I think I would be curious your perspective as to how you witnessed that run, the 125-year history of the franchise, never anything like it, and what the fan base did to encourage it.
It's incredible, Chris. You're right. I actually think it's gotten better, if that's possible. Maybe I'm just appreciating things with age here, but as bad and painful and angry and toxic and ugly as things were the first 3 months of the season, for obvious reasons, with really unhappy fans and unhappy members of the front office, everything, members of the media, I've never seen something turn around and it turned around in a way that was just incredible to see a more intense fan base, and every last seat jam-packed with fans going crazy, and to your point, willing this team to come back. We hadn't had a comeback victory all year, and we weren't scoring any runs, and you heard a lot of the players talk about it, whether it was Willier or Jaron, Sigler, these guys, Contreras. I mean, they love playing here, and they don't take it for granted. But if it's possible, I think things have gotten more intense. Maybe it's probably the world we live in with social media and attention, but it's just an incredible atmosphere. And the extremes are, you have to stay calm and steady like our manager, because the extremes are real.
Sam, we haven't spoken to you since the deadline, so I wanted to get your perspective on those who saw the Marcelo Meyer trade as indicative of a like a philosophical pivot, strategy-wise, organizationally. Is that accurate? You know, if you look at this team, talking about the big three and the prospects, and then kind of being willing to move off of one. Have you internally pivoted a little bit organizationally?
Well, I don't think there's an organizational pivot, but moving on from Marcelo was tough, really difficult. He's a great young guy and a really talented player. I think he was the 4th pick overall and had a ton of pressure on him. And, I think my hope for him is that the move out there to California will be a good one. He's known his agent for a long time. He's a good friend of mine from the old San Diego days. And I just think he's going to be fine. We've seen something unusual at this trade deadline, which is more just baseball trades for needs. And, we had a real need to strengthen the back end of the bullpen, and getting a quality left-handed arm at this time of the year was really important. So trades like that hurt, and they should, because you're giving up something really good to get something really good. So that, and that happened with the Meade deal as well. And so it's good to see Brez be so decisive and aggressive and bold in terms of addressing needs.
When you look at this 5-game skid that you guys are in right now, is there a weakness that has exposed itself to you for a reason why you guys have hit this point, or is it just baseball?
I mean, if I could explain what's happened this year, I would. I'd try to. I can't. I can't. It's baseball, Courtney. I don't know. The last 5 games, like all of a sudden, you're emotional and feeling it again, and you get a little PTSD. But if you look sort of objectively, I think you have to check me on this. We had the tying or winning run come to the plate in the 9th in all 5 losses.
Yep.
So I don't know if that's luck from the streak coming back to hurt us or what. Here's what I know. After 162 games, like, you are who you are. So, and this is what makes this streak crazy. I mean, historic streak, but I don't know. We're 10 games back in the division. Like, it's crazy. So we are, we may be in a playoff spot, but we're not where we want to be. Those wild card short series are tough. And so coming out of spring training, my mindset, I know all of our mindset was like, let's win the division and set ourselves up for a deep postseason run. So that, I know that seems like a little bit of a stretch right now, being 10 games back in the division, but why not? I mean, look what happened in July. So it's really hard to predict what's going to happen or diagnose it. That's what makes baseball so great. But we as Chad said last night, we got to grind through it. Let's get a win today, and then head on to Pittsburgh and try and get back on track.
What is your expectation currently on when Roman Anthony will be up here?
If you ever hear me talk about a player injury timeline on your station, just
ever again,
just hang up the phone. Hang up the phone.
I mean, it didn't go that well last time. Yeah, I understand.
I mean, fool me once. I mean, come on.
All right.
Let
me try.
Roman, listen. Roman is making progress. We've all been in touch with him. It's the great thing about modern communication with text. We call. He's making progress, but you're not going to get me or anybody else to put a timeline on it. And we're just very, very hopeful that we can get him back, because, man, we need him.
Let me try a different one here. You guys are in the franchise owning business. with the news that the Lakers are going to sell for $12.5 billion. What does that make the Boston Red Sox worth?
It doesn't matter, and I mean that sincerely. It just doesn't matter. John Henry, Linda Henry, Henry family are never selling the Boston Red Sox. So, and that's a soundbite you play forevermore. I'd bet anything on that. So it really doesn't matter. It is a reflection of how important sports are in our society. It's sort of the last thing that brings communities together is professional sports, and we love it, and we're all lucky to be a part of it. But we don't focus on that.
The Yankees took $1.2 billion in PE investment. Is that something?
2.8.
2.8 billion. Is that something you guys would think about?
Inside of Fenway Sports Group, we have 25, 30 investors of all types, all different types. But John and Linda Henry, Tom Werner, Mike Gordon are the investors and owners of the club that run the club. And so that has been consistent for 25 years. And I would bet for the next 25 years, that will be at least 25 years, if not longer. That will continue. So not something we're focused on, just focused on trying to figure out how we're going to get back on track this week.
Sam, something we've talked about, and we haven't had you on, Breslow dominated the winning streak. I think he boxed you out, as you alluded to.
By the way, he deserves to.
The big picture question I have, and we discussed the remarkable return of the Passion at Fenway Park, where it's sold out in a hot August day in the 13th inning. People are still 35,000 there screaming for a walk-off win. Why would the Boston Red Sox give up the advantage of financial revenue and in the manner in which the teams here for generations have supported the team to get a cap on spending in a collective bargaining agreement? Why should Red Sox fans, in a big picture, not saying it's happening today or tomorrow, but why should fans of this team want there to be a cap on what teams can spend on their payroll?
Look, what I'll say about the labor negotiations and the financial sort of underpinning of the industry and how it all works is that the Red Sox, and what's good for Red Sox fans and the Red Sox is that Major League Baseball is healthy, and the Red Sox continue to be an elite premier franchise. And so while I can't talk about bargaining or labor relations, I think our fans can rest easy that the Red Sox support Major League Baseball and our commissioner, and any discussions regarding the collective bargaining agreement are handled by exactly one person, and it's the commissioner. And we're all supportive of him. I think baseball is really having a moment and well positioned for a lot of reasons. I mean, the players of today are just incredible. I think the rule changes that were implemented a few years ago and new innovations continuing to come along like ABS have just put the game in a great spot. And so it's our responsibility to work together with the players and keep that going.
Sam, we need another Tracy turnaround this afternoon. So.
I agree. Let's go. 3:07 this afternoon.
All right, 3:07. That is
Sam.
Sam Kennedy. Thank you, Sam. Sam Kennedy, the
Thanks,
president
guys.
of the. Oh, hey, Sam.
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday, we will be there, and I'm sure you will be there for the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
Oh yeah, we'll be there, and thank you guys for your commitment to that. Best 2 days of the year. Thanks for doing that.
Okay. We will be back in 2 minutes, no longer on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
It doesn't matter, and I mean that sincerely. It just doesn't matter. John Henry, Linda Henry, Henry family are never selling the Boston Red Sox. So, and that's a soundbite you play forevermore. I'd bet anything on that.
Come on, baby, baby, take my hand. We'll be able to fly. Baby, I'm your man.
Well, for some, that may be a great thing. For others, maybe not. But sounds like that John Henry will remain the owner of the Boston Red Sox for as long as he is on God's earth. Curtis.
I would say that is not the greatest news I've heard.
Oh, come on, Curtis. I mean, look what he's done with this team this year. Complete turnaround.
You want me to be honest?
I saw him in the war room at trade deadline.
Right. Well, he's a pacifist.
He was screaming at the players, from his suite. On
He met them on the
Linda's story.
tarmac. Ken told me that. Listen, great quote. That'll go around the world. There was a purpose to asking about the passion of the fan base, the remarkable turnaround, how the fans here willed this team to wins in the 13th inning, and then asking why we should give all that up and be like the Minnesota Twins. And what I heard from Sam Kennedy after he announced to you that the Henrys are here for good is that they are absolutely going to be demanding a salary cap, and that the health of the Red Sox is dependent on the rest of the league, which I find, candidly, laughable, because when they bought the team, the rest of the league be damned. They spent at the top of the market. They went to Arizona. They got Kurt Schilling at Thanksgiving. They got Keith Foulke. They brought in superstar after superstar, won World Series after World Series, and then all of a sudden now it's all about parity.
Well, turnaround begins this afternoon, Curtis. I am ever hopeful. And 3:07 first pitch on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network and on the Odyssey app. And so you avoid the sweep, and then you're off to Pittsburgh.
Do you think Bezos has an opportunity to buy into multiple Fenway Sports Group entities, because he's doing Liverpool for $4 billion,
right?
And do you think we'll give you a monster seat package for $1 billion too? What's his wife's name?
Lauren.
Lauren. We get Lauren into the Globe or something.
Doesn't Bezos want to own his own team?
That's what you would think.
You would think that. I mean, he's got.
Maybe it's a headache.
Didn't he want to buy a team and they wouldn't sell to him because there was some...
I think he was in on the Commanders.
Yeah.
Was he not? Yeah.
I believe that is correct. Yeah.
They wanted to retire his number.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they said no to him. I just don't know that his.
I think they wouldn't sell to him.
Yeah, because the owners are so petty,
Yeah.
and they're in a big Richard Measuring
Yes.
world. They didn't want Bezos to come in. It's like a protective club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you think Goodell would tolerate Amazon coming in? I guess they do. They spend billions of dollars every Thursday night for those games.
I mean, you would think the man has done wonders for online shoppers like Courtney. You would
True.
think that what he could do in the NFL would
She's already bought 3 dresses today.
Me and Julia, I know that is she still connected to the account that you get the notifications?
Please don't get Wiggy started. Julia pays her own.
She does. Oh no, that had nothing to do with Julia paying her own. I was just making a joke.
Can I ask a question about the Wiggy thing?
Yeah.
And we all love Wiggy. He is the greatest. Nobody better. There will never be another Wiggy. The second you say something's too much, he goes, "Well, you pay for your kid's dinner." $20,000 for a chick to decorate your freshman dorm room is different than taking your kids out to Maple and Ash.
Well, it just creates an expectation that most likely life will not be able to live up to. If you're in a college dorm room and your parents are spending $20,000 on an interior designer to do it for you, that's going to have to be done every year, right? I mean,
and then when you graduate, you'll have to have that, right?
Yes,
it's a bigger apartment.
I might do a side gig. I might start doing this for people because $20,000 to do that.
Right, you go to the Container Store, bing, bang, boom.
And I just looked it up to be sure. Yeah, Snyder's relationship with Bezos was very poor because of the Washington Post, who did an investigative report on Snyder. So Snyder
Bezos?
No, by Bezos
by
on
Bezos.
Snyder.
By
For Snyder.
Bezos?
Yeah.
This is David. David from Florida. David, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
How are we doing today?
Great. What's going on?
Before I get to the Red Sox, I have a quick question about the Jimmy Fund. I'm just curious about the genesis of it. Like, to go all the way back to Eddie, and how did it start and everything? And
Boy, that's a great question. I would imagine that Eddie. I was spinning the rock hits at the time, so I would
don't
imagine
believe Eddie was here because if it's what year is this? Is this our 19th or 20th?
Great question.
So Eddie
I don't
left
know.
in the late 90s. So
Oh, okay.
he wouldn't have been a part of it. It was Jason Wolf,
Jason
the program
Wolf,
director.
He was the program director.
Yep. You
Wolfie,
had John
good
and
morning.
Jerry and Glenn and,
Yeah.
and the Big Show and Dale in the middays, which I think was either probably Dale and Holly or Dale and Newmy. Probably Dale and Newmy.
Yeah.
And Mikey at night and the crew along with the folks at Nesson, began it. And there's just, you can go down, if you go just through the history of the interviews with Greg, with the old DNC days, everybody, it is remarkable how durable the love of the connection is between the people that listen to this radio station, the people that root for the Red Sox, and the Jimmy Fund. And I was at the whole road show this year. We all were, and there was a woman who had lost her son, who had been treated at the Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund, and she, you think if you lose someone somewhere, that it would not be a place that you would love. Like your son died there, and she was just so glowing about the care he received, and like there's no greater compliment, I don't think, than that.
Yeah.
That you lose a child who had been treated at this place, and you still are dedicated to it.
A texter is suggesting that the connection is I went to school with Jimmy, and no, I did not. I think that was like the 1930s or whatever when Jimmy was
and Ted Williams
Jimmy
and all
went.
that.
I was not alive.
yeah, that was the Teddy ball game days.
Yes. All right. What else?
Adley. I mean, that was the big trade deadline acquisition, and he's gonna have to come alive because we need an awful lot of productivity from the catching position.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to step forward, and he's gonna have to be a very big component of this.
Yeah. Well,
as they
listen, Sam wouldn't give you a timeline, and I understand that when it comes to Dr. Kennedy, but you continue to be what you are currently right now. You sort of want to rush Roman Anthony back, don't you?
Yep, absolutely.
Do you want to rush him back?
Yes, I do.
Well, I mean, it's 3
he's-
months for
he's
a ring finger.
Yeah,
like,
like,
I mean,
if he's
you spent more time fitting yours.
I want to rush him back. I do. All right. We are going to get to today's Hill Notes next. Jones and Keith coming up at 10, and Red Sox baseball at 3:07 this afternoon on the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network. Curtis, do you have the forecast for Toronto? I
yeah.
know. Can you open the Window World of Boston weather window so Curtis can see all the way up into through the wildfire smoke and up into Canada?
Yeah, so at Rogers Center, where they play indoors, it'll be 71 degrees this afternoon.
All right, good. We're fine.
We're fine there. And then retractable roof would have been nice, though, here in Boston. And back here in Boston, 74 degrees, cloudy skies, afternoon high of 84. Beautiful night at Gillette Stadium. Sadly, you'll be watching Efton Chisholm and his friends and family, but it will be a nice night to tailgate, as it will be at kickoff. It will be 78 degrees.
Probably get some Tommy Two Chains, I would assume, this evening as well.
I would say a lot of Tommy Two Chains to Keyshawn Booty is my guess.
Okay. All right. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. And there are 4 local showrooms that you can visit. Go to windowworldofboston.com to find out where they are. And time for Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
Courtney saw her dad, Winnie the Pooh, a Brady jersey, and it scarred her for life.
There was an interesting discussion, maybe it was Twitch chat, maybe it was YouTube, about what the female equivalent is ick-wise of wearing your favorite team's sports jersey.
Taylor Swift.
No offense, real life, Tom. What?
Taylor Swift.
Like
T-shirts, all the
Oh, that's fair.
Liking Taylor Swift.
Is that the Eras one?
That's a good comparison.
Grown man in an athletic jersey? That's a big ick. But you put a grown man in a wicker basket. Now we're talking.
So true.
Is that movie out? Or
Um,
not yet?
not
Parts
yet.
off.
Are you're going to go see it, I'm
In
assuming.
theaters.
You're going to go in the theater.
Yeah. When does Wicker come out?
Yeah. You find that man to be very attractive.
Well,
the
I mean,
the basket head guy.
I just think that most women were surprised the feelings they were feeling when the trailer dropped. You were not. I certainly was not expecting to feel that way.
Right.
Somehow I think your thoughts on a gaming chair would be different if that guy was sitting in it.
Yeah. What do they call it on Love Island? Fanny flutters.
Why are you looking
I'm
at
unsure.
Oh, I thought you were a Love Island guy.
No, I'm not.
You're on an island here.
Joneses.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, it's because Jones's wife is a big Love Island.
He gets fanny flutters when Brez is on the show. Jones. Is that what fanny flutters?
Fanny flutters.
I don't think
I
that's
see.
right.
It is.
That's what it is.
Oh, Coco, I can't wait for this weekend when I show up at my NFL fantasy draft party in my new Drake May jersey, wearing it Winnie the Pooh style, talking to the guys about the Masters and the FedEx Cup and who they think they're going to, while we practice our golf swing between each pick. It's going to be great.
Did you see the poor fellas who had to pay off the fantasy loss on Nantucket in the diapers?
No.
I don't think they're poor if they were on Nantucket.
Well, they were. I think they were. I have no idea whether they lived there or that was a part of the punishment.
That is one of the good things about fantasy football. Yeah. And it was a great summer. I finally got out of my fantasy football league.
Good
You
job.
did?
Yes.
You've been in that league
Forever. Yeah. I just said, Jordan, can't do it, bug.
I mean, last year you literally outsourced it to Shime.
I did.
So I think this was.
That was a couple years ago.
$250. Just that's money better spent
Yep.
on a wicker ticket.
I mean, dare I ask how you feel about fathers who are participating in a fantasy football league? And
Yeah, that's why I got out of it. I didn't do it.
Whether they have enough time to be good
Yeah.
dads, or I mean, you're
No, I
very
was awful.
specific about golf.
I if you want to go over time spent with the little guy, I'll do mine against anybody. Fantasy football sucks. It's a waste of time. I hate setting the lineup.
How
hate
dare
having
you.
to
I love
spend
it.
enough money where you have to do it. For me, it's just I want to watch football purely. I don't bet. I just watch. It's enjoyable.
Yeah, does Curtis guarantee his weather forecast if you were to use his information to place a bet on the weather on Kelce?
That's true. By the way, Polymarket just bumped it up that John Henry's never selling the team. There's a big thing that you can wager on.
I just think betting on wildfires, natural disasters, invasions of countries, it's a little bit grotesque.
Yeah.
I mean, sporting event, the outcome there is not resulting in people losing their lives. So I don't favor the opportunity to wager on a natural disaster. It's just not my thing.
I think if everyone looked in the mirror and you see, some probably will break. Maybe someone like somebody on this radio show that's shattered because of the comments sometimes made. Look deep into your soul before you start judging someone, especially about mental illness. And if you come at me at 76 years of age, great-grandmother, and make the comments that some of you make, you better run. STFU people on social media. It comes around like a boomerang.
I love that.
Who is she upset with on the show?
I don't know. She didn't specify. Really leaving it up to be a mystery.
Huh. I'm very
some
curious.
could say that it's coming around like a boomerang to Jaron Duran.
Maybe that's what she was saying. She was saying, like, if you're going to come at somebody with mental illness.
Well, that's exactly what she was saying, but I'm wondering who she
So I
was
was gonna
talking
say
about
Curtis.
on the show. What's that?
I was going to say Curtis.
Why Curtis?
Because Curtis was the one who said that Jaron Duran is a bully.
Right.
And, like,
Yeah.
that's the only thing I can think of.
I think that what happened to Jaron Duran was wrong. Nobody should ever tell someone to kill themselves. That guy, Jason, should be publicly mocked and ridiculed, and he's a total and complete a-hole who has no moral compass whatsoever. Yeah. But if you're going to talk about a boomerang, if you behave in the way Jaron Duran has and treat people the way Jaron Duran has, some people may come back, unfortunately, and treat you the same way.
I just started watching this on YouTube, and I got to say, Coco is freaking hot. She might be one of the few people who gets hotter as she gets older. And she just had a kid, and she looks like a freaking supermodel. My God.
Right. People love the
Thank you
glasses.
so much. I do too, but they're falling off my face.
Yeah.
I need to get them fixed.
Yeah.
I sneezed yesterday. They fell off. It was the nerdiest thing I've ever done in my entire life.
Yeah.
That was very nice. Thank you.
You had a bit of a sneeze sesh.
Sneeze sesh.
Courtney is completely wrong. There's nothing better than a girl wearing a sports jersey. Santo doesn't know what he's missing. Double the points if she's wearing a hockey jersey.
I actually said the opposite. I said girls wearing it was fine.
Right.
That's what I said during the entire thing.
And it's a sweater for hockey. Come on.
Hey, Greg, it wasn't the angle of the camera that made you look a little heavier. It's just that they say the camera puts 10 pounds on you. My question, though, is how the hell many cameras does Twitch have on you?
I don't like the angle. It's just not. I wish we had. I like when everybody can see everybody.
I can't see Courtney at all.
Yeah.
And people think we're in different rooms. It's just very weird.
I
And
don't know
listen,
who
far
designed
be
it.
it from me. I'm not the expert.
No,
So,
you're not.
We have people in this company that are the experts when it comes to visual, digital content. So there's probably a reason.
The lighting's better.
I like when you got the old studio. You got the full view of everybody.
I would assume that there's places you could put the cameras.
Yeah, I would think so. But not
just show up and do our job.
Not my decision.
This one's for you, Shine. Hey, I'm a gamer myself. I like to play on the weekends. That's your hobby, right? You gotta have fun doing your hobbies. Just keep doing you, brother. There's a lot of gamers out here with our gaming chairs too. And then this weekend, I will think of you, Courtney, when I sit in my gaming chair wearing a Tom Brady jersey.
People get so sensitive.
I think I've come to the conclusion, Greg. I'm fine with Courtney having this perspective and women having this perspective on video games. I get it. That's fine. It's not your thing. Whatever. The hilarious ones to me, though, are like the guy earlier who texted in like, "Oh, Shime, learn how to change your brake pads." Like, what are we doing?
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to go outside in my overalls and change my brake pads. You know what, Greg? I'm going to do my oil today.
Well, I guess he is suggesting that you as a grown man might have better things to do than gaming your life away. But
Yeah, just because he goes and changes his brake pads makes him super manly.
Probably changes his
Bet
own.
it does.
Probably changes his own oil as well. I
Good
would
for
imagine.
him.
And you know what, Shime? Far be it for me to judge how you spend your time when you have no responsibilities other than a dog. I wish I could go back in time and just do nothing for an entire 5-year period.
Well,
And
yeah,
all the time I wasted just getting drunk off my ass and booting and eating crap. So you do you.
I try to find a nice balance. You know, you're inside playing video games, outside
Yeah.
walking the dog, playing golf. Like, you guys enjoy, Curtis, you in particular, enjoy sitting down watching a documentary on JFK.
Correct.
I
Sure
enjoy
do.
shooting people in a video game. Like, it's just, you know.
Maybe we can combine the two. Maybe we get a gaming chair with the video game to reenact the JFK murder.
But like less depressed.
Go back and solve it.
Less depressed Red Sox fan who is constantly coming at me. The Harry Potter dork wants to mock gamers. 100%. I understand that that's an ick for many people out there. I embrace it.
Right.
Embrace that you do something that is icky to someone else.
Embrace the ick is
Yes,
what you're saying.
embrace the ick.
Yes.
Obviously.
Those are today's Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
You found the love of.
Patriots football tonight. Chime finally here, and tomorrow morning we are at Gillette Stadium and with Mike Vrabel, who will join us as he always does, bright and early, 6:30. I am sure. We will talk to Mike Vrabel tomorrow
Cannot
morning.
wait.
So a lot to talk to him about.
What are you gonna ask?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do is as soon as he walks in, I'm gonna stand right up and go, "Can you please sign Christian Gonzalez? What's the delay here?"
Right.
And see what he says. So before we go, our pal, author, producer Casey Sherman has called the show because he has something he would like to promote. Casey, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Greg. Thanks for having me. Yeah, something I'd like to promote. As you know, I've been very blessed to have a lot of my books turned into feature films like Patriots Day with Mark Wahlberg and The Finest Hours with Chris Pine.
You are in, by the way, you're in the running for Brag of the Week with Jones and Keefe on that, but keep going.
Well,
Yes.
it's another thing to accomplish.
Another thing to accomplish. We're in production right now on Hunting Whitey with Ben Affleck, which we're very excited about. But My White Whale, guys, is the Ice Bucket Challenge. It's the Pete Frates movie that I've been working on for many years, and we're actually going to be giving a live read performance of our film script for the public for free at Willow Bend on Monday night, the 17th, beginning at 6 p.m. The event's sponsored by NWN and the Frates family. So anybody on the Cape that wants to hear Pete Frates' amazing story with a great cast, come on down.
You're working on making that a film. What a great, that's a great thing for a movie.
It's a great thing for a movie, and it's amazing that it hasn't been made thus far. But that's Hollywood for you. But here's a kid that raised $1 billion over the past decade to help people with ALS, and it's just an incredible story that needs to be told.
Yeah, I feel like that. We're on, Casey, we're a couple days away from our annual radio telethon for the Jimmy Fund, and I feel like the story of Pete Frates, obviously without Pete, number one, his family right next to him, but the philanthropic generosity of this region, I think, is what catapulted that. Because you had, like, everybody you knew, it was organic. It was every office building.
It started with, like, every BC person.
Every BC person, and then every office building, and then everybody, and then obviously it went to, Edelman and Bergeron and all those guys. But, like, I do think that it was a really New England beginning that let that thing go.
All right, so that's
100%, and Facebook certainly recognized that as well. New England was the nexus for this thing. It was just incredible, and when you really think about it, guys, it was the first social media fundraising campaign in history. Wow. There wouldn't be a GoFundMe today had it not been for the Ice Bucket Challenge in 2014.
I didn't know that.
So that is Monday at Willow Bend, Casey?
Monday at Willow Bend, 6 p.m. It's free to the public. First come, first serve. We've got a great cast. Lenny Clark, Gary Tangway, the Frates family will be there. Come on and enjoy a great night.
I'm on vacation a little bit next week. If I were only going to read one of your books, what would you recommend?
I would say Helltown. Helltown is the book about the serial murder case in P-Town in 1969. It's the East Coast version of Charles Manson.
Ooh.
Pretty scary.
All right. A little scary on the beach, but
when you're on the beach, it's scary for others.
Curtis, how dare you?
Not nice.
All right. Case, great to talk to you. Thank you. And that is going to do it for us. Sadly, show is over. So when we talk to you next, we will be at Gillette Stadium awaiting Mike Vrabel, who will be on the show.
Can't wait.
First Patriots Friday of a whole bunch of them, which are to come. Jones and Keefe are next. Thank you.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be a long time till we raise another glass. You can rest assured that next time we'll have ourselves a laugh. Yeah, we'll have ourselves a laugh.
It's dropped in foul ground, and now the runners are advancing. Guerrero goes over to third, but it's a foul ball. Oh, that hurts. 2-2 to Okamoto. 2 on, none out in a tie game. Pitch is swung on a line to the left field. That's a base hit. Duran's going to come up throwing. Vladdy's being way told. The throw comes to the plate. Tag! He's safe with the plate. Oh, the Red Sox drop a pop-up, and it kills them on the next pitch.
Jones and Keefe right now on WEEI.
Are you ready to freak out, Mego?
Chris Curtis was just talking to us before the show started about barf bags for kids.
Yep.
And I needed one watching that Red Sox game last night.
I wouldn't say I woke up my kid last night, but Lucas had recently gone to bed. Summer bedtimes, Mego. He had recently gone to bed upstairs. And when Wilson Contreras dropped that pop-up in foul territory, which led to the floodgates just opening on the Red Sox, he kind of yelled down the stairs. He's like, "Hey, Dad, what's going on down there, Dad?" I think he was worried about the situation.
Did you fall, Dad? Did you take a tumble? Is there a fire, Dad? Meanwhile, Cats just clocked in on Bravo, not giving a damn in the world.
My son was genuinely concerned for my safety when Wilson Contreras dropped that fly ball last night, which led to the floodgates opening. If you would like to go scorched earth on the Red Sox, you can do that at 617-779.
Safe space.
793.7. It's a good day to do it. Good news, bad news. They are back on the field today shortly after 3 o'clock, 3:07 first pitch. So not a long layoff, but they might be right back in your face shortly after 3 as they have now lost 5 in a row, Mego. And last night was more of the same. They're not just losing games. They're playing horribly. And to me, there is a difference. You're going to lose some games over 162, but not every night are you going to drop a pop-up that could have helped your pitcher get out of a jam. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't have. It was 2 guys on base, nobody out. But that felt like, when that thing popped up in foul territory, that felt like a significant out for Guerrero, and maybe he was going to tiptoe out of it. It was a 1-1 ball game in the 8th. And then the Blue Jays open the floodgates. It's 6-1. Red Sox battle back a little bit, fake, because Varland comes in and shuts it down. And it's not every night you're going to drop a pop-up like that. It's not every night that you're going to be up on Dylan Cease and then fall apart against the Blue Jays' crummy bullpen. It's not every night you're going to lose track of the outs. This is what they've been doing now for, I would say, 4 out of the 5 games in the losing streak. And it's incredible how they went from can't lose, playing great baseball, battling back every single night, to whatever the hell this disaster has been over the last basically week.
Yeah, and I feel like there may be people out there who are saying, like, this is not fair because Wilson Contreras was a huge part of the magical run that they went on. And now he makes one dumb mistake last night, and you guys are hopping all over him. And he did talk to the media, which was the surprise of my life, that he actually went out there and was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to say, like, I made an error. I'll make future errors. This is part of baseball. Good for him there.
That's the job.
But
Good for him.
This is what happens when you revert back to the offense that you had early in the season, where it's just such low-scoring games that these mistakes, whether it's Contreras or whether it's Rafaela trying to take 2 bases and just forcing it early, and another
that was
base running error, several through this series already. And you're going like, these small mistakes make you look so sloppy and undisciplined because you can't do anything offensively when the game matters. As you said, like a little bit of a fake comeback when they're able to keep it close again, as they have at times during the series. But the game's out of hand at that point.
Well, you know it's bad, and I guess they ended up getting Varland into the game. But you know it's bad when it was, I think, 4-1, and Lou's on the broadcast going, well, geez, just keep it here so at least they burn Varland tonight.
Right.
And that he literally said that last night. He's like, you're not winning the game, so at least get Varland to come in. They battled back again. They made it 6-4. Duran nearly hit a home run that would have cut it to 6-5. But either way, Varland was coming in, and the Red Sox can't touch him. So they lose that game last night. You can discuss 617, 779, 793.7. What's wrong with the Red Sox? Can it be fixed? And how concerned are you about this baseball team after another brutal loss last night in Toronto? You can interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Watch along in chat, twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. You can watch there. You can chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. We're going to talk to Rob Bradford about this all of a sudden lousy baseball team at 11:30. We also have, and Mego, I know you're excited for this, the return of Did Grok Cook at 12:45.
Yes.
We're going to find out, according to Mego, whether or not Grok was cooking on a few questions later on in today's show. You mentioned Wilson Contreras, the pop-up, and he did atone for that. He came out, he faced the media. He didn't hide from the media. He wasn't angry with them.
No.
He didn't curse them out, to my knowledge.
Very professional when the cameras were on, at least.
He was. And, he came right out and said, hey, it's baseball. I dropped it. It's going to happen again, but I can't do that. I was more interested in this. Listen to the question and listen to where Wilson Contreras takes it, because separately, he was asked about not running it out in Boston later on in this exchange. But to start, the initial question, not really about that. And listen to where Wilson Contreras takes it. This is last night after the Red Sox lose to the Blue Jays 6-4 to make it 5 consecutive losses.
Last couple of weeks, you've been through a lot. You were sick, got hit by a pitch, fouled it off your shin. To get the home run, to get the timing back, how good does that feel?
Okay, so let me just stop you for a second. A lot happened. Sick, hit by a pitch. You're getting your timing back. It's nothing about not running it out, correct?
No.
Okay. No. Now, he has gone through a lot. But that was Tom Caron's question.
If anything, it's the benefit of the doubt of saying, like, man, rough stretch for you, and you're out here trying your best.
You're going through a lot. You're trying your best. You homered tonight, etc. So let's hear where Wilson Contreras takes it.
It feels good. I mean, especially after losing for a few games we being under the weather, and then something's bothering my leg. That's why I didn't run the other day when the fan booed me. Man, didn't run for one time, and they boo anybody, which is good. But I don't care. I think it's part of baseball. They have the right to boo. They have the right to yell. They have the right to everything. But I mean, I went through a lot, and being able to hit a home run tonight was good.
Okay.
I'm shooketh.
I mean, you want to talk about I don't care. They got the right to boo. I mean, man, talk about not running one time and they boo you.
There was a lot in there. It starts with, one time they boo me, which is their right.
Yeah.
They can do that.
I don't care.
I don't care. I'm just bringing it up.
Doesn't bother me.
Nobody brought it up, but I'm bringing it up because I don't care. And I got something going on with my leg, by the way, which is why I didn't do that. On top of all the other stuff that you just mentioned that I'm dealing with, but I'm still going out here and being a warrior every night and every day game after that, I got something going on with my leg. So how about that, guys? And you boo me the one time,
And
which
again,
is your right. I know. I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
Was not asked about that. The reason he's probably getting it off his chest now is because he hasn't talked to the media since that happened. So he talked last night, credit to him, but he had to get that off his chest. He allegedly has no problem with it, Mego. It doesn't bother him at all.
Okay, for the record, like I'm making a lot of fun of Wilson Contreras right now.
Yeah.
I do still like him as a player. Like
Yeah,
I do.
me too.
He's not in Duran territory for me where I'm like,
no.
get this guy out of here. I like Wilson Contreras. I like that he's a hothead and that he plays like he gives a damn.
Me too.
Especially during the stretch. Sometimes he plays like a jerk to the other team, but you need a guy like that on your team, especially when you're in a very low energy portion of your schedule. And so I think it's a problem if right now they can't keep him locked in and get him going because he's kind of at the engine of this team.
So
at
I agree.
times.
I like him, and he is the engine, and he's been the best player on the team all year. All those things are true. Home run aside last night, he also hasn't hit for like 3 weeks.
Right.
He's not running out.
Well, you heard all the things he was dealing with, and
did.
now he's got something with his leg.
He's not running out ground balls. And last night, I don't know, he had a drop pop fly that cost him the game, arguably. So I'm not thrilled with how he's playing. I hope the home run he hit last night, he's locking in. He did look like he was moving better last night, like he was running down the line on a couple of those plays. So it did look like he was moving better. Hopefully he's back. Hopefully he's done dealing with whatever he was. After effects of a concussion, a sickness, whatever, just a funk that he was in. Hopefully that's in the rearview mirror. But yeah, he hasn't been playing well now for a while. And specifically in this streak, we're getting texts, by the way. Red Sox, again, don't hit with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
Yes and no. That's been an issue over the losing streak. Last night, they just didn't have guys on base until the 8th inning.
Took a while to get him out.
Or I'm
in
sorry,
scoring position.
top of the 9th, where they actually had a couple of hits with runners in scoring position and scored 3 runs. They didn't really even have guys on base last night. I don't think it was an issue with runners in scoring position. They didn't have hits.
Well, it looked at times like you had, who is it on second late in the game? And you're like, okay, this is our first time to strike here.
In the 9th when Duran was on? I think it was Duran on
Yeah,
second.
it was Duran.
Yeah.
And so you go, okay, well, like if you're going to do anything here, now is the time. But because of the way that they have been playing, to the texter's point, leading up to that, it is the reverse of what it felt like during the run that you went on, where it was like, oh, no, I can't turn it off because they might hit back-to-back home runs in the next inning. That, once again, just all of a sudden feels impossible. And just a reminder, these are not good teams that they're playing.
Nope.
They're not good teams. So you're not playing the Dodgers. You're not playing the Rays. And you're taking yourself out of your contention, any realistic contention for the division at this point, which felt like a pipe dream to talk about earlier in the season, but started coming into like a real goal that you could have during that run. I don't know how they pull themselves out of this, because then we didn't even touch on the news that you got after the game about Garrett Whitlock, that he might go to the IL.
Well, we'll get to that, along with some comments about Chad Tracy and his future from Sam Kennedy this morning on the Greg Hill Show, his first appearance on the Front Office Report in quite some time. Some stuff to get into there, plus our expectations for the Red Sox. A lot is wrong with this team. We're hoping they can fix a bunch of it, and we are starting to panic, or at least I am. I don't want to speak for Mego. What are reasonable expectations for this team? They were red hot for a long time. They're cooling off. Where do we think they should go this year? What's reasonable to expect out of them? Again, we'll get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
What if we dropped a...
Gut check time tomorrow. Will says about the Red Sox. I don't know. Is that acceptable commentary for Brooksy? Is Brooksy going to stand for that kind of commentary about the Red? It's gut check time?
This is gut check month when you're looking at the beaches. Because it's been a long summer.
I'm failing. When it comes to that, I'm failing, Mego, big time.
This is the issue with New England because when you're on the beach in June, that's the best you're going to look, but you're very pale and the weather's very bad. And then once you get to August, there's been a lot of loony dogs. There's been lobster poutine. There's been hot fudge sundaes on top of all the alcohol, which is really just pure sugar that you're consuming.
Yeah.
So if it's gut check time, you're going to be checking a lot of guts that are going into their winter body phases.
Yeah, we're hoping they're not, as you were joking off the air, Paul Skeens level, which we'll get to on the show. Red Sox are, I think, going to see him over the weekend.
Abs are made in the kitchen. That's what I've heard.
Ay, caramba. Paul Skeens, I felt a touch better about myself when I saw those today. We'll get to your thoughts. 617-779-7937. All right, Mego. They won 27 out of 30. As we illustrated yesterday, I think they're only the 7th team in the last 100 years to do that. 4 went to the World Series. 3 won the World Series. The last 2, however, did not advance that far. The Royals in the 70s lost in the ALCS, and then a Cleveland team from a few years ago lost in the divisional series. So based on just that 30-game stretch, they should, I think, be a playoff team, especially in a year where the American League is down. What's a reasonable expectation for the Red Sox? Is it just to get to the playoffs? Do they have to go on a run once they get to the playoffs? If so, how far? What are your expectations for this team right now?
I still feel like they should be in the ALDS. Like, I still feel like that is a
So they win 2 out of 3 in a wild card playoff.
That's a reasonable expectation for what they showed, because even though this 5-game losing streak is gross and it looks like they're reverting back to some of the offensive struggles that they had earlier in the season, I don't buy that it's going to be this through the last 7 weeks of the season and that they're just going to continue to slide. And even in the wild card round, that this is just who they're going to be. You can't look at a historic run like you just had and say that that was a mirage or a flash in the pan. Like, I think that water will find its level here, not to use a dumb cliche, but I do think when you hear baseball people talk about you get a streak here, you get a streak there. Well, some streaks to me are more valuable than others. And the winning streaks that you went on carry more weight, especially when I do feel that bringing back Roman Anthony and hopefully at some day and some point Garrett Crochet are going to only improve the team. Like, I know that you're worried about some of the dynamics of the clubhouse and whether Chad Tracy, which now Chad Tracy has question marks around him, I think, even in this short losing streak. Like, those are real considerations to have. But in my heart of hearts, the winning run still carries much more weight about who this team is than this 5-game losing streak.
On the
if you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
Oh.
But they are who we thought they were.
I'm not
And
ready
we let
to
them off the hook.
do it quite yet. I think the dynamics are interesting because it's not. We talked a lot yesterday about Anthony and Duran, which you don't buy into. And trust me, I don't care about Duran and whether or not they play him or not. But I think his teammates do. And I think the organization does, which I disagree with, but it is what it is. Is Trevor Story going to walk right back in and play shortstop? Do they take Monasterio out?
Do you want them to?
No, I don't want Trevor Story at shortstop. I would keep playing Monasterio there as bad as he's been defensively. And I would hope that you got a shot with Franklin Arias later on this year. I mean, that would be my hope. But I think that's probably pie in the sky. Is Siegler a Woosok? Is he here? Is he just sitting on the bench for the vibes? Is he out of here? He's not playing. So, like, stuff like that is what I'm talking about. But I think your answer to reasonable expectations is right. Win a round, a.k.a. win 2 out of 3 against whoever you're pitted against. I don't know if that's going to be who is in that last playoff spot today. I think it's the Rangers. So, like, are you going to get the Rangers? Are you going to get the Yankees again? Are you going to get a division winner, which at this point would be who? The White Sox, I think. White Sox and Astros are kind of neck and neck for that. So, like, beat a team like that 2 out of 3, and then you're into the DS, and now it feels like you've kind of made the dance. Are you closer to, though, Mego, it's okay to lose in that wild card series, or are you closer to saying they better make the ALCS? Because I agree. I think you probably have it right. Went around. You went further than last year. You paid off on some of these vibes. You advanced. Are you closer to excusing them if they just make the playoffs and lose? Or are you closer to saying they at least got to get to the ALCS?
With this particular group of guys in the front office right now, I'm saying you got to get closer to advancing.
Me too. Just getting in and losing like last year would be such a disappointment at this point.
The freaking victory laps that we have heard from some of these guys. I mean, even a week ago, Jaron Duran saying, hey, it wasn't that long ago that we were hearing sell the team chants. It's nice not to hear those anymore. And it's like, yeah, because these are the flip sides, the two sides of the coin of playing in the big market team, which we also heard about from you guys, that it's hard to play in a big market. When you are doing something like the historic run that you went on, you're going to be the toast of the town, and you're actually going to be on ESPN and SportsCenter, and people are actually going to talk about you. But when you're terrible or when you slide, you're going to hear it from your fans and you're going to hear it from the media. And so for me, when I hear like, oh, you know, I guess Breslow should get all this credit, which he should during that run. Like, you can't just immediately turn around because you have this fast turnaround and like stick it in all of our faces and be like, no, you were wrong. You don't know baseball. You don't know Craig Breslow.
Well,
you just deferred to talking about driveline and analytics, and you don't know what you're talking about. And then turn around and say, but it's okay as the Boston Red Sox to just win in the wild card round. That's not the expectation around here.
No, I'm with you. I'm closer to ALCS than just make the playoffs and lose, meaning for an expectation. The bare minimum is getting into the postseason with the run that they had.
Do you actually think they're not going to make the postseason, though?
No, I don't yet. As I told you yesterday, I was like, even if they lose, do I think they're going to miss the playoffs and crash and burn? I don't. But every day they keep losing and playing like garbage, I'm more and more worried about it. I'll tell you that. Wally is in Fall River. He wants to discuss that. Go ahead, Wally.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I mean, they dug themselves such a tremendous hole and they dug out of it, which is quite an accomplishment. But I think that Oakland series, you know, it just snapped them back into reality.
Which one, Wally? Are you talking about the one out there in Sacramento or the one that just happened at Fenway?
The one that just happened at Fenway. You took it for granted you were going to sweep them, and look what happened. I mean, DAs are horrible. But I'm worried. I says, even if they get in the playoffs, you know, I don't think they're going to go very far. But as far as Roman Anthony and Garrett Crochet, I'm not expecting much from them. They've been out a while. I'm not expecting them to come out full blast.
Yeah, I'm now expecting them back. Like I'm expecting both to return. Before I was like, I don't even know if either's going to play for them again this year. I'm expecting them back. I don't know what I'm actually expecting out of them once they're back. Like, what's Roman Anthony going to be? Is Crochet a bullpen arm? Like, I don't expect much.
Do you think Roman Anthony will have if he comes back healthy, will have a greater or lesser impact than Adley Rutschman?
Oh, well, Rutschman lost another challenge last night. He
Yeah.
also couldn't throw out a guy stealing second.
So who has a greater impact, let's say, in whatever postseason run they go on?
My expectation, and trust me, I'm not super high on Rutschman. My expectation is more out of Rutschman.
Okay, so then we're talking about really looking at Roman Anthony as like anything he gives you is kind of a bonus.
Yeah.
It's almost
hopefully
like
more than Durant.
It's house money with Roman Anthony.
Yes.
You get Durant out of here, which we'll talk to Bradfo about how much the clubhouse adores him, but we'll at least get him out of the mix. And then you get Roman Anthony in there, and he'll be like a little bit of a tick up. He'll be a little bit of an improvement over Durant.
Hopefully. You mentioned the victory lap from the Red Sox. Warner pretty much took a victory lap on bringing in Caleb Durbin and not signing Alex
Well, he's
Bregman.
got a pinky.
Yeah.
The pinky is a problem.
Have you seen what Bregman did last night? Bregman is
don't ruin player of the day.
Bregman has really started to heat up, and it basically coincides with Warner's little victory lap. So that was a dangerous game they were playing. I'm with you on that. And yeah, Bregman may have already wrapped up.
My
player
feeling
of the
is
night.
like,
that is true.
if you want to shake your butt in our face about how our face is, not just mine, about how good your turnaround is, like, be my guest. Like, that was an incredible run that you went on, but you had to handle the flip side of it too. And the flip side is gonna be like, oh, what the hell is this now, guys?
Yeah.
This looks like May. This is
The flip
not
side
good.
is the flip side is when there's a little criticism for the team when they start to lose, you don't pop off on Twitter and go, Jesus Christ, guys. The flip side is there is a little bit of pushback.
As I said before, I put much more weight in the winning run, the 27-3 stretch than I do a 5-game losing streak. I do. I understand. There's
Yeah, me
other
too.
teams that have gone on these 5-game losing streaks. The last time you went on a 5-game losing streak like this, Alex Cora was still the manager. So we can't just sit here and pretend like it's nothing and not talk about it and say, ooh, the bats are going to heat up. The pinky's going to get fixed. We heard from Wilson Contreras last night. It's a leg thing. Don't worry. Like, he doesn't even care if he's booed. These are real things to look at when you're saying how far is the team going to go in the postseason.
Okay, we can get to Chad Tracy and his future. Sam Kennedy was asked about it this morning. Mego mentioned an update on Garrett Whitlock. Didn't sound good. We'll get to all of that with your phone calls coming up next. Interesting final line there from Sam Kennedy during his appearance, front office report this morning on the Greg Hill Show, that Tracy and Breslow, and it's all up to Breslow, as all these decisions are, Mego, just like firing Cora. It has nothing to do with Henry and Kennedy and Werner. It's going to be up to Breslow, and they're probably going to have that conversation soon, which caught my ear. I'm like, what? Why? What's the they're losing 5 games in a row. Oh, you think
it's that?
I don't
Drop
know.
guy.
They keep losing games.
Well, good
What?
point.
They
Well,
have a historic turnaround, and they're going to fire him.
Yeah, but
after
how bad were they for the
5
first
losses?
3 months?
One of the months he was not the manager.
You know what? I might be closer to that than taking away the interim tag. You got to earn
You
the.
want him fired before
I
you
said
remove the interim tag
closer.
after going 27-3 because they lost 5
Closer. I
dumb
wouldn't
games.
take off the interim tag, so yeah, I guess I'm closer to firing him if they keep losing. Yes.
Why? So why don't you want them to take off the interim tag? Because I do think
'Cause
that
I wa-
there's a little something to, if
Mego.
you're looking towards the postseason, ripping off the tag and saying, we got stability here.
Maybe.
This is your leader.
What
Follow
if-
him into the postseason.
What if and I'm not predicting this, but what if he has a Grady Little moment where you look at the manager and you're like, this bum doesn't know what he's doing?
You're basing that
or
on
an
something
11
that
Sox
hasn't.
moment where they have a horrible September and miss the playoffs.
You're basing that on something that hasn't happened yet.
No, I know, but
you're saying you're not giving him the benefit of the doubt, which you have to do with anybody when you promote them. You're looking at it and saying, what if he does something really stupid?
Right. That's why I'm not giving, but I don't have to do anything. I don't have to take away the interim tag. He can just keep doing what he's doing, which worked while they were 27-3 over a 30-game stretch, and has worked while he's 54-39 as interim manager of the Red Sox. I can just I don't have to do anything. I can just keep doing what's been working. I don't have to take away the interim tag. So they're going to talk about it soon. Now, what does that mean? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, the earth is how old? Like, what's soon? But that seems to me like they're going to talk before the year's over. That would be the implication there.
Yeah, but it sounds to me, and I'm just jumping to conclusions here, but I heard that was before playoffs. Before postseason, they're going to make a decision.
Like it.
And they're not, if they're in the postseason,
I don't like
they're not
it.
going to fire their manager before the postseason.
Refresh my memory.
I bet that they're going to take the interim tag off at some point early September and say, great job, you've graduated.
I don't
and
like
you know
it.
what part of it is? Because he's going to be much less expensive than anybody that they go golfing with in the offseason as they wait out a lockout and decide, let's go grab this guy.
So, refresh my memory. Missoula's first year.
Yeah,
they
Missoula.
removed the interim
Coach of the
tag.
year.
They removed
Reigning
the interim
coach of the
tag.
year.
They removed the interim
Yes, they
tag
did.
middle of the year, right?
Yes,
right
they
around
did.
the All-Star break. Okay. How did we feel about Missoula? I've changed my tune on him.
Right.
But at the end of that year, how did we feel about Missoula
We
when they
felt-
lost to Miami in the Eastern Conference Final?
He got tossed into the deep end against Spoelstra.
I wanted him fired. So
He
this is,
said he thought he might get fired.
this is
after
kind
that.
of my point. They had already given him a deal. I don't think they can do whatever they want, but I don't think it would have been reasonable to fire him when you just move the interim tag and you give him a deal. And it's like, this is why you don't do it. Now, I was wrong. I think Missoula's a really good coach. I was not firing him this offseason like a lot of people were. So I'm singing a different tune on Missoula. But just to be honest, in real time, I hated removing the interim tag. And by the end of the year, I'm like, they removed it. They could have fired him after he collapsed in the Eastern Conference Final. I just wouldn't back myself into a corner when you don't have to. I like Chad Tracy. I do think he's a good manager. It's a bad stretch. The team's playing poorly on his watch over the last 5 games. But overall, it's night and day how much better they play for him than they were playing for Cora this year. And I'd say on balance over the last 3 or 4 years under Cora. So I like him. I'm assuming they're going to remove it in the offseason. I don't get why you got to do it, quote unquote, soon.
Okay, so maybe, and again, sometimes when Greg does an amazing job of getting answers out of people in the interviews that he has on the show. So maybe Sam Kennedy said something a little over the skis where I wonder, something that you've been talking about, if they're saying soon because we're not putting a real timeline on it. We want to see how it looks when Trevor Story comes back, when Roman Anthony comes back. Less concerned from my perspective about Garrett Crochet because pitching is just separated from the clubhouse dynamics in a lot of ways.
Yep.
But maybe part of this is, are you going to be able to manage the egos on top of managing the baseball, how it fits in the field? Like, are you going to be able to manage the new egos of this clubhouse as we've been talking about? And so when he says soon, he's not actually like putting a finish line there and saying, yeah, by the time we get to the postseason, if we make it there, he's our guy going forward. But soon as in, we're not doing that right now because we need to see what the real version of this team is going to look like at the end of summer.
Text line, and it's a fair point. Text line says, hey, Jones, you also don't have to give Christian Gonzalez an extension right now. I agree with Mego. Good vibes going into the playoffs. I mean, look, you don't have to give Gonzo an extension. Gonzo did sit out the last practice. Was Chad Tracy going to sit out some of the, like, what's Tracy going to do?
Yeah, but just like Wilson Contreras, Gonzo had something with his leg.
Yeah, that's true.
According to reports.
Like, I don't know. I'm a little more worried about Gonzalez and his leverage than Chad Tracy and his leverage. Where's he going?
Right.
Whose job is he going to take? What are you worried about him? Whereas Christian Gonzalez, I'm worried he's going to shut down and withhold services and force a trade or something like that.
Well, do you think that with the Chad Tracy stuff, because I'm seeing in the Twitch chat some people talking about the lockout and what it would mean, would it be better for them to make a move now and not have to wait through a lockout, and then when they come out on the other side of a lockout, try to find the manager there? Or is it in any way,
I think,
going to get more expensive if they even go at the end of a lockout and go back to Tracy and say, You did great last year. We liked your audition and you're our guy.
It's a good point. Would a lockout impact when you can pay him? Hadn't thought about that. Fair question. I don't think Chad Tracy's got a lot of options, personally. I don't know where else he's going. Maybe I'm wrong about that. As long as he doesn't flame out, crash and burn through the regular season and have an embarrassing moment in the postseason, I expect him to be manager of the Boston Red Sox. And if that costs John Henry a few extra bucks because he waited, oh, well, that's John Henry's problem.
Right. None of us care about that.
I'm not itching to do that in the meantime.
I'm just saying from their perspective, like, how are they going to decide when to make this decision? And I do think it probably has more to do with money. And I wonder if you're John Henry and Sam Kennedy, if you're not so much Craig Breslow, but those guys looking at it and saying, we also have to make sure that this is a good situation for Roman Anthony. Because this entire summer, we went in thinking that this guy was going to be the cornerstone of our future, the franchise player that we hang our hats on and say, forget about Mookie Betts, we got Roman Anthony. And it's been a disaster. So they want to see how it looks when he comes back and, as you've said, is reintegrated into the whole clubhouse in the future.
Look, I expect him to be back here. It's a fair point about Roman Anthony. It is. I do wonder with Chad Tracy how quickly he can get him out of this funk. And you're hoping it's going to be soon. It's Jones and Keefe, Mego in for Keefe, live in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Bradfo had the detail the other day, and we can ask him about this at 11:30. Chad Tracy has another year remaining on his manager's deal with the Woo Sox.
Oh.
He mentioned, and this is not, I don't want to get Bradfo in trouble, but he mentioned that a AAA manager typically makes around $100,000. So that sounds ridiculously cheap if that's what they're paying him as a big league manager in the meantime. So maybe they want to make him whole. Maybe that's part of the motivation. Again, we can get to this with Bradfo coming up. That was his appearance earlier this week.
Guys, I'm still driving from Metro West. Do you know what the gas prices are right now? Getting to Fenway every day?
He's losing money every single day.
He's like $100K. It sounds like a lot. It does not go far on the Mass Pike.
Tell me if this bothers you. And I thought this was an interesting note from Cotillo yesterday. Codillo. Red Sox might have had the latest report time I can remember in my time on the beat since 2018. Chad Tracy's pregame media session started an hour 35 before first pitch. So Tracy let him show up late to the ballpark yesterday.
And tired?
Say it again?
Getting a little tired over there?
I mean, I wonder if he was like, hey, guys, we're going through it. Come in late tomorrow. No harm. He talked 90 minutes, roughly, I guess 95 minutes before first pitch. Like, is he running too lax of a ship while they're losing games?
I tend to feel yes. That is usually when my team is hitting the skids. I'm not saying, why don't you guys take some time, get a little extra nap in.
You want to give them
show up a little late. I want everybody getting back locked in because part of the issue, the bats have been quiet, is that they don't look focused.
So
they're
agreed.
playing bad teams and they're making silly base running errors and a goofy error from Wilson Contreras last night.
Agreed. And you want to let him come in late after a 13-inning game that was one of the longest in baseball this year and the longest for the Red Sox in the pitch clock era?
After that.
No, right. I'm saying if you want to let him come in late after that, I would get it.
Yeah.
Especially because they won. You've lost 4 in a row, and you're like, whatever, guys, coming late tomorrow. And then they go out and play like that. Wilson Contreras dropping pop-ups. Cedar Rafaela running around like a moron, getting thrown out by 100 feet at third base. Yeah. I'll look at Chad Tracy. I'm not trying to remove that interim tag anytime soon. He still has something. As much as I like him, he still has something to prove.
If you're flunking tests, you don't say, you know what? I'm going to give myself a break from studying
Study
tonight.
less.
You know what? I'm pushing too hard, flunking 4 tests in a row. I'm going to get some extra sleep in and maybe get some pizza with my buddies. Like, that's logically not usually paying off.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on Jones and Keefe. Mego in for Keefe again today. We got thoughts on the Patriots preseason game, their preseason opener coming up tonight at Gillette Stadium. That comes your way around 11. On the way next, Peyton Tolley time. It's all on Tolley to stop this streak. And
Thank God.
I agree, Mego. Thank God for Peyton
Save
Tolley.
them, Peyton.
Let's get to that next.
strikeouts through 6 for Tolley.
He's coming out, 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 he's coming out. It's there.
Tolley time tonight, Mego. You're excited for it.
Woo!
I'm excited for it.
I was until Drop God came into the studio during the break and told us that Tolley is.
It's actually not as bad as I thought. It's really weighed by one bad outing from last year.
Freaking Drop
What were the numbers that you told us?
do it again. In 3 appearances, he's 0-2 with a 5.91 ERA. But if you just do it from this year, it's like a little above 3, but he walks them a ton.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to listen to Monaco because he sounded like we just saw a picture of a generation there.
I mean,
that was a fantastic outing.
He
So
had
I'm going to go off of that rather than Drop God's numbers.
He had the second most strikeouts in an outing for an American League rookie in the last 50 years. Clemens had 15 as a rookie. They both happen to be Red Sox. But yeah, I mean, it was a tremendous outing on Friday. It just so happened to be their last win. But yeah, it's Keefe sneaky hates Jake Bennett. Like he always talks down about Jake Bennett. Nick kind of hates Peyton Tolley. He kind of does. Yeah,
How can you hate Peyton Tolley?
I just think he'd be
That's
better
like
off
hating
as
Tom
a
Hanks.
bullpen guy, like a come in and close the game bullpen guy.
Based off what?
The fact that he doesn't have any secondary pitches and just throws 90 miles an hour for 70 pitches and then he falls apart.
Oh my God. What are your feelings on Bayo then?
I actually like Bayo.
Oh my God. I knew it. I knew that's where you were going to go.
Yeah.
He can't start, but I saw a good year and a half out of Bayo, and then
I know
apart.
a contrarian producer when I hear one.
Less depressed Sox fan, which he keeps changing his name. He's depressed Sox fan. He's less depressed Sox fan.
I think he said he has to wait 30 more days.
He might be getting more and more depressed by the day.
Anxious.
Does say
Sox
pipe
fan.
down, Drop God. He does bring up that I wanted him to start the year in the bullpen just because I wanted him to make the team. I didn't want him in Worcester. So he's also bringing that up. Fair point. It's not like it's beneath me to mention Peyton Tolley as a bullpen arm. I'm not doing it after he had 14 strikeouts in his last outing, unlike the Drop God over.
Well, that's why I didn't say it on Monday.
You're
I said it now.
crazy. You're nuts.
I like you, man, but you're crazy.
Is that role models?
No.
No, that's
old school. Yeah.
Sorry. Is it? Well, because what's his face is in Role Models, the guy from
We
America.
are dealing with amateurs.
Sean William Scott.
Sean William Scott.
Country Mac? Yeah, he is.
Don't you feel like he should have had a better career than he did? Like a bigger career. I'm sure he made a ton of money off the American Pie movies.
Yeah.
So maybe he just picked his spots. But it feels like having the Role Models movie, he was fantastic in that role. And then he had like that one scene in Old School. What else was he in?
Oh,
he's a funny guy and he's very good looking.
The American Pie films.
That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
feel like maybe after American Pie, he just kind of chose a spot.
He was in a horrible horror movie this year called Dolly.
He
Dolly?
was good.
Yeah.
He was good in Road Trip.
I never saw.
Oh,
I
two
know.
fingers? Better make it 3.
Wow. Road Trip, is that related to Euro Trip?
No, also a great film.
Also a blind spot for me.
You never seen Euro Trip?
Those are just like horny comedies, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Those
Isn't
were
that
like
all early 2000s,
well,
late 90s
it
comedies?
was the aftermath of American Pie. It was like every
correct.
comedy has to be a horny comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
for
then we
like-
got into like a different.
Yeah,
we
for
got
like an
into a different
18-year-old
phase.
boy, there's some boobs in it and some jokes, and then
So
yeah.
some
yes.
of it I was like, yeah, I kind of think I know what I'm getting here. I don't need to watch it.
I think you're missing out.
All right.
I
Oh,
think-
it was also that was the
If you had to watch one, Road Trip or Euro Trip, I'm probably watching Road Trip first.
That's when Tom Green was really dominating a lot of pop culture, if we remember.
Yeah, it was a better time.
it was definitely
Back in my America.
definitely you, the formative days of you and Keefe. So a little bit less my taste, just a little bit, but I do feel like Sean William Scott should have had a bigger career. Maybe he'll have some McConaughey-esque renaissance that we're
could
waiting
be.
on.
Well, maybe he's trying to do that in the. What did you say the film was? What was it called that he was just in?
Dolly.
Dolly.
What was the premise of that? Was it a haunted doll
Was it
like
about the sheep?
Annabelle?
No, it was a serial killer who dressed up as a big doll.
Ooh, that sounds like
That sounds
smut.
up your alley, is what that sounds like. 617-779-7937. Should we be worried at all about the workload for Peyton Tolley? He looked fine in his last outing, but at some point you're going to be brushing up against it. How much can you lean on him down the stretch? Tonight's the night they really need him, or this afternoon, rather. How much should we be concerned about that?
I'm not concerned about it right now because I feel like in the immediate aftermath of that game, there was a lot of chatter about like, oh, why did they yank him? Isn't baseball about these historic stats? And don't you want these to stand the test of time? And it's like, well, I do think that they are
I'd like his
being-
arm to not fall. They're up 13-1.
They're
Yeah.
trying to be responsible when they have a
They
real.
should have gone for 20 strikeouts.
They have a real postseason that they're looking at, rather than Drop God, who wants him to be in the bullpen anyway, so he doesn't care what happens to his
Well, would
arm.
he start in the playoffs? Or would he be a bullpen arm in the playoffs?
Let me not answer your question with a question. Is Crochet back?
Yeah.
No.
Then, yeah.
You don't think Crochet's going to be back for the playoffs?
He's my Game 3 starter, then, yeah.
Well, I don't think he's going to be a full-time starter by the
Okay.
playoffs.
Okay.
That's fair.
617-779-7937. Our good pal Justin is in the DMV, D.C. What's up, Justin?
I feel like I'm listening to Colorado Rockies talk. Just the idea of extending a loser like Chad Tracy, who has done absolutely nothing. Could you guys imagine?
Take it up with Mego.
This is so mean,
Mego.
Justin.
This is like listening to Baltimore radio for the Baltimore Orioles.
Justin, what's
Just
the
a
dew
loser
point down
franchise.
there? You sound hot and bothered. How humid is
Well,
it?
I am hot and bothered because his team sucks, and we have a loser like Chad Tracy as the manager. Could you imagine Aaron Boone or David Roberts getting a fan at their home stadium ejected because they recited the batting average of a player, and then the talk radio in New York saying that they should extend the manager as a result
So
of that?
you think that incident with Duran was said more about your guy Chad Tracy than Jaron Duran?
Yeah, no, because we already know what Jaron Duran is. Jaron Duran is nothing but a head case loser who's like a bully to fans when he's not doing well on the field. We know that. It established that Chad Tracy is an extremely weak person that is not fit to manage professional athletes. So that was
feels
a new
very
thing.
personal.
It does feel quite personal. But hang on, it says here you want to say that you got some criticism of Adley Rutschman too while you're at it. You're on kind of a roll here.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Why not? No, guys, he lied to us about the Duran and Wilson Contreras stuff too. So like, I just don't like somebody lying to us.
Well, he said it
and
was
then
none of
getting
our
fans
business.
ejected.
Mm-hmm.
He said we didn't know what
exactly.
we were watching. So.
But if I'm not going to be loud on the radio for the fans and nobody else is going to stick up for us, I don't know. But anyway, that could be personal. Take it however you want.
What about Adley?
Adley Rutschman? Yeah, so Adley Rutschman is a slap hitter, and I really hope you guys can ask Bradfo about this. Carlos Narvaez, for all of his problems, was good defensively. So the upgrade from Adley to Narvaez will be noticeable, but not really. It's nominal because both are really good defensive catchers. Adley Rutschman, this fan base looks at this tall, former number 1 overall pick and expects him to hit for power. He has a career slugging percentage of .414, which is slap hitter for everybody listening. Anything around the low fours, you are a contact hitter. You are not a doubles or home run machine.
So Justin, and I know he's got more on that. He had plenty on Chad Tracy. Let's pick up with his Adley Rutschman point. It's part of why I wasn't in love with the trade and the overpay of a trade. It's come out, the extra prospect they threw in, Rivas, the number 10 prospect in the system. The reason the Orioles received him as a player to be named is because Rutschman came back in a certain time frame. I think Cosillo also had that. So I think they got better. And I understand his point that Narvaez is good defensively. Rutschman is an upgrade, but how noticeable is it? I mean, Narvaez really wasn't playing. They had basically gone to Wong. And prior to that, they had gone to Mickey Gasper. So, I think it's going to be an upgrade from those guys. I think Rutschman makes him better, but part of why I thought they overpaid and I never really loved the deal, Mego, I don't love his bat. I don't think while he's an upgrade for the Red Sox catching in that department, I don't think he's a great bat. And I hate that they're hitting him third. I really hate that.
Where would you like him to be?
Fifth at the highest.
Yeah, I think when you look at the current lineup, my feeling overall with Adley is that he is never going to live up in these. I said this yesterday. With this season and whatever season comes after the lockout next year, he's not going to live up to the contract or the price that they paid at the trade deadline, which feels a little unfair because you always overpay at the trade deadline for somebody like that, for an offensive player. But for him in particular, it feels like such a haul, and you get the immediate quote that Sean McAdam had about this is the biggest overpay of the last 30 years, which is astounding and might be true. That's a great quote to get, and it might be true. So I think that he's going to be under a microscope. But when we look at what the lineup needed, if it's somebody who can get on base, which I think Adley Rutschman mostly is, he's somebody who is at least going to make contact and get on base, that's not exactly what any of us were asking for with the trade deadline. We were asking for a power bat,
More than that.
somebody that you're going to be able to depend on when you get into the postseason. Because yeah, you got the pitching, but is your offense going to be able to have the power with the home runs? And I don't think that that's the solution. I still don't know who the solution is. You've had a lot of guys who have been able to hit with power through that run, but all of a sudden it disappears. So who is going to be the consistent answer there? I agree with Justin from DC that it's probably not Rutschman.
617-779-7937. We got your phone calls here on Jones and Keefe. Mego in for Keefe. After a quick deuce, Mego. That's 2 minutes of commercials.
That's your quick deuce.
We're going to be
Just for the record. Just for the record, that's Jones's quick deuce.
I think that's HIPAA.
We're going to be right back with some thoughts on the Patriots preseason opener against the Colts. Robert Kraft also had some interesting comments at a ribbon-cutting ceremony yesterday about his investment in the team. We'll get to that, mix in some Red Sox thoughts again. 2 minutes here on WEEI.
Men. Erectile.
Best. We want Coach Vrabel, our players, and our entire football staff to have everything they need to compete at the
whatever state-of-the-art training facility.
Whoa. You didn't like the pictures of the New Balance training facility that you saw yesterday?
It looks nice. It looks way nicer than what they had.
Yes,
past
it
tense.
does.
Does it look nicer than what most of the league has?
I honestly don't look at a ton of training
You should
training
ask,
facilities.
Ask some of the beat writers who went to Minnesota last year.
Okay.
Ask some of the beat writers who went out to Vegas.
Look, I've heard a lot about Vegas from Bill Belichick, that it's the Taj Mahal of football training facilities.
Ask
so
some of your pals.
I get that.
And I think the general feeling is they upgraded for sure. State of the art, and they'll stop at no expense to do what's best for the organization. How tone deaf is that? When you just ripped out the grass field because you don't care about your players, and now you're putting it in last second right before the preseason opener to sit there at a ribbon cutting ceremony and say, we'll do whatever it takes. That's beyond tone deaf.
I think there's two different things here, though, Jones. The turf stuff is bad. It's a very bad look to look like you were not on top of your business enough. Even if you thought that the new brand of turf that you were going to, that was not the stuff that you used before, if you thought it was going to be better, you should have been absolutely
Do you think they
certain.
thought it was better?
I'm saying if you're given the absolute benefit of the doubt, you should have been completely certain that it is compliant because you know that the NFLPA hates turf to begin with. So if you're going to get a new type of turf, you know that the players hate the turf anyway. They're going to find any reason to pick apart that turf and say it sucks. So you should have been on top of that. The Gonzo stuff, I do think is different because even with our buddy Tommy Curran chiming in with you guys on Tuesday and then on NBC Sports Boston last night on Early Edition with Trenny, saying that Gonzo may want money that's up to like $35 million a year and not even getting into the guaranteed. I do feel as it goes on, the Gonzalez contract negotiation may be a little out of their control right now.
Okay.
I'm not saying that they're going to reach a place where they have a good contract done and Gonzo's happy. But that side of it, they may be like, we just don't know when this is going to get done.
Maybe.
Because we're waiting out these things that are in Seattle and out of our
And
control.
what Tom told us Tuesday, and he reiterated last night on NBC Sports Boston, and if you missed any of it, Odyssey app, you can go back and listen to our chat with Tom from the joint practice on Tuesday. He basically said Gonzo's worried about the contract becoming obsolete a year from now. Which, okay, I mean, maybe that's true.
I say worry about that a year from now.
That's what I would say, too.
That's what Stephon Gilmore did. Ask for another negotiation.
Also, give him something that won't become obsolete, and maybe you can work around that, because I asked you the other day, Mego, it might be out of their control. Do you think they've offered more than $100 million guaranteed that
No.
McDuffie? Me neither.
I don't think so.
So, like, it's hard to be
I
like...
don't know that, but I don't think so.
I don't either. But I don't know. No one's reported anything on it. But my guess is they have not. How do I know? 30-plus years of this ownership and the way they operate. They'll pat themselves on the back for a middle-of-the-pack training facility, touted as state-of-the-art. And then, meanwhile, inside the stadium, they're installing turf at the last second. So, no, I don't think they've offered more than McDuffie. And it's hard for me to blame Gonzalez when they haven't even gotten to the table and offered more than McDuffie got a year ago.
To be clear, I'm not
Or,
blaming.
I'm sorry, a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I'm not blaming Gonzalez. I'm saying that I give the Patriots a little bit more grace with the Gonzalez money situation than the turf money situation, because they should have known
That's fair.
when they were ripping up the grass and putting down turf that if they were going to go to a turf brand that they had not used before and go away from the beloved, most trusted field turf brand name, that they should have gone with something that they were absolutely going to be certain was going to be compliant, because it's going to be the first thing that the players look at, because they hate the turf.
Yep.
They hate the turf.
Okay. So Robert Kraft wants all this credit for he'll spare no expense. And then he cheaped out on the field turf, just like 100 feet away.
So you don't like the facility with the special lockers and they lift up and there's a fan under the locker?
Nah, it's cool. They can dry their shoulder pads separately from everything else. It's pretty sweet.
It's going to be smelly. Those fans blowing the shoulder pads, sweat all over that locker room. Gross.
Speaking of smelly, I don't think this is shocking news, but Garrett Whitlock is going to the IL, Mego.
That does smell.
When it rains, it pours.
I mean, it stinks. It doesn't smell like it's suspicious. It just sucks.
So that is from Cotillo. Sources, Garrett Whitlock going on the IL, which I think basically Chad Tracy forecast last night. Greg Weissert is back with the Red Sox here today.
Okay.
We can mix in some Red Sox phone calls with all your thoughts on Kraft's comments. We'll get to the game tonight at Gillette Stadium. Eddie is in the car. Go ahead, Eddie.
You know, my favorite day at school used to be substitute teacher day. And, Mego, you're the best substitute teacher there is. But what's funny is the line of the day, what's his face? That's beautiful. Hey, I want to talk about Tracy. He was magic when he came in, but if he couldn't squeeze one win out of the last 5 games, I don't know if he's the guy to be staying with this team. I know that he did something special, but this team ain't that good. And the fundamentals that they're making the mistakes on, I don't know. I mean, to me, that's leadership. I mean, leadership should not allow that type of stuff to go on.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I used to say this about Cora all the time. I'm like, when you start slow every year and you lead the league in errors every year and you constantly get thrown out on the bases, I'm going to look at the manager.
Yeah.
And I think they've been better under Tracy, but these last 4 games in the 5-game losing streak, they've been especially abysmal at all that stuff. And meanwhile, Chad Tracy lets them show up late yesterday. So
I don't like that detail.
I don't either.
I just think that when you are hitting the skids, you need to buckle down and say, we're going to focus in and we're going to save this series. They had the opportunity to split the series yesterday, and it's not like they started completely terribly. Like, yes, Cedon Rafaela had a goofy base running decision that was everybody screaming at their TV in the moment, but they had opportunities in that game before they flamed out. And I guess for me, the big question is just who's going to come save the day with the offense? Because all of a sudden the offense is crapping out.
It hasn't been Adley Rutschman yet.
Caleb Durbin has some kind of pinky that is a huge problem. Wilson Contreras offensively was good last night, but if you listen to the post-game sound, is dealing with 5 different things on any given night and now has a leg thing. So.
Well, at least he talked to the media last night, which is a step in the right direction. We'll ask Brad Foe about all of this coming up about 15 minutes from now when he joins us, as he does every Thursday at 11:30. John's in Framingham. Hello, John.
Hey, you guys. Listen, actually, I got 2 things. First of all, initially I was going to call about the new catcher, but I want to say that Jarren Duran is way above Anthony all over the place. I mean, he's got at least 2 years where he drove in 75 runs or more.
Well, yeah,
as a leadoff hitter.
Anthony's played a fraction of last season and then a month this year. I mean, he hasn't played as long. He couldn't. It's impossible for him to have 3 seasons of 75 RBIs. He hasn't played that long.
Yeah, but the thing is they want to play him in left field, and they're going to. What are they going to do with Duran? I mean, Duran has a proven track record, and if anything, to bring Anthony back, he should be a DH. Period.
Okay.
If you want to put him in the field, put him in the field next year.
So I'm not anti-Anthony at DH because I don't think he's great in the field either, but I'm kind of done watching Duran every day, so that's why I'd put Anthony out in left field.
Are fans really that concerned about Duran? I'm asking for real.
You heard one.
Do they feel like Duran is gonna revert in a good way back to the guy that he was 2 summers ago?
No, I held out that hope.
Like 2024 Duran?
I held out that hope late last year, all the way into the playoff series. I'm like, his speed, he can win you a game in a short series like that. And I was wrong. I've even ditched that. But yeah, there are still some fans. You just heard one.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's representative of the whole fan base, but you just heard one.
If you feel like the addition that Roman Anthony is going to make when he returns is that he's going to be such a plus offensively, and you just want him to focus on that, and so he's going to be your DH. I don't know what that means for Yoshida, but I can at least kind of understand that. But if you're telling me that you're doing that because you have to have Duran in the field, I don't really agree with that. Who cares?
617-779-7937. A reminder, the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance is Monday and Tuesday. Every gift makes a difference for patients being treated at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. You can donate jimmyfund.org. Last year, a record year, and now we're focused on beating it and striking out cancer. The Radio Telethon on WEEI is sponsored by findmassmoney.gov and by House. Get House and become part of the family at houseproducts.com. Let's get to the game tonight. Patriots and Colts on the crummy field inside Gillette Stadium, plus Kayshon Boutte and his future. How much of Boutte are we going to see tonight? That's in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe. That was Mike Reese on with McAfee talking about Kayshon Boutte. I found that to be, no offense to Reese, contradictory. People inside the Patriots organization say that Boutte is going to be a big part of what we do. But then what could complicate that is if anybody comes calling and offers something of significance. So, like, do you have a big plan for the guy? Or are you going to take him for anything of significance? Like, that feels contradictory to me. And my guess is it's more the latter than the former. The Patriots may be telling people that. I believe somebody inside the organization told Reese that.
Right.
But they're probably telling him that for a reason. They're pumping up Kayshon Boutte's trade value. And in a related story, I'd expect a lot of targets for Kayshon Boutte in this game tonight, assuming he's comfortable going out there and running around on the crummy turf.
I would as well. The first part of that from Reese, if I'm Kayshon Boutte, I don't love that because I don't want to be here. I want to go somewhere where I can have more than 600 receiving yards and I can get Romeo Doubs type money when I'm a free agent. Like, that is what's best for Kayshon Boutte. He's not going to get that if A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs are healthy and in front of him. And the second part, so what's something of significance? Like, are we talking about something better than a 6th-round pick?
Well, what would you want? If you were going to trade Kayshon Boutte, what would you want?
I would either want a player, preferably somebody that is maybe
edge rusher?
Player. Yeah, edge. That's your biggest position of need. I don't know. Maybe it would be depth at a position like offensive line or depth at tight end, even though Eli Raridan is somebody who I have my eye on for tonight's preseason game.
Ooh.
Yeah, definitely. Surging player. But with Kayshon Boutte, like, this is the thing with the wide receiver room that is starting to bother me because I felt I had never been shot down and made wrong so quickly as last week, as I said with you guys, when I was talking about Kyle Williams on the Greg Hill show and saying Kyle Williams looks like the odd man out in that wide receiver room. And then Mike Vrabel gets up in front of everybody and starts penning a love letter to Kyle Williams about how, what? They have a big plan for him. He's going to be a big part of what they do offensively. When you have 7 receivers on the roster and one of them is A.J. Brown, who you know wants targets and numbers, how are you having all of them be possibly a big part of what you're doing? It just feels like they're saying things to make the receivers feel good, to make the room happy. Everybody's going to have a big part. You saw how the offense operated last year. It doesn't make sense to me.
They're not going to keep 7. I mean, maybe roster manipulation. Didn't they keep 8 last year? Didn't they keep like 1 million when they first broke camp?
I thought they had 7 last year.
Maybe it was 7. I thought it was more because they had Kendrick Bourne, they had Polk, they had Javon. Like, all those guys initially made the team, and then they started shuffling the roster.
Kendrick Bourne they cut.
Did they right away? I thought he made the initial roster. Maybe I have that wrong.
Cut down day.
Okay. So regardless, they kept a ton of receivers last year, but in practicality, that number was smaller by the time they got to week 1. They're not keeping 7, I don't think, at least not on the active roster. So somebody's going to go. Maybe that's your guy, Efton Chisholm, to the practice squad. Maybe it's Kayshon Boutte in a trade. I'm pretty much done expecting they're going to get a good draft pick for Boutte. So the only way I'm trading him is if somebody says, hey, we have some depth at edge rusher, maybe at tight end, and you tell me the name and I'll tell you if I like the trade. But like something like that would be of consequence. Otherwise, I can't imagine they have big plans for him other than tonight's preseason game, if that's what Reese meant. We got big plans for him tonight against the Colts. We don't want to play any of our good players who we're planning on this year because we don't want anybody to blow out a knee. And on top of it, we're sitting all those guys down. So 11 targets for Boutte tonight to pump up his trade value. Maybe that's what they meant. But, yeah, I think he's getting traded, which I disagree with. I think that's a bad decision. I think that's poor asset management with a good player who Drake May clearly has a connection with. Yes, I think it's a mistake, but I think that's what they're going to do.
I like if you're saying just a meritocracy. You're saying who are the best receivers in the room. I like Kayshon Boutte better than Pop Douglas.
Me too.
I like him better than Efton Chisholm, and I like him better than Kyle Williams. But if you're talking
I'm not sold he's behind Dobbs. I'm not totally sold on that.
I kind of agree. I will say Dobbs looked a lot better at the beginning of this week than Kayshon Boutte has looked strong for most parts of training camp, but Dobbs has looked significantly better in his connection with Drake May recently. But I do think that if you're just talking about merit-based, who are the best receivers in the room? Kayshon offers more than some of these other guys physically and chemistry-wise with Drake May. And he's proven that he can get with the program and improve year over year when he's given the opportunity in this program. but I don't know if he fits in the offense. And if it's just going to be either A.J. Brown or him, you're going to go to A.J. Brown 10 times out of 10. So I like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like the player. I like his, as dorks say, his traits, but I don't know that he has a role here.
Ooh.
And I get that he like wants a role. He wants to go out and make real money. And I think that they should give him that opportunity. If they're not going to use him here, use it or lose it. Like, then lose him.
It's true. If you don't use it, you do lose it.
I learned that from the 40-year-old virgin.
We're going to get to some traits. Dan Orlovsky went through and ranked all the quarterbacks in the league, at least top 10s, on their various traits. How Drake may do on that. We can get to it coming up with your phone call, 617-779-7937. I want Mego's thoughts. She mentioned Raritan,
yes.
But I want to hear more on that and who we should be watching in tonight's preseason opener against the Colts. But on the way next, Rob Bradford going to clear up all the latest with the Boston Red Sox next. All right, Mego, you hear that music, you know what time it is. It is time for Rob Bradford, WEEI, and Baseball Isn't Boring. He's brought to you by McFarland Energy, the heating, cooling, and bioheat delivery pros that Eastern Mass and all of Cape Cod depend on at McFarlandEnergy.com. Bradfo, what's up?
Let's talk about the fourth out rule. Let's go. No, I don't want to talk about the fourth out rule. No.
I got to be honest, that's so yesterday's news, Bradfo.
So
I know. That's why I don't want to talk about it. Like, I'm so exhausted by
You
it.
sound like Wilson Contreras. I don't care if the fans
Yeah,
boo me. I don't care.
I
I'm
don't
just bringing
care,
it
but
up.
Let's talk about it.
Uh-oh.
Let's talk about what, Bradfo?
Well, I'm sorry?
You broke up there for a second. Let's talk about what?
Oh, no. I said let's talk about it for an hour, even though I don't want to talk about it. But, hey, McFarland to you all, always a pleasure. Mego, it's such a good time always talking with you, so I appreciate it. Adam, always a good time talking with you. I miss Rich. It's just a great time to be alive. Thank you for having me on.
Okay.
Wow.
How concerned should we be about this 5-game losing streak? Because I understand teams lose in baseball. What they did over the last month plus is very atypical. I get that. But they're also playing like garbage, I'd say, in these last 4 specifically of the 5-game losing streak. How concerned should we be?
Yeah, I think you should be a little concerned, and because the way that they're losing is the exact same way that they lost before, which is, you have decent pitching, but then you don't hit. You don't hit home runs. You don't hit with runners in scoring position. And really you play bad baseball. So I think all of it was reminiscent of what it was before. And as always with baseball, sort of the truth lies somewhere in the middle. But at the same time, it's like, okay, you know what? It's a wake-up call that there's a reason why you did need Curtis Mead. There is a reason why you did need bats. There is a reason why that you just couldn't keep rolling out the same guys and expect to win, 30 of 37. No, you can't do that. That's not how baseball works. And they're getting that wake-up call right now. And what makes it more difficult is that you don't have guys. Garrett Whitlock is a huge deal. They're not having him. Having a banged up, having an unproductive Wilson Contreras, even though he hit a home run, that's a huge deal. Like, this is the reality of a baseball season, and it was never going to be like it was for that month and a half. So, yeah, it is. It should be a wake-up call for them.
Bradfo, has Wilson Contreras ever cussed you out after a game? And what's going on with him right now?
No, he is not. I know of what Sean was writing about and speaking of, and
what?
And,
what was it?
Well, I think after the Dodgers game, he was. They actually won that game, the last game. He was a little. I wasn't there because I love to take the red eye flights home. Jump the gun a little bit. Who doesn't? But from what I understand, he was surly and sort of I'm not talking. I'm not and along those lines of I don't know what cuss words were used or whatever it was, but it was that tone. And I get that. And there's been other times where he's taken a long time to come out to when the media maybe isn't one of them. But I think overall, this is just my perspective, is that I don't think it's a big deal because, I think you can go down a list of incidents where he has stood up and he has addressed it and he has talked about it. And a lot of times, by the way, a very pointed and surly and entertaining way and very intense way. But I would not say that was a big deal, or I would not represent him as a part of the problem to say that.
Yeah, Rob, I have said that I really like Wilson Contreras, and I like that he has an edge to him. Do you feel that whatever he talked about with his leg yesterday after the game is going to hamper his ability to help power some of this offense that has been slumping over this 5-game losing streak?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any question about it, Mago, that the guy that you have had over the last couple of weeks is not the same version of the guy you had. I mean, production-wise, obviously, stats-wise, obviously, but there is documented proof that this guy has been banged up a lot, starting with the concussion thing and then going from there and the leg thing, whatever. We can go down a long list of things. And this is a baseball season. It happens. The reality is that I do think that this guy has proven throughout his career and also this year that he is that type of guy who is probably going to be a gamer. Again, not part of the problem, part of the solution, but he has to be part of the solution. I mean, this is through all the stuff, whether it's the media, or through all the stuff, whether it's running out balls, through all of it, the fact of the matter is, and I think this speaks to a lot of things that's going on right now, I don't care about any of it because either you have it or you don't. And unfortunately for the Red Sox, Wilson Contreras, the good Wilson Contreras is such an enormous part of this equation. You cannot have it go the other way.
I have a question about a tweet your colleague, Chris Cotillo, had yesterday.
Was it about us golfing?
It was not.
Ice cream?
Okay.
His tweet
Ice
was
cream.
about Chad Tracy. He says, the Red Sox might have had the latest report time I can remember on my time on the beat since 2018, he said. Chad Tracy's pregame media session was an hour and 35 minutes before first pitch. Has he been kind of lax in terms of when players show up? That sounds awfully late yesterday, him talking 95 minutes before first pitch. And do you think that's carrying over to why they look so out of sorts these last few nights on the field?
Yeah, so it's interesting because my instinct, I think, Mego, you said that, is, hey, if something's not going right, let's dig in and let's get the job done and let's work even harder, right? But if you go back, we can't be hypocrites about this because when they went on the run, starting with the first game against the Yankees, that was the first day they started having clubhouse or media access anyway at 4 o'clock, which was almost an hour and a half later than usual. And so you had no outside batting practice and media availability at 4 o'clock.
Right, but hang on. Wasn't that after flight issues flying back from Colorado?
Right, so hold on.
This was in the middle of a series.
Yeah. Hold on a second. So my point is that that's when it started, and that's was the impetus for it. But since then, they haven't drawn away from this. And my point is this, is that you basically said, okay, this is an effective strategy to take some of this off the plate, that we're going to draw back, we're gonna manage the season this way, and even at any bumps in the road, if they lost 2 in a row to the Nationals, they kept on doing this. So what I'm saying is that when I saw that, I immediately thought, okay, this is their remedy because it's been the remedy over the last 2 months. Now, what they have to be wary of, and I agree, I think this is what you're saying, is that it's not all. It doesn't always work for an entirety of a baseball season. Sometimes you have to have a team meeting. Sometimes you have to actually say, all right, guys, let's gather around. Let's have outside BP. Let's show up a little bit earlier because we got to get our crap right now. Sometimes you got to do that. They chose to keep going down the same road, or Chad Tracy did, that had been so effective for the last previous 2 months, and obviously it didn't work last night.
What did you make of Sam Kennedy with the Greg Hill show saying that they had to make a decision about Chad Tracy soon? Does that sound like a timeline laid out, in your opinion, about removing the interim tag? What was your read?
Yeah, it's kind of a bizarre statement, to be honest with you, because, there's – and Adam, I heard you say this, and this is what I've been saying all along, which is, well, you don't take the interim tag off until you know absolutely that it's not going to turn the other way, because you don't want to have to fire somebody again and do it all over again. So if they kept the interim tag on, I'm like, okay, I get it. That's fine. But to say that you're going to have to do something soon, no, actually you don't have to do something soon. I think a lot of people will want you to do something soon. A lot of people think that maybe this is actually a thing that would give you a little bit of a kick in the butt. Everyone like, yay, Chad Tracy, no more interim guy. Okay, maybe that's the case. So you don't have to. And by the way, Jim Tracy, his dad, who won on the most epic run of interim managers ever in 2009 with Colorado and won Manager of the Year, he didn't get the interim tag taken off until November. So it's not like this hasn't happened. But to say that, hey, we have to figure this out soon, like, you kind of don't.
Doesn't it seem like they do? Because he said that they do?
Yeah, well.
Like, he kind of put a timeline,
Not
right?
the first time he stepped in it.
I mean, he
Sam
kind
Kennedy.
of put a timeline out there by saying it's going to be soon.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's like, oh, it's up to Brez, right?
It's always up to Brez.
It's always up to Brez. And so, as I said the other day, all we know now with Tracy is that he has, he's working under his AAA management contract, which goes through next year. And as I also said, I have no idea if they give him a pay bump or not. Like, I have no idea.
Well, I heard you give those figures earlier this week on Rich and Ken with Ted for like an average AAA manager, so I would hope they gave him a pay bump.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so too. And that's coming from somebody who knows that world, and that maybe is an average $100,000. I don't know. Maybe, I know that some teams paid a lot more than that. But I will say this. All I can say is that the usefulness of that report is that it tells you that you have this guy under contract for at least another year. So that's where we're at with that.
How do they balance Peyton Toley's workload, where he's already, certainly on pace and maybe even already there, I'd have to double check, for innings pitched in a season, versus this feeling like a real must-win, stop the losing streak kind of game? How do they balance those two with Peyton Toley down the stretch?
Uncomfortably. I think that, we've got, now this is the second time where you've had a Peyton Toley start where you went into it and said, you really, really need an ace, and no doubt about it, a Garrett Crochet-like sort of go shut the other team down for 7 or 8 innings and no questions asked. And that's what you shouldn't be asking of Peyton Toley right now, because we don't know what it's going to look like in September and October. They can hook him up to all kinds of machines and chart all the stuff and have all the whatever it is. But you don't know. He's a big guy, but you don't know exactly what you're going to get. And the unfortunate thing is that you desperately need this guy. And that's one of the criticisms I had at the trade deadline, which is I did think that they should have gotten some cover when it came to another starting pitching, because you have 2 rookies. You don't know what's going to look like in September and certainly October. And then you have Sonny Gray, who's 36, and Ranger Suarez, who's been nicked up a bunch, and Patrick Sandoval, who's coming off an injury. So this is where you could really use some help now. And the other part about this, I'll come back to the Whitlock. Okay, well, you want to shorten this guy's outings? You want to shorten these guys' outings? Well, all of a sudden, your bullpen just got a whole lot thinner, because that was supposed to be a strength, where you get to the 7th, 8th, 9th, game over. That's no longer the case.
Yeah, you just took the question out of my mouth. With Garrett Whitlock, how big of a blow is him going on this IL stint?
Well, it's a bigger one because our good friend, the 6'9", very white teeth, Tyrone Guerrero, excellent teeth. The Red Sox have the best teeth in the American League.
Okay. Wow.
And Anthony Siegler, Masa Yoshida, yeah, great dental plan. So anyway, and he also throws 103. But
that helps.
The problem is
at least when Contreras could catch, that helps for Tyrone Guerrero. Yeah.
Yeah. You need guys to catch the ball. Science. But it's that's the problem, is that Guerrero's been a great story, and ideally you just say he'll slide in, but we saw what happened last night. We saw that this isn't necessarily going to be the obvious path. And that's why, you got a guy like Eric Miller. All of a sudden, Eric Miller becomes a very, very real necessity. Having a good Guerrero becomes a very, very real necessity. So to answer your question, I think it's a huge hit, because this is how this whole thing worked. We look at that run that they had, and how did it all work? And a big part of how it worked was, you got great starting pitching, but you also had the absolute best bullpen in baseball. And when you take out one of the best relievers, that can't be the case anymore.
Okay. He is Rob Bradford. You can check out his work on the Odyssey app, Baseball Isn't Boring podcast, at Bradfo on Twitter. He's brought to you every Thursday at 11:30 here on Jones and Keefe by McFarland Energy. Bradfo, we appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
McFarland to you, Bradfo.
McFarland to you.
Okay. Rob Bradford with the latest there on Whitlock, who, if you missed it, we reported. We passed along the report from Chris Cotillo earlier this hour on the IL, which is his second stint this year, if I'm not mistaken. He had a quick one earlier this year, and now he's back there, which does put more on Guerrero, who fell apart last night after Contreras dropped that fly ball. Chapman's already looked shaky. I've never been a big fan of Slayton. I do like what I've seen out of Eric Miller outside of his opening stint the other day. So, yeah, that's a lot on that bullpen now with some starters who are going to need to be managed in terms of their workload, starting with Peyton Tolle here this afternoon, 3:07 first pitch on WEEI. 617-779-7937. More of your phone calls here coming up. We can get to Dan Orlovsky on Drake May and his traits. We can also get into what Mego has her eyes on in this preseason game tonight, Eli Raritan, and what else. We'll do all that coming up next. Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Mego in for Keefe. We can get to Dan Orlovsky's new piece up at ESPN. The different traits in the top quarterbacks throughout the NFL, how Drake may fare on that. He's been awfully critical of Drake over the years. So we'll see how he did on that list. But I want Mego's thoughts with preseason game number 1 tonight inside Gillette Stadium. Crummy turf aside, Mego.
We don't know. They have been working on that turf around the clock, and they have the brand name turf that they're putting in now. So we don't know if it's going to be crummy. You're just assuming that because it usually takes 7 days to install, and they're doing it in less than 72 hours, that it's going to be problematic.
Usually, when you're trying to expedite the process, I would say mistakes tend to happen, but I guess we'll see. But no, the turf inside Gillette aside, I don't think we're getting Drake May. At least that's the last thing we heard from Vrabel. I would assume that means we're not really getting any starters either, although
no
feel
AJ
free
Brown,
to tell me.
No Christian Gonzalez.
I was going to say, feel free to tell me if you disagree. All right, so knowing all that, what should we be watching tonight?
So my number one guy that I want to watch tonight that I am most intrigued by is Gabe Akis, because he has been such a man of mystery this offseason due to his weird contract negotiations with his clause and his injury clause. He's been behind Draymond Jones in much of the meaningful reps in training camp, so I haven't really gotten a good grasp on what he can do at that position. I also feel that unless you're watching 1v1s in joint practices, it's kind of hard to grade that position because you're putting the brakes on and not trying to hurt guys in practice. So he's the number one guy that I want to look at. I'm also intrigued by Eli Raridan and, of course, Efton Chisholm, because I think that those are two guys who are trying to climb up their respective depth charts. With Eli Raridan, he's had a good couple of days in camp. I think he wants to prove himself as an offensive weapon that's going to be dependable at the start of the season behind Hunter Henry. Those are the three guys I'm most intrigued by. And then if you want to get really boring, you're going to be watching your Caleb Lomu versus Marcus Bryant.
Well,
and who's the next man up on the offensive line.
That, and also, all right, does Lomu stand out in a bad... I don't really care if he's blocking the crap out of second and third stringers on the Colts. Doesn't bother me. Or you know, I'm not going to turn around and declare that he's awesome. If he's getting torched and he stands out in a bad way, whether it's at left or right tackle, that's going to be telling.
Yeah.
And maybe that's unfair to him. But no, I'll come in and I'll say if I didn't notice him, that's probably a good thing. If you notice him in a bad way, that's a bad thing. So that's my stance on Lomu. Definitely one to watch, as rookies usually are. You mentioned Akis. You mentioned Raridan. Do you have Kyle Williams in there or no?
I didn't have Kyle Williams in there. I would expect a healthy amount of reps tonight from him.
Me too.
But
and
I'm a little less intrigued, Jones, just because I say Efton Chisholm over Kyle Williams, because when we're looking at 7 wide receivers on the roster and you have Mike Vrabel just write a love letter to Kyle Williams in front of the entire media last week, that kind of tells me that they don't plan on cutting Kyle Williams now, which is not what they've been showing in camp.
I don't think they're cutting him. I also don't think he's going to have a big role. But he has started to flash the last few days at camp. You've been there. You've seen it. Keith and I haven't been there anywhere near as much as you have. And a lot of it's been with DeVito, more so than May, but he is repping a little bit more with May. May is not playing tonight. I don't even know how much DeVito is going to play tonight, quite frankly. It's probably going to be a lot of the rookie Baron Morton. I want to see him make play. That's one where I want actual stats and production out of him. If he doesn't have it, I'll be real worried. about what he can
Really?
do. If
After one preseason game? I mean, because the one thing about
but
Kyle
it's not
Williams
just one
was,
preseason game.
but
It's a rookie year and a pretty quiet camp and now a preseason
he
game.
was not whatever the opposite of a volume receiver is. That's what Kyle Williams was last year.
But tonight, if
But
it's
when
him
Drake-
and Chisholm,
When
he
Drake
should be
May
standing
threw
out.
to him, he was able to be a vertical threat when Drake May actually looked at him, when he could actually
Well,
get on the field.
How many picks did he throw targeting him?
He's just very buried in the depth chart.
How many picks did he throw
I don't know,
targeting
how
him
many?
last year? A bunch.
Oh, I didn't know if you had the stat in front of you.
No,
That's why
I but like even in camp, like I think Drake's first pick was targeting him, and it's
Okay,
like
but Drake's pick at the end of the 1 minute drill in the joint practice was to Pop Douglas.
Sure.
That doesn't mean that he doesn't throw to Pop Douglas anymore.
no, I'm not saying he doesn't throw to him. I'm saying I don't know that the connection's there, and I don't know if the chemistry's been there with Kyle Williams. And this is one where if he plays a lot, I don't want a bunch of cardio reps for him where he's just running deep and he's not getting targets, because that tells me he's not getting open. And if he's playing tonight, I want him featured in the game plan because he has started to flash a little bit. Same thing with Raritan. Like, those guys have some reps with May. Raritan's getting more and more, but they flash when they're with the twos. They're out there when they're with the ones. That started to happen. I want to see that tonight out of Kyle Williams. If not, I'm not telling you they're cutting him, but I'm not going to expect much out of him if he can't even flash against 2s and 3s in a preseason game.
Like 2 weeks ago, I thought that they might cut him because that's how uninvolved he was with the first teamers in camp. But Jones, to the point that you made before, if Kyle Williams, if it's about building his chemistry with your starting quarterback and your starting quarterback isn't playing tonight and he's catching a couple passes and a couple drives from DeVito and then going to the third stringer, like how much does that tell you about his chemistry with Drake May?
No, that's fair. It doesn't tell you anything about the chemistry with Drake May. What it does tell me is, can the guy play or not? If he can't play against 2s and 3s on the Colts, then that's starting to tell me something bad, regardless of his chemistry, which I think is lacking
And
with
I
May.
think, to your point, that's where Efton Chisholm earned his spot last year, was he looked well above the 3s and it looked like he outmatched the 2s at times. And I think that the coaches looked at that and said, this is a developmental piece that we should keep around.
617-779-7937. What should we be looking for in this game tonight out of the Patriots? You heard Mego's list there. You guys can jump in as well. Again, 617-779-7937. We'll get back to the Red Sox. Brutal loss last night. They couldn't lose for like a month plus. Now they can't win. Peyton Tolley has to be the stopper here this afternoon. 3:07 first pitch on WEEI pregame a little after 2. So, Mego, that means we have a little overtime that we got to hang out for, a few extra minutes on the program here today.
I can do
as
it.
we'll stick around past 2 o'clock. No Rich and Ken with Ted. No Scorched Earth coming up at 2. We will get into the Red Sox, Contreras speaking to the media, significant drop ball last night, all of that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my tax.
safe at the plate. Oh, the Red Sox drop a pop-up, and it kills them on the next pitch.
Not great, Red Sox. Not great. It is high noon here on Jones and Keefe. Mego in for Keefe today with all your phone calls. 617-779-7937. Mego, not only have they lost 5 in a row, because I think, and I've heard this from Red Sox fans. I see it on social media. What did Carrabis tweet? Carrabis had a good one. Where it's like, hey, a 5-game losing streak isn't going to shake me. It happens over the course of a year.
That's baseball, is what they say.
Right. Oh, here you go. Carrabis, I watched 3 months of this Red Sox team being the worst in the league. 5 straight losses. Can't hurt me. Get them tomorrow.
Yeah.
So he's kind of
That's
trying
kind
to...
of what Tracy said after the game. He said we're pretty battle-tested.
Yeah.
We're going to get through it.
Okay. And what does get through it mean? Like, are they going to still
means
make the playoffs? Yeah, I
Take
I
an
think so.
extra hour before you make guys get to the ballpark.
Okay.
Take some time. Chillax.
Yeah, I think they're still going to make the playoffs. I'm not jumping ship on that.
That is baseball.
But I am starting to wonder about what their ceiling is. We can get into reasonable expectations.
We're talking ceilings.
We set the bar for
It's
this
dropping.
team. But not only have they lost, like just saying they lost 5 in a row and this happens to baseball teams, I don't think it does justice to how poorly they've played and specifically hit over these last, I'm going to say 4 games, but extend it to 5 if you want. I'll let them off the hook for Saturday. The last 4 have been horrible. Last night it was not runners in scoring position. They didn't even get runners into scoring position last night. They couldn't hit. Contreras can't catch. The bullpen fell apart. Oh, by the way, Whitlock is on the IL. Ron Suarez never pitches past 5 innings. Chad Tracy's letting the players show up late. Like, I don't know. None of it feels great. It's not just that they're losing; they're playing terribly.
You feel like the wheels are coming off a little bit.
I'm starting to wonder if that's where we're heading. Yeah.
I am more concerned that it is because of the offense being unproductive. Because I don't know what the obvious solution there is. You have guys like Wilson Contreras and Wilyer Abreu and Ceddanne Rafaela who have been able to show power at different points in the season. But you don't have somebody who is going to make a surge like Alex Bregman. I don't think Jarren Duran's going to be that guy. When you get Roman Anthony back, I think he's going to be somebody who can add a little bit on the margins. Maybe you're looking at Adley Rutschman. I don't think he's a power-hitting guy either. So I don't know where the answer is. Like, to your point, it's not just about stranding guys on the bases. It's about even getting guys on the bases. You're not getting somebody like Masataka Yoshida doing that, who you think, like, okay, isn't that like your whole role in this offense? So I'm not panicking. I'm not looking at it and saying the run that you went on was not real. It was. I do think that's indicative of what you can do as a baseball team. But I also don't know who's coming to save you right now. And if Chad Tracy is the guy that's going to be able to captain your ship through these rough waters and get you, you're not going to have another run like you just went on to turn it around. So what does it look like when you're in that kind of middle ground of a more normal baseball streak?
Okay. I think it's a good question. So let me give you some positives here, and then I want to get to a question that the text line just sent in. It's a good one, 617-779-7937. The Red Sox have now lost 5 in a row. We keep getting this text over and over again. Well, the Dodgers just lost 7. Are you worried about the Dodgers? Blah, blah, blah. Fair point. I think the Dodgers, though, with back-to-back World Series, get a little more leeway than this team. The Red Sox still have the 3rd best record in the American League, 64-56. That's better than the White Sox, Astros, Rangers, Twins, Tigers, et cetera, et cetera. It's only worse than the Rays and the Yankees. They are still closer to the first wild card. I think it's 4 games with the Yankees. It is, as opposed to 5 games up on a playoff spot. Although now it's the Twins and the Tigers who are 5 games out, and you're 4.5 up on the Rangers for the final wild card spot. The Red Sox are still the 3rd best team in the AL in run differential. So that's, some of the positives with this team.
Yeah, you've built a lot of cushion for yourself.
However, they've lost 5 in a row. Good question by the text line. How many losses in a row breaks the threshold of not being worried?
Oh, you know what? As you were saying that, I think about who did you say there is 4.5 back right now from you? Texas. So I think if you're looking at if you get to 8 or 9 losses
in a row? Oh
then
my
I'm
God.
like, holy crap, the wheels have come off.
Okay.
Like, that's a snowball to me.
They get It's Tolley and Scherzer today. I would
But
not
as you
feel
just
great.
said, the Dodgers, what? They lost 7 straight?
They did.
So are people looking at the Dodgers and saying they're no longer a contender? What's the ceiling for the
no.
Dodgers?
Again, that'd be silly
They're
because the
probably
Dodgers.
looking more at the Dodgers and they're like, who's going to own the Dodgers?
The
next year?
Dodgers are trying to Chief Pete, and win 3 in a row. So they get more leeway, I would think, than a team like the Red Sox. All right, so it's Tolley and Scherzer
Although
today.
Freddie Freeman might be hurt. Did you see the dive he took off the stairs last night?
I read the headline that he had a
Ouch.
fall. Is that what happened?
Yeah, he was trying to catch a foul ball.
Oh.
Nobody caught him in the dugout, and he went right down the stairs.
Uh-oh. Does that mean that his team doesn't like him?
Thank you. I was just
I
going
think
to
it was
ask
the opposing dugout.
opposing
Oh.
dugout.
They didn't catch
There it is.
Oh, that makes sense.
All right, Mego, they lose today. Tolley v. Scherzer at 6 in a row. Are you worried?
No.
They lose Friday night in Pittsburgh. Bennett and Chandler.
Yeah. Wait, I forgot it was the Pirates. Yes. Okay.
So
7.
7 in a row. That's your number?
7. I'm worried. 7. Yep. That's the magic number
Honestly,
right there.
It was right under our noses all along.
It was right there.
You're allowed to lose today, but if you lose today and tomorrow, panic.
Yes. Then you hit the panic button.
Okay.
Don't you feel? Are you already panicked? Are you at 6 games? Are you at
I think
7?
I think if they lose today, it's time to panic.
Really?
Yes, if you get swept
think it's
4 straight
gross.
in Toronto and
I
it's
think
Tolley and Scherzer.
And the way that you lost last night was gross. Like the Wilson Contreras bobble, it looked like something that you and I would do if we were out there. Like that's the kind of thing where you're like, that's embarrassing. That's I would think that I had caught the ball
Also-
in foul territory, then let it go.
Also, no excuses losing to Fat Paul Skeens on Sunday. Like, you're not allowed to do that now.
Okay, we're going
Well,
there.
they're like half shutting him down. They took him out after like 85 pitches the other day.
Yeah, I think they were like, let's double check this guy's blood pressure.
Paul
I don't know. He has
Skeens.
Libby done, so that's fine.
She looks fantastic. I was the
You think
trolling
that's
then.
part of
She has
what's
like an 8-pack.
you think that's part of what's unfair for him is he's standing next to Olivia Dunn? He always is. I don't know that he's ever quite looked like this. Check his lipids. Like what's going
Oh
on?
my God. You sound like somebody who just got your physical, by the way. Talking about lipids.
No,
Talking about all the measurements that you're unhappy about with yourself.
I didn't know. Trust me, I am, but I haven't had it for a while. But I dread it every time it happens. Yes.
Skeens, I think he's provided something for the men of America, which is they love to see a doughy-looking athlete on the beach.
Yeah, that's
They
true.
love to see it.
This
even
reminds
if
me.
he's with Livy Dunn.
This reminds me when Brady was shaking
Yes.
around that one time on the beach.
Or Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is great for that.
Mahomes is still shaking around. I think
Yeah.
Brady I think took that one to heart and immediately got shredded. But yeah, no, that was unflattering to say. So no excuses even losing to Paul Skeens on Sunday. But okay, Mego's at 7. I say don't lose today because panic is starting to set in. Even Bradfo was like, no, it's okay to start wondering what's going on with this team. 617-779-7937. Wilson Contreras with a massive drop last night that led to the snowballing on Tyron Guerrero, which may have happened anyway, okay? They had to go to Guerrero last night because Whitlock was unavailable. He's on the IL now. Guerrero put the first 2 guys on. Vladdy lined one right up the middle. Good hit. Kirk was just the grossest little flare of all time to right field. So that was bad luck for Guerrero. And then Contreras drops one. Who knows where it would have gone, but Contreras led to the snowballing. He was asked after.
Line to the left field. That's a base hit.
Yeah. He was
It's borderline swinging a pop up.
after the game about the drop pop-up. He faced the music, which fine. I thought he gave a good answer on this. He was also asked by Tom Caron, and you'll hear the question about everything he's going through. Listen to what he isn't asked about and where he takes it. This is an interesting exchange, I thought, after the game with Wilson Contreras last night.
Last couple of weeks, you've been through a lot. You were sick, got hit by a pitch, fouled it off your shin. To get the home run, to get the timing back, how good does that feel after all that?
It feels good. I mean, especially after losing for a few games for we being under the weather and then something's bothering my leg. That's why I didn't run the other day when the fan booed me. Man, didn't run for one time and they boo anybody, which is good. But I don't care.
I don't care.
I think it's part of baseball. They have the right to boo. They have the right to yell. They have the right to everything. But I mean, I went through a lot, and being able to hit a home run tonight was good.
Yeah, they booed me one time. I made a mistake. I'm going to make another mistake. They booed me, which is their right. I don't care. What were you asking me about?
Doesn't
What
bother
were we
me.
What were we talking about?
I mean, Karen.
Oh, by the way, my leg hurts.
Karen did not ask about not running it out
He
and
asked
getting
about
booed.
having a home run,
He decided
which
to
he
take it
said
there.
feels good, even though they lost a lot.
So, look, I'm with you. I like Wilson Contreras. I don't think it's all positive with Wilson Contreras. I think there are some negatives he brings to the table. Keith made the analogy to Brad Marchand before, where a player who toes the line and
Doesn't like the media?
Keith has his own personal animosity
Yeah.
with Brad Marchand and vice versa. But I thought it was a pretty good analogy because my stance on Marchand was always, I can't defend everything the guy does, but on balance, I like what he brings to the table.
And you like that he's on your team.
And I like the fire and the passion. And when he crosses the line, you're going to have to put up with it from time to time. You chastise him for it, like I did when Contreras hucked his helmet at Cade Cavalli and got suspended, deservingly so, for 5 games. But on balance,
he didn't get suspended for that as much as telling someone in the Instagram comments to meet him at Fenway Park.
Good point. One doesn't happen without the other, but good point. So
which I kind of liked.
On balance, I like what Wilson Contreras brings to the table. He's been the best player on the team this year. I want him on the Red Sox. I'm not saying get him off the team or anything like that. But I have not liked the last 2 weeks from Wilson Contreras. Going back even further than that.
Listen to everything he went through.
Yeah.
Listen to everything. He was sick. Got hit by a pitch.
Oh, I did want to bring this up. Text line brought this up, just asking the question, did the home run derby screw him up? Which, trust me, is right up my alley. I looked up these splits the other day, though. They're a little worse than the other day. But basically the short answer is no. His numbers are really in line with first half to second half so far this season.
You were just looking for the home run derby conspiracy.
His batting average has dropped from 285 to 258, but OPS is in line, 921 to 907.
You were looking for the Kemba Walker there.
Yes, he has 4 home runs in the second half in just 22 games. So, no, I would say as much as I would like to think the home run derby screwed him up, and that's part of what's going on, no, I think he's in a funk and dealing with, as he said, a bunch of stuff, including a little something in his leg.
Now a leg,
yeah.
Which is just the last thing that he needs because you got Durbin with a pinky, you got Contreras with the leg. Somebody's got to start hitting.
All I know is for whatever's going on in his leg, he looked like he was moving just fine last night. His glove may not have worked, but he looked like he was moving just fine last night. So maybe he got the message from the fan. Maybe the fans actually served a purpose by booing him and actually woke him up a little bit because he was moving pretty good down the first base line last night.
Well, he doesn't care.
No, he totally doesn't care.
One mistake.
Doesn't bother him.
Like he got booed by the Fenway faithful after one mistake. He doesn't care, though. What were we talking about?
617-779-7937. All the latest there on Wilson Contreras. What is a reasonable expectation for the Red Sox this year? Do they have to make the playoffs? Is that the bare minimum, and you're happy with it?
Oh, my God. My computer is listening to me. All I'm getting now is Skeens on the beach.
That's been an issue today.
Yeah, it's true.
Our devices are all listening to us. And Skeens is, for this point in the summer, surprisingly pale.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to talk, but yeah, he's not a lot of sun on the ample body that he's got going on there on the beach. 617-779-7937. We'll get to our reasonable expectations
flesh of a fish
for the Red Sox in just 2 minutes here on WEEI. Jones and Keefe here on WEEI. Mego in for Keefe. We are venting on the Red Sox, trying to make ourselves feel better. What is a reasonable expectation for this baseball club? We can get into it coming up with all your thoughts. 617-779-7937. Let's go to the phones here, though. Steve is waiting patiently in Fall River. Hello, Steve.
How are you guys?
Doing well. Thanks, Steve.
All right, let's stop talking about the winning streak. It's over. It was great. It's in the past.
Okay.
We have to move
Steve, just real quick.
here.
We're not we've been talking about the losing streak. What winning streak are we talking about?
This winning streak is no correlate. There's a losing streak.
Right. That's what we've been talking about. Yeah.
The solution is in the players that have to return. Adley Rutschman is an upgrade. We're going to come back to him. You're going to use the pond scum as an analogy for Adley Rutschman. But we need Anthony back. You need Trevor Story back.
No, you don't.
We need Meade back. Meade will be back. He had a very slight fracture, displaced, whatever. They'll look at him again. They have to make the play.
Good medical staff with the Red Sox. So that makes sense, yeah.
He'll be back. He's got a display, whatever. They'll look at it in September. Maybe maybe Crochet will be back. Maybe the other guy will be back.
Maybe.
I don't care that they overpaid for Rutschman. Yes, he's an upgrade. Now, what's the pond scum analogy?
I am curious. Yeah, what could that be?
Waiting to hear.
You go to a stagnant pond.
Well, I
see
don't.
It's all got scum in it. You take a big clear sample and you shove it in there and you pull it out.
Why are
And
you
at the
sampling
bottom,
it?
Dump it. And because you look at the bottom and you see mud. Then you see
What are you looking
cloudy
for,
water,
though?
and you see a little clear water at the top. This is your analogy. You've pulled the thing out, the probe out, and you've got mud at the bottom. Mud at the bottom. The scum was the three guys you had playing catcher: Wong, Gasper, and the guy they traded. And then the cloudy water is Rutschman. You don't have the clear water at the top where you'd want him to be. There's your analogy.
All right, I'm more lost than I could have even dreamed of.
Is that what happened to you the other Friday, a couple Fridays ago?
It was clear water. It was there was nothing else. It was shockingly clear.
Is this
what it was.
is this a local pastime that I'm missing?
Please use your time.
Pond scum?
You go collect your pond scum?
No, I can tell
It's the time
you.
of year. It's like collecting fireflies.
I think in
You run on down to that scummy pond.
I believe
you take out a clear jar.
At least in Vermont, I can't speak for everybody, but in Vermont,
Nasty.
freshman biology, I believe we had to do a water quality index on the Clyde River. Is what we did, my school anyways. So I don't remember going to a lot of ponds, but some water quality index on like a river we did. Yeah.
It's just not a pastime that I recall
You didn't do that?
going in on.
You guys
it's
all-
like, August rolls around, you go down to the pond and you scoop up your scum, and then you measure the scum through a clear glass. Now, let me tell you which players are scum.
So the three guys were scum, and Adley Rutschman is the cloudy
I was
water.
a little confused
Don't you
because they
want
were
clear
mud.
water? You want clear water?
He was saying Adley is the clear water. He's got to rise to the top, I
Got
think
it.
is what he was saying.
Got it. I just thought we were talking about duplicitous pond scum, the famous Kevin Mannix line about Bill Belichick, which I know. Yeah, be careful what you say about Belichick these days.
How do you feel about swimming in a pond?
It's gross. I don't like it.
You just would never
I mean,
do it?
no. Will I do
There
it?
are some
Sure.
nice ponds on Cape Cod.
I'm not a pond or a lake guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't put them in the same category. Lake is much bigger. I feel more secure in a lake.
Yeah, I mean, lake is clearer and better, but I still don't like
But
it compared to ocean or pool.
Sometimes pond can be very warm, which is nice. You get a nice kind of warm bath-like pond. Now, I don't want to know what's living in there, but it can be a nice little refreshing swim in August.
No sharks is a plus in a pond. Good point by the Twitch chat.
I did see the Globe had a story today about
On those
how-
juvenile sharks?
Yeah, in Maine they're using drones now to try to track the juvenile sharks. So they're.
Yeah, Maine, you should probably do that before they get there and start attacking people. That's probably what I would have
I
done.
thought that by going north, I didn't have to worry so much about the sharks. I thought that was a Cape thing, that was
Well,
a
yeah.
vineyard, and that was a Nantucket thing.
Got to go further north.
It's so cold up in Maine, that's supposed to be the trade-off. That if you're in the cold water, you don't have to worry about the juvenile sharks with their swooped hair and their iPods.
Their iPod.
iPod Nano.
playing their Death Cab for Cutie music.
Let's go to Larry in Newburyport. Probably too warm for the Sharks there. They're going further north. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, Mago, listen, I want to take you to task on attacking Durant all the time, okay?
Oh, okay.
Last Saturday, you said that you were upset because you wanted to have a fan thrown out of the game because he was taunting him. This guy has mental issues. He was thinking about committing suicide. So are you telling me that he doesn't have a right to have this guy removed from the stands?
Which guy are you talking about,
him?
Larry?
I'm talking about Saturday. You said you complained that he wanted to have a fan removed.
I was
from
talking
the
about the
stands.
time that somebody was calling out his batting average to him.
No, you said he was taunting him.
Yeah, taunting
He
him
was
with his
taunting-
batting average.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you remember that happened
first
in
of all-
Fenway
And
Park?
then he hurled a slur at that individual.
Nobody should be taunting Jaron Duran. He was thinking about committing
also
suicide.
don't think you should
Batting
be
average,
Larry,
no.
hang on. No one can taunt him. No one should. No one should talk about him.
Baseball player. You can't say your batting average to a professional.
No one should
baseball
cross a
player?
line and talk about him
wasn't
committing
about-
suicide, Larry. Obviously.
Larry, if you think I'm
It was
condoning that, you're
it was-
crazy. Nobody would condone that. It's horrible. And I said, if you were listening on Saturday, that Jaron
did
Duran
listen on Saturday,
absolutely.
and I know what you said.
Larry, can you listen now, please? He absolutely, I have said this over and over again, he absolutely saved lives with the story that he shared from his personal life bravely in that Netflix documentary.
And
that was a
yesterday-
great
yesterday
moment.
Yesterday,
I
you
don't
called him
like
a
him as a
hotbed.
baseball player. He hurls slurs
Why don't
at
you like- wait a
fans,
minute,
and
wait a
he
minute,
can't
wait a minute.
take
Why don't you like him as a-
anything.
Why don't you like him as a baseball player?
'Cause he
He's got
stinks.
speed. He's a good defender. His batting average is low. He gets home runs
it's
in the
great.
clutch.
There it is.
That's right. That's right. And he was almost the most valuable player 2 years ago, right?
All right. Well, Larry, and then last year he was bad, and this year he's worse. And I would, he is fast. He just got thrown out on the bases the other night, so I don't know how valuable that speed is. I think he's way overrated as a defender.
No, he's not overrated as a defender. He makes his great catches against the left field wall. He made great
Yeah.
catches
You remember
on
when
the
he
road trip.
remember when he kicked it around in Colorado? You remember how he butchered
No,
that
I
ball?
don't- no, I don't remember. I don't remember
Well,
that.
then, Larry,
But why
you should probably watch that game. Did you watch him this
Why
past weekend on Sunday when he misread a fly ball in left field that helped him lose the game?
Yeah, I did see that, but that
Okay.
was a tough catch because you couldn't read it off the bat.
Okay,
But
well, he couldn't read it off the bat. I think good fielders read that off the bat.
Look,
he couldn't read it off
You
the bat.
can be a fan of whatever player you want to be a fan of. I can also say that I don't like that player, and I don't think that you should be removing people from the park for
Also,
yelling your batting average.
To
at.
say you can't taunt a player. Now, no one should be talking about some of the things that Duran put out on social media today about what fans are saying.
Disturbing.
Awful, reprehensible. Goes without saying
Yeah.
that you shouldn't be saying that to Duran verbally on social media, any of that. But if fans are going to mock his batting average or they're going to mock the way that he stinks this year, that is, I'd agree with the Twitch chat, their God-given right. They're paying customers. They can go in there. And if that gets to Duran, that's on him.
Like it's not a nice thing to do.
And
Okay,
when
nobody's
fans-
saying that if I have children, I'm going to teach them to taunt and scream at professional baseball players. It's not a nice thing to do, but it's also like I think if we can draw a line between yelling something that is horrible about someone's mental health versus yelling about their batting average, they're not the same.
And if somebody does yell something horrible at you, you should go get security or tell one of the coaches, bench coach or whatever, to go get security and alert them that, hey, that fan right there is saying this, kick him out.
Yeah.
That's totally in bounds. You should be able to do
Totally.
that. What you shouldn't do is want to fight the fans and flip them off and hurl slurs at them. And so there are two different ways to handle that, and Duran has handled that horribly for years now.
And to be totally honest, I think that he would be granted a lot more grace if he was performing better, but he's not. He's not. He's not a good baseball player this year overall. He had one good month. What was it? Was it in June? May. He had a good month in May, and they would really, really benefit from him looking more like the hitter that he was 2 years ago, but he hasn't been that guy.
617-779-7937. Duran has a lot of defenders, which, again, I think you can have sympathy for Duran and what he's gone through personally and also not defend him as a baseball player. He called himself the worst player in baseball this year. So, I think you can do both, and we try to do both. We'll get to your thoughts here coming up. Meanwhile, we will also get to Chad Tracy and his future. More light shed on that this morning from Sam Kennedy. We'll do that coming up next.
everybody's mind. And let's be honest, it's really important that we have that settled at some point here. So that conversation will happen between those two guys at some point here soon, I think.
No, I know that I can make you stay, but where's your heart? But where's your heart? But where's your...
Sam Kennedy this morning on the Greg Hill Show. Something's going to happen soon with Brez and Chad Tracy. So, I don't know. I found that wording to be interesting, and then you asked Bradfo about it, and Bradfo was like, yeah, geez, I don't know about that.
He was like, whoa, that was bizarre.
Yeah, is that the word he used? I couldn't remember exactly what he used. Yes, it was bizarre, according to Bradfo. So, I don't know. I know their playoff odds were still at 91%. I know they're still 5 games up on a playoff spot. I'm not saying do anything with Chad Tracy one way or the other. I'm not saying fire him, and I'm not saying remove the interim tag. I'm saying just keep doing what you're doing until you get to the end of the postseason and see how the guy does. And I think that's fair. I'll reward him eventually if he's earned it at the end of the season. But I'm not doing that right now, and I wonder why Sam Kennedy said they're going to talk about it, quote-unquote, soon.
It does feel like a little bit of a Sam Kennedy non sequitur.
Maybe
because when they've talked to Breslow all summer long,
yeah,
he's been saying, hey, he's been giving his version of where our feet are. We're just focused on being the best team today, blah, 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 and hasn't really given any indication of a timeline or a looming decision. I also think, to your point, you have talked about how it's in the Red Sox interest because they have to make sure that he doesn't Grady Little himself. But it also may be like a little bit of a carrot, right? Like
yes.
if you're kind of in the dog days and the doldrums of the season as they are right now, and you have guys who don't look locked in on defensive plays or base running, some of the little things that you really need to execute when your offense isn't showing up, you keep dangling the carrot of you're going to be making more than $110,000 or whatever it is that he might be making on his Worcester contract.
So, yeah, and those are, I mean, who knows what he's making? Maybe they gave him a bump when he got to the bigs, but that was, Bradfo's like, yeah, I don't know. AAA managers probably make 6 figures, right around 100K on average. So I'd hope he's gotten some kind of pay bump in the interim. But, yeah, I'm not removing the interim tag. It is a carrot. And I don't know, let's face it, it'd be real strange to remove it when they've lost 6 or 7 in a row or something like that.
It's not going to happen right now.
No, I would hope not.
If they sweep the Pirates?
No, I'm not doing it until after the postseason.
I know, but what do you think they will do?
Maybe.
When Sam Kennedy says we got to decide something soon,
I mean, look,
it's
maybe,
like, wait, why?
Maybe
What's
Sam,
the pressure on?
The Earth, I just double-checked this. The Earth is 4.5 billion years old, Mego. So maybe he just meant soon in like the grand scheme of things. Like maybe he meant, soon doesn't mean like next week. Maybe soon just means like in the next couple of months. In the grand scheme of things, that would be soon.
He was seeing those social media posts that were going viral about gravity being upended for an hour yesterday.
What?
And he thought, oh, was that today? And he got confused. And he was like, we have to decide on this soon.
I'm sorry. What?
Drop God. Do you know what I'm talking about? There were social media
There was no
posts
gravity yesterday?
about people saying that they thought that gravity was going to disappear in the afternoon for like a couple minutes yesterday.
Oh, so people were anticipating
Yes,
that. No
they
one
were.
actually felt it. They were anticipating.
No, it was fine, though.
Well, that would be
The
quite
gravity stuck around.
Gravity disappeared for a couple minutes.
Am I the only one who's getting this in my algorithm?
Yeah, I mean, now that you said it out loud, I'm sure all our phones are
I
going
didn't
to
know there
trigger
was
on
an
it.
eclipse yesterday until this morning.
I'm sorry,
I
what?
didn't know there was an eclipse yesterday until this morning.
Well, that one was on my radar.
Yeah, I did see that.
That I did see. That was Europe, right? You couldn't really see it here. Not. You weren't in the path of totality here in the United States. That was a couple of years ago when we sent Arcand up to go.
Oh, yeah. He was our correspondent. He did such a fantastic
you had him call
job.
in, right?
We had him call in from upstairs at the old building, yeah, and he hated it. He hated every second
He
of
was
it.
so mad.
He was miserable.
Has he found his headphones yet?
No.
Have you guys
did.
gotten any updates behind the glass about
Nothing.
Arcand's headphones?
No, but wasn't Terp trying to throw people under the bus, which made me think Terp might be guilty? Although, I
thought Mego threw Terp under the bus,
since
too.
since Mego brought this up, Mego, you did at one point, because Arcand spammed the whole company the other day.
Arcand
and was
sent
like,
all
I
of
can't find my
Odyssey.
headphones.
All of Odyssey. New York employees were getting emails about Arcand's missing headphones. here's what happened.
But did you at one point, Mego, and it's hot under these lights,
Yeah.
but did you at one point, true or false, borrow Christian Arcan's headphones?
True. So last week I came in, I can't remember, I was doing a spot for something, and I didn't have my phones. My headphones had just broken. And so I went and borrowed Christian Arcan's from the Twitch room, and I brought them in here.
People are going to hear this. People who work here are going to hear this and where there's extra headphones. Don't tell them where.
Well, they're not there anymore is the problem.
Well, it is. Some
They
other
never went
people's
back.
are.
So
Yeah.
I put them back in his wonderful case. I remember I wrapped up the little cord that goes between them, and then I set them right back where I had them. And
It seems
since
like
then,
it seems like you've rehearsed this story. This is like when you're on the
Right.
stand and you've kind of gone.
This is like
through
Mike
things
Vrabel
with
talking
your
about
lawyer.
counseling.
Yeah, you've been like prepped on how to answer a question. She's like, and I remember I very specifically wrapped the cord.
well, so then Brian texted me and was like, how about Arcan's headphones? LOL. And I was like, yeah, that's weird. Who do you think took them? And he was tossing a name or two at me. And then he was like, I thought you took them.
Name names.
He said, I thought you were saying LOL because you had them. And I said, no, I'm not like an evil person who steals other people's Bose headphones. So then I went to Terp at training camp and I said, Terp, did you get this mass email about Arcan's headphones? And he's like, yeah, I think it's the blank, 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 which I'm not going to say because I'm not going to implicate somebody who Terp threw under the bus.
The Play Tessie podcast.
Yes. So you'll
Oh,
say
I'm
it.
sorry. Was I not?
He said it was the
I
Play
thought
Tessie
Nick was going to
guys.
dump me. I didn't realize that was
He
going to be said over
said
the
it
air.
was the Play Tessie guys. And I said, really? And then he gave me his reason that he thought it was the Play Tessie guys.
Aye.
And I said,
Sounds like a lot of people pointing fingers at
I
each
said,
other.
I just don't want them to think it's me.
How nice
Just
are these
'cause
headphones?
I bought their Bose. They're nice headphones.
What are they, pleasure models? How nice are these
What
things?
is that model?
What's
Excuse me?
What's going on with these headphones?
I don't know where they are. And then I texted Arcan and said, have you recovered them? And he said,
I didn't ask you if you knew.
You're asking an awful
He
lot
said
of
no.
questions for an innocent person.
I'm interested in theft in the building.
Twitch chat says, yeah, Keith just borrowed Courtney Celsius that one time.
Borrowed it in his stomach.
Yeah, that's all that was. Just renting.
You returned it to the bathroom.
617.
Although Mego got flowers stolen one time.
I did.
Oh.
By Andy Gresh. That was hilarious. It was caught on camera. That's the thing is, there have to be security cameras in our new offices.
Well, yeah, maybe. I'm sure they exist. Do they work like half the stuff here? I don't know. But,
Are there
you know.
monitors they go to.
Yeah.
Are they hooked
we
up?
got TVs everywhere here. Do those work? So I don't know. Like, I mean, you tell me.
I just care about other people's stuff getting stolen.
You're a little too much.
Yeah, I agree.
You know me. I don't really like the over-the-ear headphones. They
yeah,
mess
you
up
like-
my hair.
You like a bud. That's true.
They start to give me a little bit of a headache. So, you know, the lady doth protest too much.
Yeah,
but
well,
protest
it is quite suspicious.
with reason.
Wow, before
I'm really just scared of more callers calling in to scream at me about Jaron Duran. I'm
Before
sorry that I don't like him. And I don't think he's very good right now.
I think there is one. We can get to it in a moment. But aside from Mego's scattershot defense there of not taking Arcan's headphones, we were talking about Chad Tracy. One other thing that I've mentioned a couple of times, has been a bit since we read the tweet. Cotillo had a tweet yesterday that the Red Sox may have had the latest report time he can remember in his time on the beat, which is the last 8 years. Chad Tracy's pregame media session is an hour 35 before first pitch. Now, we asked Bradfo about this. Bradfo said it started in that New York series where they got in late from Colorado, and he let the guys show up late the next day, and they've done it every day since. Okay, fine. It's working. Don't mess with it. Cotillo said it's the latest they've ever done, and it's in the midst of playing like garbage. So this is another reason why I'm like, all right, Chad, you still have something to prove. How do you reintegrate some of these new players, or in the case of Rutschman, a new player, reintegrate some of the injured players as well, Crochet, Anthony, Story, etc. How do you juggle all that? And are you pushing the right buttons? Because, I don't know, having your latest start time, latest, not a late one, which he's been doing, latest in the middle of a losing streak is a little suspect and probably not what I would want him to do and not what I would do.
It also begs the question of, are these guys feeling a ton of pressure that you need to say, hey, we're in a 4-game losing streak at that point. Let's release a little bit and let's just like chill and reset. You tell us this is baseball and it's a 4-game losing streak. It's not that big of a deal after the 27-3 run that you went on. So which is it? Because if the guys are feeling pressure after a 4-game losing streak, then I don't know. I would kind of like clamp down on that and say, let's refocus rather than take some time off and show up when you show up. I also do think Chris Cotillo is probably the least popular among his fellow baseball writers right now because he's the kid who raised his hand at the end of the class and was like, "Professor, you forgot to assign the homework." He's going out and publishing like they've never been this close to game time because that beat writers love showing up 3 hours before the game.
Right, but they probably all still did, right?
Right.
Didn't they all? But
if they're like, "Oh, this is what it's going to be now," sweet. He's not going to talk for 90 minutes before the game. All right, that's another extra hour that I have in my day.
Well, but that you got to show up 3 hours beforehand and pick lint out of your pockets, waiting for him to talk until 95 minutes before.
Eat ice cream and popcorn and talk crap about your fellow writers. That's what they're doing.
617.
Make plans for the bar after the game.
779-793-7. Jones and Keefe. Mego in for Keefe. We are live today in the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. No fee unless you win. Here's what we're going to do coming up next, Mego. Although I want to continue this interrogation about Arcan's headphones. It is the return.
I'm not panicked. I don't feel.
Your eyes are going up and to the left.
No, they're not.
I'm not panicked.
I'm not responsible. I told you I have no interest in those headphones. I'm just trying
you did borrow them that one time,
I'm trying to help him investigate. And
I'm with Arcan on this. How dare anyone take
I
them?
like hearing who other people are trying to throw under the bus. It's what I'm learning through this headphone investigation is a lot about our inner office politics.
Okay. Well, it is back by popular demand. The return of Did Grok Cook. It comes your way next.
The Rock says. Rock says.
All right, Mego, back by popular demand. Did Grok cook? 3 questions for Grok. Binary answer. Let us know. Did Grok cook or did it not cook, Mego? Very, very simple for you. Let's localize it and start with the Boston Red Sox.
Okay, good. Very, very hot topic right now.
We've been debating today. Grok, should we be concerned about the Boston Red Sox? Here is what Grok answered to that. No, that's not how Grok sounds. Okay. Yes, but not panic level concern. The Grok concern meter, that's the fish grease cooking there. You can hear it. The Grok concern meter is a 6 out of 10. Grok would be concerned about the pitching and possibly that the roster is running out of gas, but wouldn't conclude that the 27-3 surge was a fluke. 5 losses in a row after winning 27 out of 30 is much more likely to be a bad stretch than the team suddenly becoming bad. If they lose the next 2 or 3 games and continue struggling to score runs with runners in scoring position, then Grok would start getting genuinely nervous about their playoff chances. If they snap the streak and start playing 500 baseball-ish again, this will probably look like a blip. Mego, what do you think? Did Grok cook?
Yes! Very unhappy to say that Grok is like Emerald right now.
Yeah, Grok.
Grok was cooking.
Throw it on the back burner, Grok. I agree.
Grok basically just did an hour of our show. Way more concisely than us.
Yeah, Grok kind of nailed what we've been talking about all day,
I needed
actually.
Grok to be a little bit more specific about what his issues are with the pitching.
Oh, okay.
That felt a little broad for Grok.
A little.
It felt a little broad because
surface level.
I wouldn't say, oh, the roster's just running out of gas and the pitching is the problem.
Well, you can prompt it for specifics if you'd like.
It's really more about the offense, Grok.
Okay. Well,
and Grok didn't get into much of the defensive errors or questions about Chad Tracy.
They ignored
So
that.
Grok was cooking. Yes.
Yes.
For that one, it wasn't a full cook, but he was cooking.
Hey, let's hear it again.
He didn't poison anybody.
How's it sound? Grok cooked. I agree. All right, 1 for 1. Grok, good for you. The machines are getting smarter, Mego.
I'm a little nervous.
Question number 2. How many fantasy football teams, Grok, is too many? Is Chris any fantasy football leagues over there?
No.
None?
No.
I would say
he's
not
a professional.
Enough. I guess that's not how I phrase this, but no, that's not enough. Here's what Grok says. It depends on how seriously you manage them, but Grok's rule of thumb, 1 to 2 teams, totally normal. You can enjoy the games. 3 to 4, you're a serious fantasy player Still manageable. 5 to 6, you're probably starting to blur the line between hobby and job. 7 to 10, Grok says, too many for most people. You'll have waiver claims, lineups, trades, and injuries to track constantly. And then 10 plus, Grok's got a little joke for you, Mego. You don't play fantasy football. Fantasy football plays you. Grok says, my personal sweet spot. So this is how many teams Grok has.
Wow, Grok is like, Grok's writing a manifesto about fantasy.
Grok said, my personal sweet spot is 3 to 4 teams. Enough variety to have different strategies and players without constantly rooting against yourself.
I don't think Grok's cooking.
I don't think so. 3 or 4 is way too many.
First of all, who do you know who has 10 fantasy leagues?
Well, you're getting played by fantasy football. You're not playing
That's
anymore.
insane.
Yeah.
Like, where is Grok getting this information that many people out there are up to 6 or 7 fantasy leagues? I think at
5
most
or 6. 7 or 8. Good call.
at most, maybe the people I know who play and take it seriously maybe have 2 and maybe even like a Survivor League.
I had been in, we got to get the Survivor League going again.
Yeah, we can.
Because Survivor League
can go for week 2
yeah,
again.
it's true.
Survivor League is such a easy burden that it's like
it's
you
over.
could do 2.
If you make it
true
to October,
fantasy.
you've done great.
Yeah, you could do 2 true fantasy leagues and then be like, oh, Survivor. Oh yeah, Saturday night I'm just texting in this team.
So I for years had the one. We added the Jones and Keefe Fantasy League last year. That was my second team. But I would say you probably don't want to have too many more than that, serious ones. Anyway.
Can I say I'm a little I feel a little sad about this conversation because I never get invited to the fantasy leagues at WEEI.
Well, there I think some spots in that league are a little tenuous from a year ago. So I don't. There could be.
I
some
never
opening.
get invited.
But okay, how many fantasy teams is too many? You're at 0?
No, I mean I don't play. My husband doesn't play. I would say too many is probably 3.
Yeah, I don't.
3
think,
is too many.
I
At
don't
that
think,
point, one of those is really suffering.
I don't believe Grok cooked there. So that's why you hear no cooking sound, Grok. Sorry.
No.
Third and final question for Did Grok Cook, Mego? And this is important.
Okay.
Greg Hill, I hope you're listening. How to best defend yourself against a great white shark attack.
Oh, this is going to be really educational, I think.
Yeah, no, well, hopefully. Here's what Grok says. If a great white shark is actually attacking you, the goal is to create...
Hold on. Why is Grok already going into this, like, on the shark side?
Oh, actually, you think
is the shark actually attacking you, or did you provoke the shark?
I see. If the shark is actually attacking you,
I'm already suspicious of Grok here.
the goal is to create an opportunity to escape, not to quote-unquote win the fight.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Oh, don't hurt the shark.
If the shark is approaching, it breaks it down into 2 categories.
Okay.
If the shark is approaching, you want to keep the shark in sight and maintain eye contact. Don't let it out of your sight. Stay as calm and controlled as possible.
That thing's coming at you like 60 miles an hour.
So you stop and stare at the shark?
I'm just telling you what Grok said. It also, I like this too, so I'm assuming you're where you can stand in this scenario. Back away slowly towards shore, a boat, rocks, or another solid structure if one is available.
And-
Good luck with that, Grok.
Yeah, while you're doing that, why don't you sprinkle some Old Bay on yourself and maybe a little butter that you can rub into your skin for the shark?
And then it also says avoid frantic splashing or turning your back on it. So that's if it's approaching. If it's approaching, I think it's already too late. But then if it attacks, fight back aggressively. Do not play dead, it says.
Okay.
So it's opposite of a bear. It's going to be hard to keep all these straight in the real moment, but don't play
How
dead.
did the man die? He did.
How do you fight back against? That's the key.
If you have a board, camera, fins, or other object, put it between you and the shark to use to either push or strike it away. If you have no object, it says target the eyes or gill openings.
Ooh, I always heard that you're supposed to punch it in the snoot.
The snout is another target for pushing or striking. These are sensitive areas.
I'm going to be honest, though. I'm not going towards the teeth.
One real sensitive area I can
Of
think
the
of.
shark?
Yeah.
You can find that on a shark?
Well, I don't know if I could find it.
But don't be rude to the shark. You don't know.
I don't want to shame the poor guy.
I mean, come on.
Buy it dinner first.
Grab and twist is, I think, my move. And then it says
Very
take.
sexist for you to assume this is a male shark.
Oh, good point. Take the opportunity to get out of the water. A shark may return after retreating, so don't linger. So if you fight it off. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Grok, because usually when a shark attacks me, I'm apt to hang out in
I
the
was going to
water
hang out there
after.
and be so happy that I beat the shark. I'm just going to hang out in the water in my own
It's not coming back.
blood and guts. One important correction to common advice, Mego. there is not a magic punch on a great white shark to the nose that will make it flee techniques. You don't just bop it right on the snout and it swims away, and it's like, oh, my God, I can't show my face to my buddies. Striking the snout may cause a temporary retreat, but evidence-based advice is to use whatever opportunity that it creates to escape while targeting the eyes and gills if you're actually being bitten.
Lifeless eyes, black eyes like a doll's eye.
So did Grok cook there? Do you feel better about a shark attack?
Grok did not cook there.
Man, Grok, you started so good.
Are you buying that the best thing to do with a shark is to stop, stare at it, and slowly back away?
I told you my
shore?
approach. I'm twisting. That's what I'm doing.
I'm running. Or I'm swimming really fast away.
Oh, you don't panic. Didn't you hear Grok?
Yeah,
you don't splash frantically and turn your back.
Here's what doesn't make sense.
That's how it gets you.
If you stay very still and slowly back away while staring at the shark, but then if the shark attacks you,
stay still, but do not play dead.
You don't stay still. That doesn't compute to me.
Twist that. Twist this.
That's what you should do.
Okay. So we think Grok went 1 for 3 there?
1 for 3. The first one was very good.
First one was great.
Which is not good for us.
Great Red Sox take. No, that's true. It's sports take. Its sports talk radio take was its strongest take. That is true. Okay.
Second 2, not so much.
We're voting you down, Grok. Sorry, you did not cook today. Only 1 for 3. 617-779-7937. We'll get to your thoughts on that. Plus, we'll get back to the Patriots. Real tone-deaf comments from Robert Kraft yesterday with his crummy field getting unveiled tonight at Gillette Stadium. We'll get to that in just 2 minutes. You're on Jones and Keefe.
giving our football operation the resources and environment it needed to be at its best. We want Coach Vrabel, our players, and our entire football staff to have everything they need to compete at the highest level and pursue championships. We're especially proud to have the New Balance name on this facility.
Final hour, Jones and Keefe, WEEI, Mego in for Keefe. That was Robert Kraft at yesterday's ribbon-cutting ceremony. He wants everything for Mike Vrabel and the players to compete at the highest level, ... besides turf that won't get him hurt. He was just trying to cut corners from grass to new field turf. They had to scramble to go back to the old field turf that they're still installing, as far as I know, over there at Gillette Stadium. They were, as of earlier this week. And then he comes out at the ribbon cutting and says, we're going to give them whatever they need so they can compete at the highest level. That's a lie. That's just not even close to true.
They gave them a lot in that new training center.
Inside that training center, sure.
It's certainly an upgrade over what they had.
It is.
It is an upgrade over what they had. Is it
It'd
enough?
Be hard to give them much less.
Is it enough? No. The turf situation was such an unforced error. I agree with you there. Because the turf is already a spicy topic for the NFLPA. They don't like playing on turf. They prefer a grass field. You had a grass field in there that looked beautiful during the World Cup for the soccer players who you were making extra revenue off of, I would guess. Although I don't know how much because they couldn't use the Gillette Stadium naming rights and all that stuff.
Oh, but you better believe they made money off that.
Yeah, I think they made money off of it. But they should have been on top of the turf thing first and foremost because you know that that's going to be a hot button topic. But I don't look at that and say they don't get any credit for being, or they shouldn't be proud of the new training facility that they put in there. I just, it just
feels a little tone deaf when Robert Kraft is cutting a ribbon at his quote unquote state of the art training facility. Which again, how does it compare? The beat writers were in Minnesota last year. They were in Vegas a couple of years ago. How does it compare to those? From what I've heard, not great. But, okay, it's state-of-the-art, and you're not cutting any corners. How tone-deaf can you be when they're still rolling out the field turf in the neighboring stadium just across the way? Like, you can't say you're not going to cut any corners and you're going to give them everything imaginable. And, oh, by the way, Christian Gonzalez is still waiting for a contract. And meanwhile, you're cutting the ribbon going, we won't cut any corners. We want them to compete at the highest level, and we'll give them what they need. You're not.
Yeah, I do think like in the same breath with the Christian Gonzalez stuff, it puts you in a tough position because I don't like the way that I personally think it put Christian Gonzalez in a tough position to start training camp by saying, we've offered him a market-setting contract without any other further details. Like we offered him, he would be the highest paid cornerback. Well, we don't know what that means in terms of guaranteed money. We don't know anything about that. And the Patriots typically like to have a lot of incentives that are not guaranteed wrapped up in their contracts. At the same time, it does kind of seem like it's Gonzalez's timeline there that they're waiting on. And so if they were truly going to go above and beyond and do anything for the players, they would probably sit down and do something crazy like, hey, Christian Gonzalez, we're just going to give you $118 million guaranteed. We're going to give you $120 million guaranteed. They're just not going to do that.
No, they're not going to.
But you're taking him very literally.
Kraft?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's what he said at his ribbon cut. We're going to give them everything they need. Start with the grass.
In this new training facility.
Okay, well, start with the grass. That's a pretty simple one. You're not even giving them that. Every single player on your roster wants grass, or at least field turf that's going to be installed prior to, the day before the game, for God's sakes. So, don't tell me you're going to give them everything they need. It's just not true.
Yeah,
it's not even that hard. It's not even that hard to rip into that one.
The turf issue absolutely looks like amateur hour for them. It's a bad look, but they're doing what they can. They got the field turf people down there around the clock trying to get it in and trying to get it right before the Colts.
So with Gonzalez, you just said if they offered him 118, 120, they're probably not going to do that.
No.
I bet they're nowhere near that. I bet they're not even north of the 100 true guarantees. I bet they're not even north of the 100 million guaranteed that Trent McDuffie's going to get. Just a guess. I don't know that, but that's my guess. Do we think Gonzalez is being more unreasonable than JSN, Will Anderson, Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jalen Carter, basically the entire first round? has already gotten extensions,
Right.
just about. That's hyperbole. But, like, all those guys got extensions, and all their teams came to them. And is it just because the players in that case were more reasonable than Christian Gonzalez? Or, more likely, is it because the teams were willing to take care of those players and get done what it was going to take to get those guys on the field?
So I think the biggest comparable guy there, if Christian Gonzalez has a case here, is Zay Flowers. Because Zay Flowers is not top 5 at that position, and Christian Gonzalez is top 5 at his position. And he was even asked after that Zay Flowers contract was signed, like, what do you think of the money that somebody like Zay Flowers and the other guys in your class got? And he's like, I think our job is really hard because I have to go out and cover somebody like JSN. And so our job is important too as cornerbacks. It's a premium position. And I think that that's something that with this particular negotiation, a lot of people are kind of like yada-yadaing past, is that the Patriots haven't had to pay a lot of guys at true premium positions and market-setting rates in a while in terms of guys that they drafted. They've said that they want to do that they want to draft players and then develop them and then pay those guys and have that be the model going forward. But they really haven't had that.
Who's the last one? Do you count Barmore? That's not really a premium position, right?
Did he set the market at that position?
Oh, no.
No.
You're saying paying them and set the market?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
When's the last time that they had to do that? The last time that I believe that because we talked about this in the summer on the Greg Hill Morning Show, the last time that they paid someone market-setting money that they drafted was, I believe, Rob Gronkowski. And tight end is not a premium position. So
yeah,
they
right.
haven't.
So they
haven't been in this situation. Like the Crafts have not been in this situation for quite some time.
I don't think they've ever done it. Paid a record-setting deal at a premium position. I don't think they've ever done it.
So if we're saying the premium positions are quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, would you count like a lockdown corner as a premium position?
Yeah,
I would.
I'd also count edge and I'd count tackle.
Yeah.
Have they ever drafted and paid one of those guys a record-setting deal? I don't think they ever have. I don't think.
So
Brady never got a record-setting deal.
Was Gilmore the top paid corner or no? I know they didn't draft him, but
so that's what I was going to say. They paid him in free agency, so maybe you could get away with Gilmore. That's not a drafted and developed guy.
The drafting developed part of it is really important because Elliot Wolf has talked in the past about one of the things that he learned through Green Bay is that that's the kind of structure that he wants here. So now you're in a situation.
Green Bay never pays external free. Very rarely do they ever pay external free.
You're in a situation now where you're saying, okay, not only that with Christian Gonzalez, but you also have obviously Drake May coming down the pipeline. I don't know what Will Campbell will get in terms of tackle money, but you have to think about it. And A.J. Brown, who wasn't drafted, but is probably going to have a good year and will want more guaranteed money on his contracts.
Okay. Even if it was Gilmore, how far back are we going? A decade? Gilmore 2017. So even if we count Gilmore, who was not drafted and developed, he was just paid in free
might
agency.
not have been the highest paid corner.
Right. That's a decade ago. So maybe you'll give him that. Twitch chat is asking about Milton Williams.
Again, not a drafted guy.
And not a premium position. That's not a premium position.
Yeah.
Interior D lineman? that's not. So, I mean,
they definitely paid him handsomely.
Right.
Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
And it paid off and it's working, but it's not what we're talking about.
They got to Gronk early. And, I think compensated him well. I don't believe he reset the market or anything when he signed. I don't think. And if he did, it was obsolete a year. I remember Gronk being very unhappy with that contract.
Well, so this is the part that with what Tommy Curran has said with you guys and said on NBC Sports Boston with Gonzalez saying he doesn't want his contract to become obsolete. That's where I start to wonder a little bit about, okay, he's seeing how much the salary cap is going up year by year by year. But why does he have to have it be a contract that outlasts everybody for beyond a year?
That's unreasonable.
That's a little crazy to me.
That is, and I don't think you can do that because next year the guy, just like you're up now, not up, but you're extension eligible now. I mean, the only way to do that, the only way to not make your contract obsolete is to play out this year, play out next year, play it out on the tag, and then hit the open market. I mean, that would be an unreasonable request.
And why would he want to do that? Because then he's pushing back his payday, assuming that he's going to continue
That's really betting
to be
on yourself.
healthy
Right.
and get better every year and get an even bigger payday at the end of the year. I'd be like, give me my money now. I'll be the highest paid guy for a year. And then next year, you'll have to pay Drake May. But I got my money, because that's the other thing is then you're also gambling, hey, next year they got to pay Drake May. Maybe they have to do AJ's deal again. And are they going to Trent McDuffie him and just send him somewhere else where he gets the money, hopefully, with another team if he has a successful year this year?
Yeah.
money needing a lot now.
I would say if you're Christian Gonzalez, I would want to get paid now, and I'd want to hit the market again or be extension eligible again or redo my deal. And I believe certainly CAA and maybe even the same agent, some of these other corners have come in and ripped up their deals. I mean, Denzel Ward just ripped up his deal.
And you can get Dan Orlovsky on it on ESPN.
We'll get to that.
CAA.
But Gonzo is 24 years old. Get your money now. And then in another 4 or 5 years before you're 30, get another contract. I mean, that to me should be the goal. Don't kick the can down the line and risk losing money in the meantime, risk injury in the meantime. So if that's the advice he's getting or that's his stance, I think that's the wrong one. I'm dubious that it's about him holding out versus the Patriots not giving him his money and what he should get. And I would say, just based on their track record, you just laid it out, Mego, they've never done this for a player. So I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt, but maybe Gonzo's the one holding it up. I think there is conflicting information where it's hard to know. 617-779-7937. We'll get to your feedback on this coming up. Mego just mentioned Dan Orlovsky. We've talked a lot about his trait story on quarterbacks. Where does Drake May fit in on that? Plus, what's the future for Kayshon Boutte? Beginning with the preseason game tonight. How much run is he going to get? How much should he be out there? Is he a trade candidate? All that in just 2 minutes here on WEEI.
All right, guys.
That was Mike Reese on with McAfee discussing Kayshon Boutte and his future. They got big plans for him on the one hand, Mego, but if you come correct with the proper return for Kayshon Boutte, they'll also trade him. How do we square those two away?
It's a nice way to disrupt your plans. If the plan is, hey, he might have a big role here. We just don't know what it is yet. But then somebody comes in and says, I'm going to give you a 4th-round pick. Maybe that's enough. Somebody's going to say, I'm going to give you an edge rusher. Maybe that's enough.
4th rounder to me would be right on the line. I don't need a 5th or a 6th.
That's why I said 4th.
I doubt you can get a 3rd.
It's almost like that's why I picked that pick.
I think I would still say no to a 4th, but I bet
Kayshon Boutte?
I bet they haven't gotten that.
Yeah.
But like, what good's a 4th-round pick really at the end of the day? Like, what? It does nothing for the team this year. What good is a 4th-rounder?
So where Kayshon Boutte was picked.
He was a 6th-rounder.
Yeah. So you could get a future upgrade on Kayshon Boutte.
Well, sure, but that's on paper. But in practicality, what I know Kayshon Boutte is good.
Got a 4 and a 6 for Jacoby Myers at the deadline last year. Would you say Jacoby Myers is better than Kayshon Boutte?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But that's not the point. So now you got Kayshon Boutte. I know is a good player. Maybe not a great player. Maybe not as good as he thinks. I know he's a good player. Now I get a 4th-round pick. I got to hit on that 4th-round pick. Like, what are the odds that I'm actually going to hit there?
We also don't care that much about picks right now
Exactly.
because of where the Patriots are. They should be contenders. You want to stay in that contending place, you need guys on your roster. You don't need picks for the future that you can package into something or take a gamble on.
Yeah, I mean, and if you want to tell me more swings is better in a draft, I'd probably overall agree. It gives you more flexibility. They did not have a 4th-rounder this year. Last year, they did get Craig Woodson in the 4th round.
I like Craig Woodson a lot.
Me too. They also got Josh Farmer. The year before that, they got Layden Robinson and Javon Baker.
Okay, that didn't work out.
The year before that, they got Jake Andrews and Chad Ryland and Sidney Sow.
Oh.
Sow? How'd you say his name again?
Sidney Sow.
2022, you got Jack Jones, which worked for a little bit. Pierre Strong. My guy, Bailey Zappi. Ramondre Stevenson was a 4th-round pick.
There you go. Stevenson is a very good one.
Okay.
That you had to go back several years
I did.
out of many names to find somebody who's had staying power in the 4th round.
Deontay Froholt, Jarrett Stidham. A lot of years they actually don't have 4th-round pick. Dietrich Wise is a 4th-round pick.
Okay.
Malcolm Mitchell, which worked for a year.
I think Froholt's actually a starter in the league somewhere.
At the end of the day,
not here,
like,
but yes.
It's just can you get something that is enough for Kayshon that's beyond him being kind of an insurance policy for A.J. Brown, where the Twitch chat is all upset at me because I said earlier that the wide receiver room, like if you're looking at it like a meritocracy, you're just basing it on who is the best receiver. Kayshon Boutte might be the 3rd best receiver. You could argue some days he looks better than Romeo Doubs. So far, I'm not saying in the season that's going to be the case.
I would argue it.
In training camp, it's looked that way at times. But does it matter if he doesn't get on the field? Like, does it matter if he doesn't have some way to function? You can say, well, it's on Josh McDaniels to figure out how to utilize him. It hasn't always been the case here for Kayshon Boutte that he finds a place in the team. So I think, like, if you don't have something for him beyond being an insurance policy for A.J. Brown, then you should find some way to upgrade by using him in a trade, hopefully for another player that can make an impact this year. But if you can get a 4th-round pick or better, that also makes sense to me.
617-779-7937. Let's get to some phone calls. Jonathan's in New Hampshire waiting patiently on our Jaron Duran discussion. Hello, Jonathan.
Hey, how are you? About a week ago on your station, after a Red Sox win, on the postgame show, Will Fleming interviewed Jarrett Duran. It was very revealing to me. I don't know why he still had the game on afterward, but I did. And I heard that interview.
Well, you do a good postgame.
Yeah, it was a great interview. That's why.
Yeah. You could pull it up. And Will Fleming said to him, you've had a tough season, or a lot of downs, blah, blah, blah. And Jarrett Duran then recalled an incident that he said this incident, Duran. He said, one time after an at-bat, when I made yet another out, I ran to the dugout, and I was in the face of manager Tracy, and I said to him, why do you keep playing me? Take me out. I'm not producing. Why do you keep playing me? And he said that Tracy went up to him calmly and just grabbed him by the shoulder and said, look, we go way back. I know what you can do. I love you, to calm him down. And they asked Chad Tracy the next day, Will Fleming, about that. And he recalls that incident. And he said, I know what the kid can do. You have to deal with different personalities on a baseball team.
Yeah, Jonathan.
His personality.
Jonathan, that's great. And I'm sure Chad Tracy likes him, but, like, we're also, 5 months into a baseball season, and he's still hitting 200. So, like, what do you do with that? You want to keep waiting?
Oh, no, I think he knows that as soon as Anthony comes back, that spot's for Anthony. I think he actually knows that.
Okay,
That's
fair enough.
interesting.
All right, interesting.
Yeah.
I guess I thought you were coming at that differently. So, okay. I mean, look, he's
resigned to it is kind of what he's saying.
He's done a little bit of the sad sack, woe is me, like, oh, I'm just the worst player in baseball. Why do you keep playing me? That sort of thing. We've all been asking it. Look, he knows what his batting average is.
Yeah.
He knows that he's running into outs on the bases the other night or misplaying balls on the field like he did on Sunday. So, I mean, if we know it, he certainly knows it.
I thought that exchange that he shared, because we talked about that on the Big Dog Show last week, was more about Chad Tracy than Jarren Duran, that the players seem to respond to Chad Tracy at times from the outside looking like he's too much of a steady Eddie, of you being like, but he definitely has gone to bat for Duran over and over and over.
Oh,
again.
he
protects Duran.
When they were in L.A., he went over the top. He's like, well, he's hitting this in scoring position and this and that and all his defense. And I'm like, hey, I mean, it was pretty clear he was going to stick with him at that point in time, but that was like the day before I would have DFA'd the guy. A reminder, by the way, that the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance is Monday and Tuesday. Every gift makes a difference for the patients being treated at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. You can donate jimmyfund.org. Last year was a record year, and now we're focused on beating it and striking out cancer. The radio telethon on WEEI is sponsored by the Catches Law Group, Catches Injury Attorneys, no fee unless you win, and by Cape Cod Lumber, a name that you can build on. You can jump in line, 617-779-7937. Me and Mego going to hang out a little bit past 2 o'clock because the Red Sox have pregame at 2:07. First pitch, 3:07, here on your flagship station for the Red Sox, WEEI. We'll get to the clip du jour coming up. And on the way next, it's time for Grab Bag.
It's time for Grab Bag.
Oh, it certainly is time for Grab Bag, Mego, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Red Sox have dropped 5 in a row. It is a losing streak, much longer than we'd like to see out of this baseball team. The good news, if you look at it that way, they are back out there at 3:07 today. Mego and I take you right up until Red Sox pregame at 2:07. Dan Ball going to have you covered there today. Pitching matchup, Mego. Peyton Tolley, fresh off 14 strikeouts in his last outing, although it's against the Blue Jays, which the Drop God pointed out. Not exactly his favorite team to face. He opposes Max Scherzer, who, is a future Hall of Famer, but has a 7.25 ERA. He's 1-4.
Well, it's actually come down a little bit.
It has. Does the losing streak end today, Mego?
I said it was going to end yesterday, and I was proven wrong. But I have more belief in Peyton Tolley, even against the Blue Jays, than the Drop God. So I say that, yes, our long national, regional, Boston nightmare of the Red Sox losing streak ends today, thanks to Peyton Tolley.
And Joe Castig, if you could stand by, when again is Mego getting concerned that the losing streak gets to? When are we allowed to get concerned?
How many games?
7.
Yes.
Is Mego's line in the
No,
sand.
that's when I'm panicked.
I'm panicked if they lose today.
Yeah.
Panic. Tomorrow's show, panic.
So
no point in panicking on a Saturday, Mego. I got to panic on a weekday here. I'm going to panic tomorrow.
Does it matter at all how they lose? Like, I would panic if Peyton Tolley goes out and looks like at least one of those outings against the Blue Jays suggests. Then I'm like, oh no. Then the house is falling down around us. Then I'd get a little.
That would be even more concerning. I'm probably panicking either way though. But again, that's 3:07 first pitch here on WEEI.
Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your
bonnet down, legs up for about an hour.
Make a little
Grab bag.
I remember that one.
Strong tail on that one. ESPN came out with their mid-season top 50 ranks here, Mego.
Okay.
And of course, right when I do that, my computer freezes. Wilson Contreras, I know, was on that list for the Red Sox. Here we go. We're unfrozen. Wilson Contreras is 22 on ESPN's top 50. Cedar Rafaela is number 27. And just barely making the list down at the bottom is Wilyer Abreu, number 49 on ESPN's midseason top 50. Your top players, just so you know, Shohei Ohtani, number 1. Pete Crow Armstrong, number 2. Yordan Alvarez, 3rd. The Miz, Jacob Mizorowski, number 4. And Bobby Witt, who the Red Sox inquired on at the trade deadline, number 5. That sound about right? 3 players in the top 50 for the Red Sox?
I guess so. Of note, a number 10 I'm looking at right now is Chris Sale.
Chris Sale on there. Interesting. I did a quick scan
from the past
for Alex Bregman, who I think you're going to hear from coming up. He was nowhere on this top 50 list.
I feel like maybe
they say a man should only listen to a show that hits. So why am I listening to these dummies and their stupid bits? It's all because I'm Grab Bag guy here at 1:30. Jones and Keefe on weekdays or on that Odyssey app. Go to audacy.com.
Yeah.
Jones and Keefe, but also it's Lenny, Nick, and Tom.
No.
They will have you laughing so hard you're out of sorts. The only downside is that sometimes they talk some sports.
Offer applies with enrollment and triple advantage.
Okay, we've been talking about it on and off throughout the course of the day, but Paul Skeens is not looking fit on the beach down in Miami.
he has an interesting shape that he's presenting.
How would you describe it?
I don't want to get very rude. There's something that's a little bit like snail shape about it.
I'm gonna be honest. If that's me at the beach, I'm not feeling too bad about myself these days. But I'll tell you what, that's not how you want your professional athletes to look.
No, but as I said before, I think guys like you, everyday guys, get very excited when they see an athlete look like this.
I appreciate it.
They're like a professional athlete.
Especially when he's walking the beach with Livy Dunn. I get it.
He looks like he just ate a couple of burritos from Chipotle, and so those are sitting low.
No, they haven't passed yet.
That's what I'm saying.
I see.
He looks like it's just like a packed tummy right now, like a full lunch.
By the way,
a dense lunch.
It also correlates on the field for Paul Skeens, which is where I do think this is more relevant. His velocity has been down all season long. There's a bunch of ways to illustrate that. Like, for instance, his rookie year in 2024, he threw 404 pitches, 99 miles an hour or more. Last year it was 223. He has thrown just 3 pitches, 99 miles per hour or faster this year. So, like, when he came up, that's what he did. He was, like, the velocity guy, which is now Mizorowski. So good luck with that going forward. Paul Skeens, by the way, on the year, 3.88 ERA, very pedestrian for him.
Very
and
pedestrian.
he is, 9-11 on the season. So not great for Paul Skeens. It seems like that's following him on the field.
Yeah. Also, just like it's the chest, the color of the chest is vampiric. It is. I understand you're in Pittsburgh, and there are several times when you're just spending your summer in the uniform, but I was a little surprised.
Yeah, a little too much time at Primanti Bros, I think, for Paul Skeens. But anyway, that's the latest. Red Sox are going to see him on Sunday.
G-R-A-B. Rabag.
Dan Orlovsky, former guest on Jones and Mego, has his traits column.
Do you remember the time he called us? It sounded like he was at some kind of petting zoo.
Oh, every time? Yeah, no, I remember Mego. Yeah. He hates Drake May, by the way, at least in the draft class.
Was that a tiger behind you?
Hated Drake May. But now he's come around. He had how many different categories? 7 different categories. Lions Den's not doing pregame today. That's damn ball. Arm strength. Drake May finished 7th. Orlovsky said he is elite on downfield balls. Ball placement. He finished 2nd. He's especially good at dropping the ball in the bucket, according to Orlovsky. He did not make the top 10 on mechanics. However, he did finish 4th in decision-making. He finished 1st in pocket presence. He finished 4th in second reaction, meaning kind of when the pocket breaks down, play breaks down, and 3rd in rushing ability. So he did quite well, I think, on this list, although he's catching flack for something else, right, Mego?
Well, yes. Somebody pointed out, let me make sure that I can get, Twitter has been a little funky. I would like to credit this person who pointed out that Dan Orlovsky, who is represented by CAA, had 7 of the elite, I guess the 8 guys who made all categories.
Yep.
7 of them were also represented by CAA.
CAA guys.
And this is something that Orlovsky got slack for, going into the draft when he was trying to highlight a quarterback who was also represented by CAA. Some people are wondering if maybe his bias is showing up.
Okay, well, it seems like it is. But Drake May, nonetheless, did quite well.
Let the grab hit the bag. Let the grab hit the bag. Let the grab hit the bag. Let the grab hit the...
Mego, bad news for your Commanders. An attorney representing quarterback Jaden Daniels has informed LSU it can no longer use his name, image, and likeness, according to an August 5th letter sent to Tigers athletic director, the Tigers athletic director, a copy of which was obtained by ESPN. At the center of the dispute, according to a statement from Daniels' spokesperson to ESPN, is that the Tigers are allowing sophomore quarterback DJ Pickett to wear Jaden Daniels' number 5 jersey from when he won his Heisman in 2023. Although that number has not been retired by LSU, he's apparently taking issue with it.
Yeah, this is super lame. This should be below Jaden Daniels, and I was upset when I woke up this morning and read this story because obviously I'm a big Jaden Daniels fan, but it's like, come on, man. First of all, like, you have just graduated past that. You have already won playoff games in the NFL. You didn't have a good season because of injury last year. But this should be something that you should not be paying attention to who's wearing your number at LSU. And I saw some of the comments of he feels he's being disrespected. He's not being treated the way that Joe Burrow is seen because they don't wear Burrow's number anymore. It's like, who cares? And why are you bringing litigation into this? You should not be worried about that. You're in training camp right now trying to redeem the season that you had last year that you lost due to injury. Like, don't dedicate any time to this. It's such a rough look for him. I was very disappointed.
Not good. You still taking him over May in a must-win
game?
game?
In one game?
Yeah.
One must-win game, I'm taking Jaden.
Okay.
But I'm open.
When it's around
open to
1:30
change.
and the takes continue to stay hot, the Jones and Keefe grab bag's a really cool spot. There's no other place to hear the grab bag. The Jones and Keefe grab bag, the Jones and Keefe grab bag, the Jones and Keefe grab bag. You happy now, Jones?
I am. Russell Westbrook has called it a career, Mego, after 18 seasons. He was a 9-time All-Star. He won an MVP. He retired, although I think he's going to get passed by Jokic, with the most triple-doubles in NBA history with 209. Jokic is at 198. So, again, we'll probably pass him. Russell Westbrook, though, Basketball Hall of Famer. We're small hall guys on Jones and Keefe.
Yeah, but the reality of the Hall is that I think he probably will because he won MVP. However, my favorite accolade that he collected was when the burner account that was allegedly Kevin Durant tweeted that Russell Westbrook won MVP because he was a triple-double cocaine bear.
Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag. Grab bag.
Does the beautiful and talented Tracy Bingham follow Rich Keefe on Instagram?
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. Not him, anyway. She does follow the show, but not Rich Keefe. But lots of good content there if you want to go give him a follow on Instagram.
Putting the X-rated into X.
These guys are stupid.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted.
What was that, Megan?
No,
You had some news?
No. He just has Tracy's already.
Oh, got it.
I thought we had an update.
I thought you were saying she
jumped
did
the gun
follow.
for the fourth
I was
time.
like, holy smokes.
Drop God is very quick with the grab bag drops. I'm sorry. Keep it moving. Keep it moving.
You know what's not a good way to not have him play him right over you is to criticize the drop God. He's very vengeful. Very, very vengeful.
He's like
There's
Zeus.
been spite. There's pettiness.
Zeus in the Odyssey.
Has Bob Ryan tweeted, Mego? I have to resort to my phone because I don't think the internet on this computer is working very well.
He has not.
He has not, correct?
He has not since yesterday.
Nothing from Bob Ryan. Eeks.
Took a day off.
That always makes me a little nervous. But okay, nothing out of Bob Ryan
He's just
here.
decreasing his screen time as we all should.
So Vinny's Corner hasn't tweeted today?
No Vinny's Corner.
I'm a genie in a grab bag. Baby, come on and let me out.
Who is the top performer in Major League Baseball last night, Mego? Was it Alex Bregman? 3 for 3, 3 home runs, 7 RBIs, a couple of walks, and a 12-6
3 home
win
runs?
over the Nationals. I did.
Don't even say the rest of the list.
Was it Trent Grisham? 3 hits, 2 home runs, 4 ribeye steaks, 10-5 win for the Yankees over the Mariners. Was it Griffin Conine? Couple of hits and a home run, 2 walks, 8-2 win over the Pirates. Tyler Mahle, 6 innings, 1 run, 7 strikeouts, 6-3 win over the Mets. Or was it Luis Castillo, 7 scoreless, 10 strikeouts, 5-0 win over the Reds?
The 10 and 7 strikeouts just feels very, as you said earlier, pedestrian when you have someone like Peyton Tolley taking the mound for the Red Sox tonight. I'm going to go with old friend Alex Bregman.
It's time for Jones and Keefe's
Random. Brandon Phillips. Eduardo Nunez. Curtis Leskanik.
Baseball Player of the Day.
All right, Drop God, who do we have today?
All right, well, we have a pitcher who spent his career for one team.
Wow.
That would
Mark
be
Burley.
It would be the San Francisco Giants.
Did he not? Did he play for a different team? Billy's shaking his head.
White Sox, Blue Jays, might have been another one in there.
The starting
Striker from the record. Starting pitcher. He played for who?
Pitcher for the Giants.
Only the Giants.
San Francisco Giants. Madison Bumgarner.
Matt Cain.
He got it.
Who got it?
That would be Billy Lanny.
Matt Cain only pitched for one team?
Yep.
Wow.
He had a perfect game in there.
Yeah, Bumgarner pitched for the Diamondbacks.
He's a Diamondbacks guy.
Poor showing by Jones here today. But Matt Cain.
That was fast.
That
He
was
was a 3-time All-Star. He had some Cy Young votes.
So not so random.
No, but
These
it's
are
also
the not so
145,
random,
so we
not
need to
so
move it
random
along.
baseball players of the day.
I think we had Matt Cain before.
Sure we did.
Yeah, right?
Well, everybody I was going through was like, had him.
Ooh, nice. Good for you.
Wow.
Brag.
Jeez.
Sick brag, bro.
Who has the time?
Okay, so that is our random baseball player each and every day in the grab bag here on Jones and Keefe. Again, Mego and I going to hang out a little past 2 o'clock today. Hand off to Red Sox pregame with Dan Ball. First pitch, Red Sox and Blue Jays. They look to snap a 5-game losing streak, coming your way at 3:07. We'll get you the clip du jour on the way next. Jones and Keith here on WEEI. Mego's been here the last couple of days, hanging out. Excellent work, Mego. But still a little more time to go here
Thank you. I can still really screw it up.
as we go past 2 o'clock. It's like Chad Tracy. It's like you're not quite at the finish line yet, quite yet. We are brought to you by the Catches Law Injury Attorneys. We are in their studios, no fee, unless you win. So it's time now, Mego, for the clip du jour.
What is that?
Oh, I'm happy you asked. It is our clip of the day every day here on Jones and Keefe. Today, as we like to do from time to time, we took some phone calls, and it was, Steve in Fall River going God knows where. Steve is waiting patiently in Fall River. Hello, Steve.
Adley Rutschman is an upgrade. We're going to come back to him. You're going to use the pond scum as an analogy for Adley Rutschman. But we need Anthony back. You need Trevor Story back.
No, you don't.
We need Meade back. Maybe maybe Crochet will be back. Maybe the other guy will be back.
Maybe.
I don't care that they overpaid for Rutschman. Yes, he's an upgrade. Now, what's the pond scum analogy?
I am curious. What could that be?
You go to a stagnant pond.
Well, I
see
don't.
It's all got scum in it. You take a big clear sample and you shove it in there and you pull it out.
Why are you sampling it?
Dump it. And because you look at the bottom and you see mud. Then you see
what are you looking for,
water,
though?
and you see a little clear water at the top. There's your analogy. You've pulled the thing out, the probe out, and you've got mud at the bottom. Mud at the bottom, the scum, was the three guys you had playing catcher, Wong, Gasper, and the guy they traded. And then the cloudy water is Rutschman. You don't have the clear water at the top where you'd want him to be. There's your analogy.
All right, I'm more lost than I could have even dreamed of.
Is that what happened to you the other Friday? A couple Fridays ago?
It was clear water. It was there was nothing else. That was a colonoscopy question from the drop god there, Mego, if you were unclear. So that was Stephen Fall River.
Sludgeman.
I guess
he did say Sludgeman. He said Adley Sludgeman.
Play it again.
Sludgeman.
Oh, yeah, he did kind of say Sludgeman. I
He either
forgot.
said Sludgeman or Fletchman. Either way, it was not his last name.
But he called him the cloudy water. I don't know. That's quite the compliment that he meant for it to be.
I feel like he was trying to go towards like the cream rises to the top type analogy, but he was just so focused on an experiment that he's running with pond scum.
So, I'm not a big pond guy, which did sort of throw me for a loop there. But with the more sharks coming to Maine and locally, I don't know how much you can even go in the water these days. But I'm not sure his analogy quite landed. By the way, Adley Rutschman not in today's lineup.
Little rest day.
Day game after a night game.
He's still working back.
Yeah, he's back for a couple of days. Then he's out of the lineup. Now, some would say it's kind of a day you need is bad, and it's kind of a day you need the guy in the lineup. And maybe they snap the losing streak without him. I don't know what that says. But he is not in today's lineup. Other names that he was hoping that the Red Sox would be getting back, particularly Curtis Meade. He's very confident they're going to get Curtis Meade back. I have zero confidence
He
in that.
categorized it as a whatever, so he said that he should be back soon. So he's got, you know what? That sounds just about as accurate as most of the reports that we've gotten with medicals from inside the Red Sox franchise.
Well, I was going to
say. So who knows?
If anyone deserves the benefit of the doubt, Mego, it is this Red Sox medical staff.
It's just a whatever, so it'll be fine, and then he'll be back.
Which, we heard last night, Garrett Whitlock was probably going to be okay. It was just a little bit of pain that had been building up, and then boom,
elbow
right on the
inflammation,
IL.
which is never an issue for a pitcher that you need to lean on.
I would say that's not great. But anyways, it is Jones and Keefe. We are brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. It is Colossal Lobster Roll season. At the Nines, you can choose hot buttered or traditional. Both are built to the hilt with tender North Atlantic lobster served with fries and coleslaw. You gotta love the Nines. Big one, Mego, for the Red Sox this afternoon against the Blue Jays. Peyton Tolley, we hope, to the rescue. Last we saw him, 14 strikeouts. Looked like the guy we've all been hoping for. It's a lot to put on his shoulders. Is he up for it today to end a losing streak that should, I think, have Red Sox fans nervous? We're going to hang out for a little bit longer, taking you right up until Red Sox pregame with Dan Ball. First pitch, Red Sox and Blue Jays at 3:07. We'll do that in just 2 minutes here on WEEI.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing.
Coming in the air, hear the screams from everywhere. I'm addicted to the thrill. I'm ready. It's a dangerous love affair. Can't be scared when it goes down. Got a problem? Tell me now. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight. Who's gonna run this town tonight?
A lot of Kanye.
We gonna run this town.
What'd you say?
Is this a big Kanye pervert?
This is more Rihanna and Jay-Z than Kanye.
I thought Kanye was in this.
He
Yes,
is.
he
He
is.
is
He has
in
the
it.
final verse.
Yes.
Of
we're not
top,
there
like,
yet, though.
2 bee sticks.
Yeah.
It's a great line he has. What?
It is.
That's a sweet,
Yeah. Wait.
lyrical genius.
You think he raps for it? To push a RAV4? No, that's not what he does.
You missed a word in that line.
I did. So myself and Mego are going to hang out a little bit here, taking you right up until Red Sox pregame. Dan Ball will get you ready for first pitch, 3:07 here on WEEI. As we told you, no Adley Rutschman in the game for the Red Sox today.
That's Sludgeman.
A.K.A. Sludgeman. I do hate they've been hitting him third. It's like he comes right in, they overpay for him, they put him in at in the third spot in the order, and they don't have their full complement of guys yet. Anthony's not back. Who knows when Meade's coming back? I hate that they hit him third. I would hit him, as I said earlier, no higher than fifth. I think with the righty-lefty they have at the top of the order, putting a switch hitter in the middle makes a lot of sense. Plus, he's not a pure power bat. So I don't love that they've done that. But he is out of today's lineup, which means he won't be catching Peyton Tolley, who is on the hill here today for the Red Sox Mego. And I'm worried about how they're going to manage his workload. And today isn't a day where you can manage him because you need to win. So, this is a tough spot they've gotten themselves into with these 5 consecutive losses and a young guy like Tolley, who you don't want to pitch into the ground. And yet it's kind of a must-win today. It's a tough thing to balance.
Yeah, you just have to hope that he's super efficient and that he just gets through his work quickly. And then whatever you turn to, Weissert or whatever in the bullpen doesn't fall apart. But you're in a precarious position. The Whitlock news that we talked to Rob Bradford about earlier, I do think it's a big blow to you because you have these younger guys. Totally, I'd throw Jake Bennett in there. Guys that you have to look at and think about how you're managing them because you are probably going to be in the postseason. And you don't know if Garrett Crochet, what kind of state he's going to come back in. And so you have to keep the options open for these guys to be an impact players in the postseason. And you still need to win right now because it feels like you're nearing a tailspin.
Is Peyton Tolley, assuming the Red Sox make it there, which I still do. I think their playoff odds are 91%. They're 5 games up, even with their struggles on the last wild card spot. Is Peyton Tolley in your postseason starting rotation?
Yeah, I think so. I think that they told you that when they yanked him in his last performance
So
when he had 14 strikeouts.
So what is it? What is your play the game if you want. Your ideal scenario, Crochet's back, have him in there. What is your starting rotation in the postseason? If you're going to have 3 or 4 starters, who are they?
I think I'm a little higher on Sonny Gray than you are. I know you're like a Ron Hare guy, right?
Yeah. Before
can he go longer than 5 innings?
Well, that's what I'm just going to say.
But again, that might be a little bit by design right now.
Based on his postseason track record, with or without Crochet, who I don't think will be fully stretched out regardless whether or not he's back. I'm pitching Ron Hare game 1. Then I'd split up the lefties and go with Gray in game 2. And then if Crochet's back, he can start game 3. Maybe he's a bullpen arm and it's Tolley in game 3. But yeah, to answer my own question, I have Tolley in the postseason.
He's in the mix for sure as a starter in my book. The way that he's pitched so far this year, I think it's a little silly to yank him out of any postseason. Even if Garrett Crochet comes back in, like you said, what are you getting out of him? It's a little bit more like a Roman Anthony of hopefully it's a bonus on the margins. We haven't seen this guy in ages. Who knows?
Yeah, and that's if he even comes back, which, look, the way they used him a few years ago in Chicago, and this going back a ways, and it's before he's established as a starter and runner-up in the Cy Young and everything else, he was a weapon for those White Sox. If you can believe it, the White Sox, there was a day and time where they actually were a playoff team. I guess they're trending to do it again.
They're good
this year. He was great out of the bullpen for them years ago. So I think that could be a weapon if he's not fully stretched out and back. But it's a big one. Make no mistake, for Peyton Tolley today. Grok tried to warn us earlier. They only got like 2 or 3 more losses. And then it is officially panic time. Even Bradfo's like, yeah, we're getting pretty close to where it's time to panic about this baseball team because they don't even look like the same team anymore. They look like the team from the first couple of months based on how they played recently.
When we did Kruk cook,
yes,
I was thinking a little bit, did Bradfo read Grok over the air to us?
Oh, you think
was Bradfo's
hits are just
Grok?
AI? Yeah, they might be.
Is that where we're at? Because we're all kind of in consensus here. It's not like anybody said, shut up, they're fine.
I saw an image with Bradfo the other day without a beard, and I thought that might have been AI. It was startling is what it was.
Was that Bradfo?
I think it was.
I know what you're talking about.
Mego, excellent work the last couple of days. Thanks for hanging out.
It's been fun.
Stay tuned. Hang out with Dan Ball. He'll get you game ready for Red Sox and Blue Jays here on WEEI.
would pitch the 6th and 7th respectively, striking out 3 and keeping the game tied. Then came the 8th, and righty Tyrone Guerrero strode to the mound, pitching for the 2nd time in as many nights and the 3rd time over a 4-game span. Now, Guerrero had given up just 3 earned runs total in 24 outings for the Red Sox since the beginning of June. He gave up exactly 1 run earned in June, 1 earned run in July, and up to last night had just 1 earned run allowed in August. He had been nails for the Red Sox. The Blue Jays, however, changed that in a hurry. Toronto would send 10 hitters to the plate in the frame, scoring 4 separate times. After Wilson Contreras had the chance to catch a foul pop but was unsuccessful, Kazuma Okamoto would single plating a run. 2 batters later, Ernie Clement would walk plating another. After Guerrero was lifted for Alec Gamboa, George Springer would plate an additional run on a sac fly, after which Miles Straw would further the lead.
There's been mistakes the last couple nights.
1-1 is drilled into the gap in left center field. That is going to get all the way to the wall, and it's going to score 2. Blue Jays having fun tonight in Toronto. It is 6-1 Jays.
Well, given what would happen in the 9th, that was the play of yesterday's game, brought to you by Nissan. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. 6-1 after 8 into the 9th, we win. Knuckleballer Matt Waldron was on the mound, and the show-and-go Sox would show some life. A Wilson Contreras walk and a Wilyer Abreu double put runners on for Caleb Durbin, who would single home a run. Jaron Duran would then double, plating Abreu. Louis Varlin would have to come in a 3-run game, and Andrew Monasterio would force home another run on a sac fly. The threat would end soon after as Nick Sogard would ground out to second base, ending the threat and handing Toronto the series victory. 6-4 was your final last night. That brings us to today, and today's opening take is brought to you by Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy. Sip the fruity candy-coated chaos. Now, Wilson Contreras has had a fascinating season, the last few weeks of which he may like to forget. Contreras has dealt with injury and illness while slumping a bit at the plate. A powerful trio that even led fans at Fenway Park to boo Boston's first baseman after grounding out on Saturday. A far cry from where fans were when it came to Contreras just a few weeks before. Now, Contreras spoke to the media about that instance after yesterday's game, and here's what he had to say.
It feels good. I mean, especially after losing for a few games for we being under the weather, and then something's bothering my leg. That's why I didn't run the other day when the fan booed me. And didn't run for 1 time, and they boo anybody, which is good. But I don't care. I think it's part of baseball. They have the right to boo. They have the right to yell. They have the right to everything. But I mean, I went through a lot, and being able to hit a home run tonight was good.
And again, it hasn't been the easiest stretch for Wilson Contreras. We know that. The numbers back that up. But it was nice to see what you would consider to be a vintage swing for him last night. The home run that got the Red Sox on the board. And you hear the mindset right there. And I think it's quite honestly the mindset that's shared by a lot of this Red Sox roster. I don't care. I'm just going to go out there and play. And hopefully he can continue to do that here in this afternoon's game. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, they turn to their youngster, yet a player who might need to step up as a stopper. That's left-handed pitcher Peyton Tolley. 19 starts for Tolley this year, a 7-6 record and a 3.20 ERA. That's 29 walks to 124 strikeouts and 107 innings of work. It was a gem last time out against the A's for Tolley on August 7th. 6 innings, 2 hits and a run, no walks, and 14 strikeouts. He reset his career high by 3 last time out. He has pitched twice against Toronto this year, an 0-2 record, 6 earned runs given up combined in 9 2/3 innings. But don't look now, but the Red Sox are riding a 6-game win streak with Tolley on the mound dating back to July the 7th against Chicago. On the other side for the Blue Jays, it is right-handed pitcher Max Scherzer, the veteran, now at 42 years of age. 9 starts this year, a 1-4 record, a 7.25 ERA, 15 walks, and 27 Ks in 36 innings of work. He gave up 2 runs and 5 1/3 against the Phillies in Philadelphia on August 8th. And Peyton Tolley told Tim Healy about today's matchup, quote, "I was actually thinking about it today. Should I send a ball over to get signed?" I would vote yes, by the way. It's a cool one for me. He's a guy that growing up during high school and stuff, watching him, the competitive bulldog, that's the kind of guy pitchers look at. So it's a cool thing that I'm excited about. I got to shake his hand earlier this year. So a matchup between the mentor and the mentee, so to speak. Scherzer probably didn't even know that Peyton Tolley was watching him in that way, but that is the kind of mindset you want a guy from a young pitcher on your roster, and the kind of mindset you want a guy who hopefully will be pitching in October. Scherzer will throw today's first pitch at 3:07. First pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. Don't forget, you can watch along with the the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. Brought to you by Subaru of New England. With so much love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Time now for the Baseballs and Boring 2-Minute Grill with our own Rob Bradford, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Here's Bradfo talking with today's starter, Peyton Tolley.
Guess what? There's no human being on the planet I'd rather be talking to more than Peyton Tolley. Words that I've said many a time, but I mean it more than ever right now.
What's special about now?
Because every moment matters.
That's fair.
And where I think
I guess what's special about now is that it's now, right? Like, it's just letting the game talk to you. Like, when is a good time to do it? Is it early in the count? Is it late in the count? Like, it's just when is it that we can do it? And then it's like you're just letting the game talk to you. And I think that is a whole lot. I've done that a whole lot better than I did last year. Like last year was here's hard.
Fastball or nothing.
Here's hard.
Yeah,
Let's see what happens. And now it's that. Okay, we're in a 1-2 count. Maybe it's a long at bat. Like, where do we go from here? We don't want to go another heater because it just gets fouled off. But we'll see. Like, it is a day-to-day thing. Like, there's been outings where it's like we've thrown 20 curveballs. There's been outings where it's here's 5 of them. But like, I think that we're able to use it well enough in different counts and different leverages. So yeah.
So we built each other up, and we solved a lot of the world's problems. Thank you.
I'm better.
Always solving the world's problems. They're our own Rob Bradford. And it's interesting to talk about the evolution of the curveball and just the secondary stuff for Peyton Tolley. And you've seen that evolution this season, not only introducing the curveball, introducing the kind of secondary stuff that throws hitters off the fastball. It's when it's deployed. First time through the lineup, second time versus third. A lot of times you're seeing different pitch mixes, and that is really the next step that Peyton Tolley continues to take here in 2026. In 15 minutes or so, Will Fleming will sit down with Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford puts quality first, and now they're first in quality. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. But coming up next, it's time to go live out to the Rogers Center and talk with Will Middlebrooks. I'm Dan Ball. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
corn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, college students, looking for an easier way to grocery shop and save? Download the Shaw's and Star Market app and sign up with your valid student email address to unlock 10% off your groceries every time you shop through the end of September. It's simple to join, easy to use, and packed with rewards to help your budget go further. Plus, students get free delivery once a month on orders over $30, making it even easier to stock up without leaving campus. Download the Shaw's and Star Market app today and start saving with your student discount.
Remember enjoying those iconic red, white, and blue freezer pops in the summer? Now imagine that flavor reinvented as an energy shot. Introducing the Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shot. A flavor explosion of sweet cherry, zesty lime, and electric blue raspberry that all come blasting together for a seriously refreshing shot. Ignite your taste buds with the flavor of the summer. Get a Firework Freeze 5-Hour Energy Shot today. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Dan Ball. Thanks so much for joining us here. Afternoon game for the Sox finishing up their series against the Toronto Blue Jays. And out to Toronto we go, where we welcome in our good friend, Will Middlebrooks. Brooksy, good to talk to you. How are you, sir?
Baller, how we doing?
All is good. All is good here, but all is not great compared to where we were the last time that you and I caught up as the Red Sox look for some answers here against Toronto today. And I want to read a quote to you to start. This is just baseball. I don't think it was a fluke. They won 32 out of 40 games or whatever it was. That wasn't a 2-week hot streak. It was 6 weeks. I think they're gassed right now, and we'll get going. Great follow on Twitter at Middlebrooks is where I found that. Would you say that's still the case in what we saw last night?
Yeah, they're beat up. I mean, a lot of their mainstays in the lineup are dealing with a lot of stuff. Obviously, Contreras is hurting. He looked better as of late, got down the baseline well the last couple days, so that's a good sign. Obviously, the homer was great also. Durbin he's beat up. I mean, take a look at that the left pinky batting glove today. You know, it was cut open yesterday to give that swollen finger and the tape a little more room in there.
Right.
We talked to him earlier down the field. He said he completely cut the finger off of his batting glove. So his pinky's just going to be hanging out. I mean, the guy's a dog. Like, he just grinds, and he's not come out of the lineup. You got several guys like that. But with that said, I mean, these are the dog days of the season, and everybody's beat up. Nobody's 100%, so they're going to have to find a way.
Well, the one transaction we did see, and it's everything you said is true, and you kind of see the trickle-down effect from Contreras to Durbin and guys that are really battling right now. Garrett Whitlock is the one that ends up on the IL. Probably no real surprise from you, Will, with Greg Weisser coming back up. Any surprise seeing the news with Whitlock today?
You know, he hadn't thrown for a couple days, and, you know, the first couple you're thinking, okay, they're just trying to get him a breather, right? And it's that point in the season where Trace has got to check in with the training staff after these guys go out and throw, you know, during BP or before BP, whenever they go out and do their throwing programs, and just check and see where they're at, because it's a day-to-day thing with these guys. And you think about the leverage arms in this bullpen, really like the 7th through 9 inning guys, they covered a lot of ground over that winning streak, because you had a lot of pretty close games that they won, or late games they came back, or extra inning games where those guys were throwing in some variation every night. And you start looking around baseball since the second half. I think the Sox are third in all of baseball in bullpen innings. So the starters really haven't gone as deep here in the second half as they were going earlier in the season, which, right, it happens. The innings start getting up there. You have some younger guys who haven't pitched this much in a season. They've been picking their spots to try to get guys extra days of rest. Maybe like Tolley's last start, he was dealing, but they took him out at 81 pitches, get him an extra day of rest with the off day. You can get Bayo in there, you know, just trying to preserve these guys as much as you can, but also still trying to get the most out of them on the days you feel like you can. And that's just where they're at right now, you know. And we kind of felt like going into this road trip, it was going to be a tough stretch, just where they're at physically, trying to get some guys to reset and get back on their normal timing when you're seeing them on the field. So it's a tough go right now. Luckily, they did have that historical streak, which put them in a position where they've still lost some games, and yet you look up and they're still 5 games up in a playoff spot, which is nice.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. And we were going through the standings a moment ago with five teams within 2 games of the wild card, but I don't think any of them are above 500. So that's the kind of mediocrity that you're dealing with around you right now. And It's quite the challenge that, and you mentioned Chad Tracy, a guy that comes into a situation, you're a handful of games under 500. He helps right the ship, but it's a completely different challenge that he's now dealing with. Okay, we won a lot of games. Now we have to try to keep it afloat while guys aren't at their best. So another first-time challenge for Tracy.
Yeah, sure. I mean, luckily he has it kind of in his DNA. He grew up in the ballpark. He grew up around a father who was a big league manager. He's got, the insight and the advice to make a phone call and have that on speed dial. So that's nice. I think also just getting some guys back. I'm not saying Roman or Trevor or, even a Crochet late in the season out of the bullpen is going to be, everything this team needs. They need the guys that are here to continue to produce and get back on track. But who knows what, putting Roman in that lineup and Trevor Story, who has shown throughout his career to have those 2 or 3 week periods where he can carry a team offensively, if that can be a little boost to the energy of this team and get them going. So we'll see, man. There's a lot of things that can happen in 40 games, but at least, like I said, it's not a crutch, it's not an excuse, but at least they're in this spot right now where they can go through this stretch and rest guys at times and yet still find themselves right in the middle of the playoffs.
We're talking with Will Middlebrooks, Red Sox, and the Blue Jays coming up this afternoon. Let's focus on today before we wrap things up. Peyton Tolley back on the mound. The last time the Red Sox won, Peyton Tolley was outstanding with 14 strikeouts on a limited pitch count, as you mentioned. Does he have it in him to be the Red Sox stopper today?
I hope so. Day games have been tough for him. Night games, I think he has like a 2.5 ERA. Day games, it's over a 5 for whatever reason. In 5 starts, it's like a 5.24. So I don't know. We talked about that with Bayo in the past when he didn't pitch well during the day. I wouldn't really put it past Tolley that it's just a nothing burger. It just happens to be the starts that he didn't pitch well. We'll find out today, right, with this Blue Jays team who has had the Red Sox number. I am excited to see if he continues to use that curveball as much as he did, because that was a big-time pitch for him. I mean, these guys go up there geared up for his fastball. I mean, how much he throws the variation of fastballs. The curveball is a big pitch with him in that last start. And then something else I'm excited to see, this could be the last time I get to see Max Scherzer pitch in person.
Yeah.
This is a guy who was at his peak when I was playing against him, and he was just filthy. To this day, when people say, who was the nastiest guy you faced? Peak Max Scherzer was the nastiest guy I ever faced. So He's not the same guy. His last couple starts has been a lot better. He's still a competitor, like ultimate elite competitor, and he's actually had a couple good outings his last couple times out. So it's not just going to be a cakewalk for these guys. They're going to have to put together some good at-bats.
What's the most devastating pitch in Max Scherzer's arsenal?
I mean, it's the combination of the fastball and the slider. Not now necessarily, but when I was facing him, when he was consistently, 97 to 99, I told Will Fleming, I felt like he could read my mind. I would see a ball out of his hand, and I would take it, and it would just stay right down the middle as a fastball. And if I saw it right down the middle, I'd go to swing, and it would turn into a slider and be a foot off the plate. It's just like, whether it's the dual eye colors, whatever it is, he was reading my mind. And I think I had one hit off him in my career in like 15 at-bats.
Okay, well, that's more than some could certainly say for themselves.
Yeah, so I have the day off today. I won't be taking any at-bats against Scherzer. I have bad numbers against him.
Okay, there you see, it's a getaway day. We got to get you off your feet a little bit, so fully understand that. But, Brooksy, always a pleasure to catch up, my friend. Enjoy the game today, and hopefully the Red Sox will give you something to cheer for.
We need it. Thanks, Dan.
That is Will Middlebrooks joining us here on the pregame show. Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays. Max Scherzer, again, the numbers don't suggest prime Max Scherzer that, Will Middlebrooks was hitting off of, but still a guy that's going to give you a challenge and a guy who Peyton Tolley looked up to as he was going through high school and coming to the professional ranks. So we'll see what comes up here this afternoon. Up next, Will Fleming will sit down with Chad Tracy, presented by your New England Ford dealers. I'm Dan Ball. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Hey, it's Greg, and some of my favorite nights have great music, great vibes, and, of course, Keno. The Mass State Lottery supports your favorite sports pubs, restaurants, and the community one Keno game at a time. So grab your friends, fill out that bet slip, and snag a seat to watch your numbers pop while cheering on the hometown team. With Keno, every night is a home run. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Hey, it's Lou with the scoop on your chance to win free groceries for a year. When our hometown team hits a Grand Slam, you could win, thanks to the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. I can't win because, I do the commercials. But you could. Just redeem your grocery reward points in the 4U app to submit your entries. You want to rack up points faster? Clip the 4X coupon in the 4U app and shop participating products like Coca-Cola, Monster, Hood, and KM. Download the app or head to Shaw's or StarMarket.com/Grand Slam to get all the details.
Whoop. Sleep better, train smarter, recover faster, and feel healthier. Understand and optimize your sleep. Get coaching and insights for every age, stage, and cycle.
Can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Back
here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. It's the Red Sox in the Toronto Blue Jays. Game 4 of their series as the road trip continues this evening. Peyton Tolley and Max Scherzer on the mound. Before every game, we interview Red Sox interim manager Chad Tracy. And Chad Tracy on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford puts quality first, and now they're first in quality. Ford, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and that dirty water. Alongside the manager of the Red Sox, here is our own Will Fleming.
Finale in Toronto with the manager, Chad Tracy. A frustrating few days here, Chad. You fought late. Any takeaways from the overall offensive, outcomes and approach these first 3 here in Toronto?
It's been a mixed bag. Like you said, all of them we have fought late, which is good. I thought we had a nice showing. The one game here of the 3, the nice showing was against Cease. For the 5 innings of the Cease outing, I thought the at-bats were great, and what we were able to do offensively against him was good. But on that particular day, we couldn't do much with the pen. And then on some of the other days, we've struggled to get anything going against starters. So it's been and then something happens late against the bullpen. So it's been a mixed bag, and we're looking for that game where we do it against both. Like have a good quality showing against the starter and a good shot against the bullpen, and go from there. But we're grinding.
Rough news at the end of the night last night that Garrett Whitlock goes on the IL. I'm sure there'll be more tests, more results. How concerned are you for Garrett?
At the moment, not overly. We'll see how he progresses with treatment. Like it's not necessarily a new thing. When he gets used a lot, this can pop up. It can pop up with anybody in a 162-game season. So I'm hopeful that over the next handful of days of treatment and being off, getting up in the pen constantly, that'll rectify it. But we'll see how he responds over the next few days to the treatment, and then go from there.
Neither Wilson nor Caleb want you to give them any time off, any treatment, and we'll talk about each individually. Wilson last night, he just looked so much better physically. You had to be very relieved to see him kind of look like himself again.
Yeah, certainly. Like I think he's probably getting over being sick. It looks like the legs are feeling better. There's just little things you watch. When you watch him every day, you have a pretty good idea of the actions of your player. And like there was things last night that suggested that he's starting to feel healthy, which is great. And obviously, the home run's a welcome sight. You had mentioned before the ball he hit to right center the night before, so swings are improving. We're getting there with that, which is really good news.
Meantime, this dude Caleb Durbin, who yesterday ripped his batting glove, and he just told us a minute ago, he's now decided to just cut the whole left pinky finger off. Can you talk about again what that statement, what that personality, what that toughness means to your group?
Yeah, he's a grinder, man. He's a gamer. So like he took a swing last night that jostled that finger, which is still swollen, and needed a second, went out there and all but said, "Get out of here, I'm fine." And we're like, okay. And then just hits a line drive to left for a single. So like, it's that time of year, man. We're in the middle of August. There's nobody out on that field that's 100%. He's probably a little less than that than others, but like they're ready to go and they're ready to play.
Day game in Toronto, Max Scherzer on the mound, and it has not been a season like many of his, but he's been pretty good the last couple. What's the approach against Max today?
Yeah, I mean, it's Max Scherzer. He's a high-level competitor, regardless of if the stuff is vintage Scherzer or not. Like the guy's going to compete, and he knows what he's doing on the mound. So you got to just be selective, and when you get a pitch to hit in an area that's hittable, don't miss, right? So you're well aware of who he is as a competitor. And you got to be ready for that.
Adley gets the day off today, but I have been so struck, Chad, early on by not only his personality, the flat heart rate, but how much he's willing to, in-game, in the dugout, talk to your pitchers. Have you been similarly impressed with all of his stuff kind of between pitches?
I've been impressed with him since the day he arrived. Even the work that he did in the 5 days or so when he arrived after the deadline. The work he was doing behind the scenes to familiarize himself with the staff, the conversations he had with Bales, the conversations he had with pitchers, and then watching him go back there and just mix right in, and looks to me like these couple games that he's on the same page with the starter, and the right buttons are being pushed. So his attention to detail is really good. He understands relationships and building relationships with people. He's got a great understanding of all that, and that's why we got him. He's a pro.
Peyton has been fantastic for so much of this season. you'd have to figure he sees the situation here today. He should be a little extra juiced up, don't you think?
I think he's always juiced up, but I definitely think he'll be ready to go in this one, no question. I think he knows our club's is grinding right now, and we're pushing hard, and we need to get a win. I think he'll be ready for that.
His pitch mix was so impressive last time. So many more curveballs.
Yeah.
How impressed are you with the ability of him to keep working on and improving the secondary stuff?
I thought that outing he's had a lot of great outings this year. That one was top of the list, not just because of the 14 Ks, but like you mentioned, the ability to mix in the other pitches in the arsenal and improvements in those, like less loopy, more bite and sharp. Like he really utilized that pitch well last time. The changeup's still involved. He's still got the cutter. So as good as this guy is, I feel like each time you watch him go out there, you look at him and go, it seems like he's just getting a little bit better.
This is the kind of stuff that keeps managers up at night when you lose somebody like Whitlock, because there is just a trickle-down effect, and you got to come into every game, I would think, like rationing your bullpen late-inning, high-leverage arms more. How are you going to manage that these next couple weeks?
Yeah, I mean, Whit's one of the best relief pitchers in baseball, right? So we all know that. That being said, we had to make a move after the Penn Day and the stuff with the extra inning game. We had to send Weiser down. Weiser's a major league pitcher. You got forced into something like that. So we get a guy back that's, in not only does he have good stuff, but he's also available all the time. He's always ready to be available, and he can take down big pockets, and we've charged him with that in the past. So that's a big add, with losing a guy like Witt to be able to add Weiss. But it's just part of it. It's part of a season. You're rarely going to go through 162 without a starter getting banged up or a reliever or two having to go on the IL or spend a little time down because they're a little banged up. And we had to use them heavily over that period of time where you're winning almost every single day. We had to lean on him heavily, and so now it's our job as a team to pick up the slack while he's down until we can get him back.
It's interesting. The Blue Jays threaded the needle, I thought, really well. I mean, they move on from Gossman and Varsho. They bring in Soriano. I mean, the sinker plays like a changeup, and what they did in the offseason, Okamoto is such an impressive hitter. What's it like from your vantage point watching him for the first time in the big leagues?
He's dangerous. I've kind of felt like that since the second game I managed, watching him kind of take ABs in that series. At the end of April, early May, there, he's a dangerous hitter, and you see him connect on some balls. This guy's got the ability to change a game with one swing, and you see the numbers. He's having a heck of a year. It's impressive. And then you look at their lineup as a whole, and they're playing much better right now, and I don't think that's a huge surprise. When you look at the capability of the lineup and the guys they have in there, that if that group gets hot, that they have the ability to play better baseball. So, they're playing much better right now, and we never took them lightly in the first place.
Last thing, you said this in your first month when the team basically played 500 baseball. It was a rough period for the club. That the mood never wavered. And being around the guys today and yesterday, I mean, yeah, you've lost 5 straight. It seems like the group is still super positive and enthusiastic about going forward. Can you give a little insight about just being around the guys, what it's like right now?
Yeah, I think that's an accurate statement. I think, we've worked so hard and everything we went through, and then the run we went on to get in position where we were. I don't think they've lost sight of all the work that had to be done to get us there, and they understand as baseball players that have been playing the game for a long time that these things happen. We've seen it happen to other teams in the league, and it's our job, and at the same time also very focused on, hey, we gotta get it going and get us a win. So they know that, but I do think, to your point, they're still very together. They're still understanding we'll get through this, and when we do, we'll come out on the backside better. And I think that's the mindset.
And we'll have a happy flight after a win today. What do you think?
I would love that.
Thanks, Chad.
All right, Will.
Good stuff with Will and Chad Tracy, as always. During the course of that conversation, I was curious, so I was doing some Googling, and you have to go back to September 3rd of 2013. This is checking to see if Will Middlebrook still has his headphones on in the booth. A 2-1 Red Sox win over the Detroit Tigers. 7 innings of 1-run ball for John Lester. He wins the game. The loss for Max Scherzer, 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 8 strikeouts with 3 walks. The Tigers got a run on an RBI double from Jose Iglesias. The 2 runs for the Red Sox. Bottom half of the fifth inning, Will Middlebrooks, 2-run single, 2-1 your final in what would be a preview of the ALCS that year. So that was the one hit and what is reflected as 11 at-bats for Middlebrooks against Max Scherzer. But a memorable one, and one that helped the Red Sox with a win. Don't forget, you can watch along with the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. Brought to you by Subaru of New England. With so much love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Plenty more to come here as the Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays will start first pitch under half an hour away. I'm Dan Ball. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
CVS knows where you get your medicine matters. It matters every day and every night. It matters that we're not just in your community, but we're part of it, making sure everyone feels welcomed and rewarded. It matters that we're here for what the doctor prescribed.
Weather, home exteriors take a beating. That's why pros across the Northeast have trusted AZEK Exteriors for over 25 years. As the #1 brand for premium exterior trim and molding, AZEK keeps homes elevated with stunning details that endure beautifully no matter the conditions. And now, introducing AZEK Lap Siding, pairing the classic beauty of traditional wood siding with modern durability. Available in 18 different colors from AZEK Captivate Pre-Finishing. Start planning your remodel today with AZEK. Order free samples at azekexteriors.com.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Dan Ball with you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Final game of the series, Red Sox and the Jays. Peyton Tolley and Max Scherzer on the mound. Speaking of news on the mound for the Red Sox, Boston put reliever Garrett Whitlock on the injured list with right elbow inflammation retroactive to August 10th. Tim Healy notes that Greg Weissert is back from AAA Worcester. He was down there for 6 days, did not make an appearance, so essentially just a chance to rest up for Weissert. Have to imagine he's going to be a big part of the plans, at least for the next couple of days. On the Jays side, they claimed reliever Paul Sewald off of waivers from the Diamondbacks on Wednesday. Sewald was 2-5 with 24 saves, but a 6.23 ERA for Arizona this season. So some moving parts in the bullpen on both sides entering today's game. Time for today's starting lineups, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Let's meet today's players, beginning with the Red Sox, led by manager Chad Tracy. Their record 64-56. Nick Sogard will lead off. He is at second base, with Cedar Rafaela in center field hitting second. Wilyer Abreu is in right field hitting third, and there's a reason for that. We'll get to that in a moment. With Wilson Contreras at first base in the cleanup spot, it is Masataka Yoshida, your DH, hitting fifth. Caleb Durbin at third base. You'll hear a lot of description about the batting glove or lack thereof batting glove around his pinky finger on the broadcast today. He's hitting sixth at third base. Jaron Duran in left field hitting seventh, with Andrew Monasterio at shortstop hitting eighth. And Connor Wong is your catcher tonight. No Adley Rutschman after playing the last couple of days, returning from injury for the Red Sox. All that happening with the pitcher Peyton Tolley on the mound, 7-6, 3.20 ERA. For the Blue Jays, they are led by their manager John Schneider with a record of 59-63. Charles McAdoo will lead off. He's in left. Ernie Clement is at second base hitting second, with Vlad Guerrero Jr. at first base hitting third. George Springer is your DH in the cleanup spot, with Kazuma Okamoto at third base hitting fifth. Andres Jimenez is at shortstop hitting sixth, with Brandon Valenzuela, your catcher, hitting seventh. It's Miles Straw in center field hitting eighth, and Nathan Lucas is in right field, and he is batting ninth in front of their starting pitcher Max Scherzer, a 1-4 record on the season, a 7.25 ERA. Time for a Subaru of New England scoreboard update. With so much love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. 9 games on the docket in Major League Baseball today, 4 of which are currently underway. Top half of the 7th inning in Detroit. Tigers a 2-0 lead over the Guardians right now. End of 6 in Miami. All Pirates, as Pittsburgh is leading the Miami Marlins 5-0 after 6 innings of play. Bottom half of the 5th inning in the Windy City, the White Sox are trailing the Reds by a score of 8-4, but Colson Montgomery is at bat right now, bottom half of the 5th there. And bottom half of the 4th in the Bronx, a 1-0 lead for the visiting Seattle Mariners over the New York Yankees. Logan Gilbert on the mound right now for Seattle. Game still to come here this afternoon. 4:05 first pitch between the Nationals and the Cubs down in Washington. Kevin Gausman, Cade Cavalli. There's a name that Red Sox fans love to hear. The late slate tonight has the Texas Rangers 60-61 taking on the 47-74 Los Angeles Angels. Jacob deGrom and Walbert Urania on the mound tonight. And then a preview potentially of an NLCS coming up tonight at 10:10. The Dodgers, who have been slumping a little bit by their standards after playing the Red Sox, they are hosting the Milwaukee Brewers. It's 73-48 for the Dodgers, 74-47 for the Milwaukee Brewers. Roki Sasaki against Shane Drohan, the pitching matchup tonight. And the final game that you want to mention, 7:30 first pitch tonight. It's the Philadelphia Phillies and the Minnesota Twins, but it's not happening in Minnesota. It's Dyersville, Ohio, because tonight is the 3rd edition of the MLB's Field of Dreams game that happened for the first time in 2021. The White Sox beat the Yankees 9-8 on a walk-off. Tim Anderson, what a great game that was. And then in 2022, they did it again. It was the Cubs doubling up the Reds by a score of 4-2. So 3rd edition of the Field of Dreams game coming up tonight. 7:30 first pitch in the game will be broadcast on Netflix. Finally, the lock of the game is presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit interlockroofing.com and never re-roof again. Well, you heard our conversation with Will Middlebrooks earlier on in the pregame show. He mentioned that he thinks and is hoping that it's a nothing burger for Peyton Tolley, the afternoon stats for Peyton Tolley this season versus the night stats. I am believing in the bulldog mentality that Tolle himself said he took from Max Scherzer watching him growing up, and I'm believing that Peyton Tolle can play stopper for the Red Sox today. It's an important one for the Red Sox young lefty, but he kind of has that mindset, doesn't he? And last time out, 14 strikeouts, probably won't hit that number. He reset his career high by 3. He struck out 4, then 6 batters in 2 games against the Jays earlier on this season. His over-under is set at 5.5 strikeouts today. I think Peyton Tolle is going to be pumped up given what the challenge is in front of the Red Sox. Trying to end this losing streak and get on the plane and have a happy plane ride is so very important and is talked about a lot. So I'm taking the over on 5.5 strikeouts for Peyton Tolle here this afternoon. I would also take his over 17.5 outs recorded after some of the taxing innings that the high-leverage relievers had in yesterday's contest, especially with no Garen Whitlock in the mix right now. So I would take the over on outs recorded and the over on strikeouts. I trust Peyton Tolle to do just that for the Red Sox. You've been listening to the MassMutual pregame show. Talk to MassMutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Coming up next is the Wills on the call. Red Sox and the Blue Jays on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the MassMutual Red Sox pregame show. MassMutual. Talk to MassMutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
At Long Home, we know places like Fenway Park don't get a day off. When pressure hits, everything has to perform. And when it comes to your home, that pressure is personal. For over 80 years, the Long legacy has earned trust by protecting what matters most. If your roof is showing signs of wear, don't wait. Schedule a free roof inspection today and ask about the special discount.